We will be starting in just a couple of moments. If I can ask everyone to head to their seats, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fall 2019 meeting of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. We are delighted that all of you are able to join us, and we are looking forward to having very productive discussions today and tomorrow. My name is Karen Battle, and I am the designated federal officer for the National Advisory Committee. And I am also the chief of the Population Division here at the Census Bureau. And in my role as the designated federal officer, I will be presiding over the advisory committee meeting according to the rules of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on the Census Live webpage. And also all meeting materials are available on the Census Advisory Committee website. And you can find links to both at the top of our census.gov homepage. At this time, I would like to call forward Rose Cooper from our Health and Safety Office, and she will walk us through Census Bureau safety protocols. Rose?
Can you hear me okay?
No, we need to, microphone.
Good morning. I'll sit down so you can hear me easier. Good morning. I'm the section chief for the Health and Safety Branch and just want to go over brief instructions in case we have an emergency here. We're not expecting an emergency, but just in case we do. If there is an evacuation, you will hear an alarm sounding with strobe lights and also a PA system announcement, like a public address announcement, that will instruct you to evacuate the building. Follow the nearest exit signs. Please don't go back. If you're in another room, don't go back to another room to get your belongings. Take your belongings with you and evacuate the building. You'll see folks assembling on the sidewalks surrounding the building, which are a little bit greater than 50 feet away from the building, and that's where you need to be. You will stay in the assembly area until the all clear is given, and then we'll be brought back into the building. If there is another emergency that requires us to shelter in place or an event that requires us to shelter in place, you will hear my voice on the PA system providing instructions on what to do. And we ask that you just follow those instructions. They'll be very clear and specific on what to do. This is a smoke-free building, so smoking is permitted in the smoking booths outside of the blue section, which is to my left, all the way at this end of the building, and then also the red section, which is all the way down to my right. Smoking within 50 feet of the building is not permitted, so you want to be outside of that 50-foot radius if you decide to smoke. If you have any special needs that limit you or your ability from evacuating the building effectively and quickly, please let your sponsor know, and we'll provide some assistance for you. And then finally, driving and walking around the Suitland Federal Center, the speed limit around the center is 15 miles per hour, and in the garages, it's 5 miles per hour. So again, welcome, and I hope you stay safe and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. As we begin, I'd like to remind the members and those of you who are joining us in the room that while you are inside Census headquarters, you are prohibited from taking pictures with your smartphones, cameras, or any other recording devices. Before we review today's agenda, I would like to introduce those who are sitting at the head table. So to my left is Committee Chair Julie Dowling. Next to Julie is Vice Chair James Tucker. Next to James is Al Fontenot, the Associate Director for Decennial Census Programs. Next to Al is Tim Olson, the Associate Director for Field Operations. And next to Tim is Kevin Smith, our Chief Information Officer. Next to Kevin is Doug Clift from the Office of Program Performance and Stakeholder Integration. Next to Doug is David Zaya, our Chief Administrative Officer. And next to Dave is Nick Orsini, our Associate Director for Economic Programs. To my right is Steve Dillingham, the Director of the Census Bureau. To Steve's right is Ron Jarman, our Deputy Director. Next to Ron is Enrique Lamas, the Senior Advisor to the Director. Next to Enrique is John Aboud, the Associate Director for Research Methodology and our Chief Scientist. Next to John is Tori Velkoff, the Associate Director for Demographic Programs. And next to Tori, we have Ali Ahmad, the Associate Director for Communications. And joining us shortly will be Ben Page, our Chief Financial Officer. Well, Julie, James, and I will share in facilitating your deliberations today and tomorrow. And between the three of us, we will do our very best to keep the discussions moving, to make sure that we hear from everyone who has a comment. And again, we will try to do our best to stay on schedule. Okay. We welcome all members of the public and staff who are participating via webcast and those who are joining us in person. We'd also like to take a moment to recognize anyone from the Department of Commerce, any congressional staff, or any regional staff who are joining us in the room today. Do we have anyone to recognize? No? Okay, also note that we have a media table in the back of the room, and that table will be staffed by a member of our Public Information Office. Now, O'Brien Grant from the Telecommunications Office will come forward and provide an iPad navigation overview for you.
Good morning. My name is O'Brien Grant, and I'll be giving you a brief demonstration on how to use your iPads for today and tomorrow. The iPad should be currently at the home screen. If they're not at the home screen, please press the home button on the right-hand side in the middle of the iPad. When you're at the home screen, you will see 3 applications. The first application is MOS 360. This application is used to view the presentation and documents for this conference. The presentations will be on the left side of the screen. Select the presentation you would like to view, and it will open on the right. If you would like to expand the view, there is an X on the top middle of the screen. When you are ready to go back to the presentation, select Dot on the left of the iPad. If we go back to the home screen, the next application is Notes. This application would be used to create and email your recommendations. To start a recommendation, select the icon in the top right corner that resembles a square and a pencil. After completing your recommendation, you can email them directly to the chairperson. To do this, select the icon in the top right corner that looks like a square with an arrow pointing up. You will then see an option that says mail. Select that. Now on the line, you will type the Gmail address for the chairperson. That Gmail address is chairnac@gmail.com. Please put your name in the subject line so the chair will know who is sending recommendations. Back to the home screen. The last application is Safari. This application will allow you to surf the web for anything you may need to look up. You have two handouts in front of you. The tablet overview shows you the applications and their functions. And you have instructions on emailing from the notes applications. To connect your personal device to Guest Wireless, go to the wireless settings and connect your device to System 10. Once connected, go to your preferred browser and try to access any website. You will then be prompted to enter the credentials that are displayed on the 10 card. Once you enter the credentials, you will have internet access. If you have any questions throughout the conference, myself and other analysts will be here to help. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you, O'Brien. Our meeting agenda reflects a broad range of topics. A number of the topics are items, critical updates that the Census Bureau would like to provide, and other agenda topics were also recommended by the NAC. Most of the topics that will be presented are broken into three parts. First, we'll have census presenters, then we'll have the discussant presentations, and then we'll have committee member discussion. So let's take a look at our agenda. So first on today's agenda, we have our committee chair, Julie Dowling, who will share remarks, and she will introduce the committee members. Following Julie, we will hear from Steve Dillingham and Ron Jarman, who will provide executive remarks. Then we will hear from Al Fontenot and Michael Thiem, who will present an update on the 2020 census, followed by committee discussion. Then we will pause to take a group photo and to take our morning break. Then Maria Malagon and Team Y&R will share an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program. Then we will move into our working lunch, where we will also have an update on the 2020 Census Partnerships with Robin Bachman and Willette Allen, followed by committee discussion. Then Willette Allen and others will present the view from the field, followed by committee discussion. Right after this panel, Gina Waleshko and Monica Vines will present on evaluation plans for the 2020 Census Integrated Communications Campaign. This will be followed by the discussant, Megan Mowry, and then committee discussion. After the 3:15 p.m. break, Julie Dowling and James Tucker will lead the NAC committee discussion and formulation of recommendations until we adjourn at 5 p.m. And just note that the bus will leave at 5:15 p.m. At the same entrance that you entered this morning. I would like to remind members to please turn up your tent card when you're ready to speak. Once you have been called upon, you'll need to turn on your microphone and then state your name clearly for the record. And we need you to do this each time that you are preparing to speak, because that's what helps us to have the most accurate transcripts. As a reminder to those in the audience, during the question and answer session, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or to make comments. The public will have an opportunity to provide public comments on tomorrow at 11 a.m. during the time set aside for public comment. And if anyone intends to give public comment, please leave your name at the registration desk. If you have comments that exceed 2 minutes, please submit in writing your comments at the registration desk. Or you may email them to census.national.advisory.committee@census.gov. And all written comments will be posted to the meeting website. Finally, due to federal regulations governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments provided are for committee members only. Now, please welcome NAC Chair Julie Dowling, who will share remarks and introduce the NAC members.
Thank you very much, Karen. I'm Julie Dowling. An honor to be serving as your chair this year through the 2020 census. This is going to be our last actual NAC meeting before the census, begins. So we got a lot of important stuff on the agenda. I'm just going to talk a little bit, just very briefly, about sort of who I am and how I came to be on this committee, and then I'm going to invite each of our committee members to tell us a little bit about yourselves. So I'm a professor in Latino Studies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and my research is on racial ethnic classification primarily, and also my current research is also on trust in government and how different groups feel about the government and how that might impact how they feel about filling out their census form. I have been on the NAC now, this is my 6th year coming out here. As I joked when I was coming in the door, they were like, "Is this your first time here at Census?" And I'm like, "No, like the 20th time or something like that." So we've been out here quite a bit, and it's really been a tremendous experience to be a part of the National Advisory Committee. Everyone on this committee has a unique perspective and things that they bring to the table here. To have been selected on this committee, you are kind of the expert sort of in your particular area, and so you all have so much to offer, and I'm hoping we can sort of bring that in today and tomorrow as we try to get our recommendations in place for the census to happen this spring. So I'm going to invite you all to introduce yourselves. We'll start over here with Yolanda and tell us a little bit about yourself. You can mention how long you've been on the committee and what your areas are that you bring in terms of your expertise.
My name is Yolanda Marlowe. I am from New Jersey. I work for the New Jersey court system, and I'm here representing the National Center for State Courts. 32 years ago, 4 states in the country organized a commission on race and ethnic fairness in the courts. This is our 32nd year, and I'm in New Jersey. I am the manager of diversity, inclusion, and community engagement.
Good morning, I'm Brad Cole, a new member on the committee. I'm the executive director of the Illinois Municipal League. I have about 20 years of experience in local elected office, including 2 terms as mayor of the city of Carbondale, Illinois, and additional service at the state and federal government levels.
Good morning. My name is Seth Sanders at Cornell University. I'm an economist, and I've worked on substantive work on many minority groups in the United States. I'm also very interested in the use of administrative data and issues of data quality, especially as it comes with regards to measuring small populations. And I've been on the committee for 1 day.
Good morning. My name is Carla Kelly. I am new to the committee this year. My background is in marketing and strategy focused on multicultural communities. I'm currently with NBC Universal and have worked with Colgate-Palmolive, where I led the Multicultural Center of Excellence, where we focused on making sure that we were impacting the lives of Hispanic, African American, Asians, and LGBT communities.
Good morning, everyone. Jake Fitzsimano with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Network. Started with the NAC in 2014.
Hi, I'm Charlie Bruner, and I've been a state legislator and an academic and a policy advocate on kids issues. Right now I'm serving as the Integrated Care for Kids Resource Network Manager with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, which is really focusing upon healthy development for young children.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hafford. I'm a principal research scientist at NORC at the University of Chicago, and I lead nationally representative surveys there, also ethnographic research that's focused on low-income populations, hard-to-reach populations, American Indian, Alaskan Natives, homeless youth, and services for children and families.
Good morning, and welcome to all the new folks. So excited to have you. I'm Megan Morey, Policy Director at the National LGBTQ Task Force, and I hope that I bring expertise around LGBTQ issues, but also around people experiencing homelessness and housing instability, and maybe by now a little bit about communications, as I've served on the NAC for quite a while, since 2015, 14, somewhere in there.
Good morning. I'm James Tucker. I'm the pro bono voting rights counsel to the Native American Rights Fund. I'm an attorney that lives in Las Vegas. I'm not really from Las Vegas. And the primary communities that I work with are the American Indian and Alaska Native communities, and my specialties focus on race and redistricting as well as language accessibility.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Liliane Welty Tamai. I teach in Asian American Studies at UCLA. I primarily look at multiracial Asian American populations in my research. And I think I've been on the NAC since 2014, 15, same with Megan. And so welcome to the new members. Thank you.
My name is Chiling Tong. I'm the president and CEO of Asian Pacific American Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. We're the National Asian Chamber. We have 25 affiliates throughout the United States, like a California Asian Chamber. They have 20,000 members, and also Michigan, Houston, you name it. We represent 1.9 million Asian business owners. So this is my first time here, and really appreciate the opportunity to serve on this board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tae-Koo Lee. I'm a professor of political science and law at the University of California at Berkeley. My main areas of expertise are on racial and ethnic politics and the use of surveys. And within those areas, I focus a lot on Asian American civic and political engagement, and I've been on NAC since 2016.
Nicole Borromeo, I'm the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I've been on NAC for a day as well. I'm happy to be here. In my professional capacity, I work on a wide variety of different legal and policy issues as they pertain to the Alaska Native community, and excited to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Centino. I'm here on behalf of MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. MALDEF joined the NAC in 2016. As an organization, we represent the interests of Latinos across the United States. We work in key issue areas of employment, immigration, education, and political access and voting rights. We have an expertise in the use of census data, in redistricting, and any issues touching the Latino community across the country.
Good morning, Cherokee Bradley with Arkansas Medicaid. My areas of expertise is working with the underserved communities in both the public and private sector for 19 years and disability rights.
Good morning, and I add my welcome to the new members. My name is Inderdeep, last name Chatrat. I work at Duke University as Assistant Vice President in the Office for Institutional Equity, and essentially do work with both the university and the health system in looking at issues that pertain to equal opportunity, discrimination or non-discrimination, and do a lot of trend analysis in terms of how higher ed as employers work with these populations. Very heavy user of census data. So yes, I am truly committed to this work and others. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is John Sanova. I work with Intuit. My area expertise is multicultural marketing. I'm both thankful and very excited to be part of the council, and I appreciate the warm welcome.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Michaels. I'm a sociologist, a senior research scientist at NORC at the University of Chicago, along with Carol. And my work is in the area of sexuality and gender. Basically has been for now 30-some plus years, doing surveys of basically hard-to-count populations, mainly focused on issues around sexuality. And I've been on the committee for 6 years, and this is coming down to the final, and it's very exciting, and welcome to all the new members.
Good morning, my name is Morad Corbin. I'm with the Public Affairs Alliance of Iranian Americans. We strive to serve the Iranian American community nationwide. I've been on the NAC 5 years now.
Great, thank you, everyone. I understand we also have one of our NAC members on the phone. Gilberto Amaya is with us on the phone. Is he able to introduce himself? Can they unmute the mics and allow him to speak? Or not? Or not. Well, he is there, and we will welcome Gilberto. Gilberto joined the NAC the same year as Megan, Lily, and Stuart, and Morad and I, a big group of us, in 2014, and he has a lot of expertise on the subject of Afro-Latinos, as well as, I think, some business and marketing work.
Thank you.
Is that you, Gilberto? You can do a much better job of introducing yourself than I just did on the fly there, so please go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Gilberto Amaya, and you did a great job in the introduction. My main topic, and interest in joining the NAC on behalf of Afro-descendant populations is to make sure that we are properly represented in the census effort and to contribute to a more accurate counting of Afro-Latinos and other Black populations in the United States. So these are my main areas of work there. And again, I apologize for not being present today.
Thank you. At this time, please welcome Director Steve Dillingham.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning. Welcome to the fall meeting of the National Advisory Committee. We thank all who are attending or watching online through our live webcast. At the Census Bureau, we are undertaking many exciting and innovative projects, some of which will be discussed during today and tomorrow. Because we have entered the peak period of the 2020 census operations, that will be the focus of my remarks, and my esteemed colleagues will provide updates and more specific information on that topic and others. And then Deputy Director Ron Jarman will highlight a number of important topics and recent developments here at the Census Bureau. If there is a takeaway from today, it should be this: we need your help as partners, supporters, and champions of the 2020 census. We are on mission, on target, and on budget for a complete and accurate census count. Our decennial and field leaders, and you'll be hearing from them, Al Fontenot and Tim Olson, will cover selected highlights of the 2020 census, including the successes of the recent address canvassing and the path forward. My focus today is the importance of our significantly increased partnership specialists, their expanded roles, and their growing number of external collaborations, complete count committees, and partnerships that we are witnessing. Partnering with others is the key to achieving success, and it is happening as never before. Now is the time for action, and we must be bold and aspirational to achieve a complete count. That is where we can use your help. We have all government leaders, all agencies and offices, all federal, tribal, state, and local levels that we are reaching out to, and we hope and expect they will step forward as 2020 census partners. The nation has a rapidly growing list of complete count committees, I think it now exceeds 5,000, who promote awareness of and participation in the 2020 census. Already thousands of government leaders and offices have signed up as partners, but we continue to seek and encourage others. In recent weeks, I've had the pleasure to participate in meetings around the country, some of you at those meetings, as well as on Capitol Hill. I've seen growing, broad, bipartisan support in all areas, and the excitement is building. While visiting in Alaska, I received a warm reception from the House leader and later a copy of the resolution of support of the 2020 census passed by the House in Alaska. Interestingly, I saw when I was out in the remote areas, I saw the Speaker of the House's wife in remote Alaska assisting the census efforts in that remote community. This past Friday, we received a formal signed proclamation of 2020 census support from both U.S. senators from California, a state that has dedicated well in excess of $100 million to the effort. A multitude of governors, mayors, state, and local officials are doing likewise. We are encouraging others to join in. The clock is ticking, and the time to act is now. We're seeing more complete count committees, a dramatic acceleration of recruiting activities you'll hear more about, increased outreach to hard-to-count communities, and rapid census preparations. We also want all businesses, large and small, to consider being 2020 Census partners. Businesses help us inform their employees and customers of the importance of census data, including how it affects the economy, jobs, communities, public and private services, research, and family and individual decision-making. While the list of business partners has grown, we want to attract even more. We're striving to work closely with trusted voices at the local level, including all nonprofits, houses of worship, and public service organizations. Many national organizations, like the American Library Association and the Boys and Girls Club, have joined. Libraries have committed to opening their doors across the nation to allow use of local library computers for completing the census questionnaire by those who opt to use the internet option. Today, I will be meeting with Jewish, Islamic, and faith leaders from across the nation. We also want the entire educational community, from pre-K through higher education, to partner with the 2020 Census, including every school district, every school, every college and university. We know this is ambitious. Still, we want our partnership specialists and partners across the nation to reach out to all education institutions and assist in recruiting students as a force multiplier in our efforts. Recently, we kicked off our 2020 Census Statistics in Schools campaign in front of 1,000 excited fifth graders at a gathering at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis, Tennessee. They seemed eager to give their parents, families, and teachers a homework assignment in March 2020. Fill out the census and count everyone living in the household. Last month, we kicked off a national recruitment campaign in Phoenix, Arizona. We are committed to finding census job applicants and hiring in every community. Our approach is to capitalize on every event possible to encourage more people to consider a census job. Please refer anyone you know with an interest to 2020census.gov/jobs. Everyone at Census is a recruiter. We urge you to help us. We are working closely with major national education associations and colleges. They are on board to increase student and alumni awareness and interest in well-paying, career-enhancing, and actually fun jobs. On Tuesday in Houston, we received the strong support of Texas Southern University, the nation's second-largest historically black college, and we appreciate the members of Congress assisting us. Wherever I travel, I see more excitement and energy. During recent travels in Alaska and New Mexico, I met with thousands of participants at the Alaskan Federation of Natives in Fairbanks, also attended by Nicole Borromeo, where we discussed our ongoing relationships with American Indian and Alaska Native tribes. This is especially important because the remote Alaska operations is the first activity that we will kick off the 2020 census in January in remote Toksook Bay. The AFN passed a resolution of support. After leaving Alaska, down in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I spoke with thousands attending the National Congress of American Indians. As in the past, our consultation with American Indians and Alaska Native groups and tribal governments have helped us understand the best way to enumerate each community. They also passed a resolution supporting the 2020 census. Likewise, I'm enthusiastic about our ongoing relationships with Latino, Hispanic communities, Native Hawaiians, and Alaska Pacific Islanders, Asian Americans, and many, many others. We continue to work hand in hand with Native populations, tribes, and a multitude of groups and individuals and organizations to plan a 2020 census that will count everyone. I've been honored to meet dedicated partners as we visit hard-to-count groups in areas across the country. Visiting hard-to-count census tracts in urban, rural, and suburban areas and learning about their specific challenges is indeed a priority of the Census Bureau, as well as our partners. Everywhere I've seen committed supporters and innovative solutions. Solutions are developed by local leaders and trusted voices who want their communities to get a fair share of resources, economic development opportunities, and much-needed services. In short, the 2020 census belongs to everyone, and we need the public's help in making it successful. With our growing support across the nation, the new technologies and extraordinary communications campaign and unprecedented outreach, I am very optimistic that we can improve self-responses in every state across our nation. I want to thank all of you for serving on the National Advisory Committee, for your input and perspectives. We have made great strides in no small part because of your interest, dedication, and hard work. We appreciate your help and collaboration, and we appreciate your role as supporters, champions of the 2020 census. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the new members that are here today. And on behalf of everyone at the Census Bureau, thank you for your active participation on the National Advisory Committee. We appreciate the time you're taking from your schedules to provide recommendations and to support efforts that will help us reach every community. We look forward to these discussions and your contributions to improve our services, statistical practices, and preparations for a complete and accurate count in a brighter future. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve, and good morning, everybody. Glad to see all of you here today, especially the new members. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to sort of update you all on some recent and current Census Bureau activities. So let's start off with the 2019 census test. So you recall last summer we conducted the 2019 census test to study the operational effects on self-response of including a citizenship question on the 2020 census questionnaire. The test was a nationally representative randomized field experiment designed to inform hiring levels for the non-response follow-up operation, as well as other insights for the integrated communication and partnership programs. The major finding of the test was that there was no difference in self-response rates between the forms with and the forms without the citizenship question. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are some areas and for some subgroups that there were lower self-response rates for the test form with the citizenship question than with the question without, the form without. But these differences were small. Although the 2020 census will not include a citizenship question, these results do indicate that inclusion of such a question would not have affected hiring for the non-response follow-up operation, which was designed to collect responses from those who don't respond either through the mail, on the phone, or on the internet. We expect more results to be coming out as the team that conducted the analysis finishes up their report over the coming months. In the recent, just the past couple months, we've had major releases on our new data dissemination platform, data.census.gov, which will be replacing American FactFinder. So no new data are going out on FactFinder, and FactFinder should be released or retired sometime early next year. So first of all, we released data from the 2017 economic census, the first look report, but also in September, the 2018 American Community Survey one-year data became available for the nation with all states, DC, Puerto Rico, every congressional district, and so on and so forth. The release included the one-year detailed tables, data profiles, and the summary file. Just this last month, we released the remainder of the one-year core ACS tables, such as the comparison profiles and the selected population profiles. So we look forward to our releases coming out on the new dissemination platform. We are getting feedback from users, but I can tell you that compared to when we rolled out American FactFinder and American FactFinder 2, that the feedback has been much more positive. Although there are some cranky users out there, but we're attending to that. So address canvassing. So our first major field operation for the 2020 census, in-field and address canvassing, was successfully completed on Friday, October 11th. We had more than 32,000 people that were hired throughout the nation, trained and deployed in every county of the country to conduct in-field address canvassing. They canvassed more than 11 million blocks and canvassed more than 50 million addresses. Al will have some more details on this as we move forward, but this was the completion of the operation that included, of course, the important in-office component as well. Like Steve mentioned, we recently launched our 2020 peak hiring recruiting campaign. This is our second major field operation for NRFU, and the campaign will generate more than 2.7 million total applicants that can be considered for the hundreds of thousands of jobs that we'll need throughout the nation to count households that have not self-responded to the census. The selections for these jobs will begin in January for supervisors and in earnest for census taker jobs in February. Those selected will receive paid training starting in March, and they will conduct their work from May through early July. Turn to the budget. So the current continuing resolution provides funding through November 21st and contains a rate of operations anomaly for the Census Bureau that enables us to spend funds at a rate necessary to continue 2020 census operations as scheduled during the CR period. Funds that are available for the 2020 census to support the full schedule of activities in October and November, including the opening up of the area census offices, supporting our integrated communications campaign, recruiting the workers that we just talked about for NRFU, and completing the provision of IT systems into production. The FY 2020 budget for the Census Bureau totals $7.2 billion, an increase of $3.3 billion over FY 19, and includes $1.0 billion appropriated in prior years for use in FY 20. $6.3 billion for the 2020 census. That includes that $1 billion carried over. $83 million for our dissemination platform to continue working on that, on what we call, for CEDCAP, for work on data collection. $65 million for our data dissemination systems. $140 million to continue implementation and begin data releases, or continue data releases from the re-engineered 2017 economic census and census of governments, and $561 million to continue collection of our monthly, quarterly, and annual data on our economy and society, including our principal economic indicators, data from the American Community Survey, and releases from dozens of other economic and demographic and geographic programs. So just, to kind of, remind you of the total breadth of activities going on at the Census Bureau. We talked about the 2020 census. The budget will not only support our IT operations and hiring of our temporary staff, but we expect to print and distribute over 1 billion items and 565 million mail packages over 5 mailings. That printing is I think maybe even close to complete. Al, I don't know where we are on printing, but we're able to get that started on time last summer. Supports our integrated communications campaign, including advertising and partnerships to ensure that the census can maximize self-response rates across all localities and population groups. We currently have about 1,500 partnership specialists who are engaging with trusted voices in our communities to increase awareness and encourage participation in the 2020 census. Provides integrated systems to support operations to collect and process data in all manner that is secure, protected, and able to detect fraud at all times. Enables data processing, editing, and publishing to provide apportionment counts and redistricting data in FY 21, and supports operation of our CEDCAP systems in support of 2020 operations. At the same time, we continue to work on all of our other census and surveys. Our budget provides most complete address slips and maps for the 2020 census and our other economic and demographic programs, and supports the release of the 2017 economic census data, especially to set baselines for GDP that is done by our colleagues in the Bureau of Economic Analysis. So finally, let me just end with talking about, that when we're done with the census, we'll continue to keep working. The Census Bureau doesn't stop when the census is over. So we're already planning the 2030 census. But also we have a number of activities across the Census Bureau as we seek to continually innovate and modernize the Census Bureau's activities and improve the data that we provide to the American public, businesses, and government decision makers. So, we have a project that we're calling Statistical Data Modernization, where we're engaging in both training of our staff on modern data science techniques. We're also working on figuring out how we can recruit the best minds to come in and work with the Census Bureau to help us on this task. But some of the projects that we're applying these new methods and techniques to are especially sort of centered in our economic program. So Nick Orsini's leading a bunch of projects where we're looking at alternative data to improve our monthly retail trade statistics, where we're getting data from retailers on a more timely, more granular basis that we hope could really help sort of be the model of how we can improve our statistics going forward. So, once the census is over and we breathe a little, sigh of relief, we'll come back and update you on some of these activities that are kind of exciting and going forward should be able to improve not only the 2030 census, but all of our products around the Census Bureau. So with that, thank you and look forward to your questions.
Are there any questions? Again, for the new members, if you have any questions you'd like to put for Director Dillingham and Jarman, please turn your, we already have Megan. All right, Megan will start us off. How did I know it would be Megan?
I know, it's so surprising that I have something to say. I really, thank you both Director Dillingham and Mr. Jarman for sharing all of that information. As you know, I'm super excited about all of the great work that you are doing. And I do share your sunny outlook on the ability of the Census Bureau to come through on the operations that it wants to accomplish. But I'm also feel some concern about that the optimism sometimes obscures the reality of what you're working with and what you're able to do with the money that the Census Bureau has been allocated. I know that that you're doing the best with the money that you have and that you are staying on track with that budget, and that's fantastic. But I also know that the budget has caused you to make choices that are going to have an impact on what the count is particularly of historically undercounted populations. I'm hoping my colleague Jerry will speak a little bit more to the pieces of that have to do with hiring, because I think her expertise really outshines mine there. But I just wanted to raise a couple of other things that I think are choices that are helping with budget, but may have long-term impacts on what the quality of the data is. For example, we know that because of budget concerns, there have been different choices made about how you're doing non-response follow-up, and your use of administrative records in that process does save the Bureau a ton of money and keeps you on budget, but may mean that we have less rich data about the communities that we're most concerned about, and that it may mean that we are not counting all the people that we want to reach. Similarly, the choices that you're making about differential privacy are phenomenal, and we know that budget concerns play into that as well. When you're trying to protect privacy but get rich data out to folks, money is a piece of that conversation too. The amount of data that you're able to share is impacted by the amount of funds you have to allocate into that differential privacy conversation. The ways that you're evaluating census are also impacted by budget. We know in 2010 you did an external evaluation of the communications campaign run by folks at NORC, I believe, so yay, so glad to have you here. And we know in 2020 you're making the choice to do an internal evaluation instead of an external evaluation, which has its benefits, including cost savings. but also has its faults. It's always concerning when you're evaluating your own work, the bias that can be built into that because you know and trust the work of your colleagues can have impacts on what an evaluation looks like. And of course, the choices about what you're communicating about are impacted by budget as well. If you had all the money in the world, you might be able to invest more in communications that are directed at historically undercounted communities. You might be able to create more messages that address the concerns people have about privacy and confidentiality. You might be able to spread those communications further and invest more in partnerships as well. We know in 2010 there were partnership specialists that were able to work a little bit more closely with the partners. And I'm not saying the folks in 2020 aren't going to do a phenomenal job. I trust that they will. I think Census Bureau staff are some of my favorite people. And I know that budget constraints mean you are limited to in the amount of partnership that you're able to do. I would love to hear more about all of that in the coming days. I know that there are presentations on the communications campaign, on differential privacy. I know that there's not a specific place in the agenda to talk about administrative records, so if that's something you wanted to address here, I think that'd be really valuable to all of us. I think many of us are looking for clarity on exactly how many visits to houses are happening before administrative records are used, what's the quality of data, or how you're assessing the quality of data that you have through administrative records, whether or not that quality assessment includes whether there's race and ethnicity data in those administrative records, those sorts of things. So there's some detailed questions in there. It may be best for Al's presentation, but if that's something you could address now, that'd be great. And I will leave it to my more expert colleagues to talk about CVAP hiring, the other issues that I know a lot of us are sitting with this close to the census. We want to be helpful, and the existence of so many open questions really hampers our ability to assist you, right? And we are all here to help the Census Bureau do the best census possible. So if you can give clarity, I appreciate the optimism, but the clarity at this point is so critical to our ability to be assistive to you that we'd really appreciate more detail. Thank you so much.
Let me just give you a quick partial answer, and I'll start where you began. There was a lot to your questions, and we appreciate them so much, and the experience and work you've done, as well as Jerry too. And I think Jerry does have a strong interest, and we appreciate the strong support we're receiving from the Urban League, and they have similar concerns. And let me just address them very generally. I am very optimistic. I think this is going to be the best census ever for a whole lot of reasons. But particularly, you started out with a budget and the outreach. The budget, I'm very pleased to say, with all our planning, the administration supported a very strong budget for us, and we are on budget. And you also talked about, is there a need for, you intimated, an increase in budget. Congress is considering that, and we've had very strong support in the Congress, in both the House and Senate, and they have actually expressed interest in giving us additional funds. And we've been straightforward with the administration and Congress, and we've told them, and we were asked, what would you do if you got additional monies? And one of the things that we would do is expand our outreach. And a particular plan we put together that everyone that has reviewed it has supported it, if we get the funding for it, and that will be our mobile assistance centers. And these will be partners. We will extend our recruiters, about a group of about 4,000 to 5,000 individuals who will work hand in hand with our partnership specialists, and they will take our new technologies, our phones and our internet capabilities and our laptops, and go into the hard-to-count communities. So when people talk about, well, a lot of people don't have access to the internet, and that is in fact true in certain regions, and I've seen it, but I've also seen in Alaska where they tell me they're very innovative, and they gain access. They go to the local libraries. They park in the parking lot and have Wi-Fi outside the library. For a 30-mile radius, they come in. So those are some of the good things. But the outreach will be enormous. And we think that mobilizing our partnership specialists and mobilizing, which is double what it was in the last decennial census, and then adding to it, quadrupling it with these other assistants, we call them mobile assistance centers, because Congress had an interest in, the bricks and mortar, and we said, no, we want them mobile. We want them efficient and effective. And we can go into those hard-to-count communities. We can go into the homeless populations with our laptops. We can go into the civic centers. We can go into the churches. We can go into the athletic events. We can go to anywhere people gather, and they can answer the census anytime, anywhere, any place. And we are spreading that word. People are excited about it. And Tuesday, when I was in Houston, and the university said, we're opening our doors at the university. People can come in. The Library Association across America, we're opening our doors. People can come in. And churches are saying the same thing. Wherever I go, people are identifying new capabilities, new options, and new technologies. We can reach the hard to count. We can reach those populations better than ever before, but we must have the will, and we must have the people, we must have the support to do it. And we appreciate all the groups you're representing who are partnering with us and joining with us in this effort. So a budget is good. Congress may give us a little more money, and we've got great plans for it. And they support the plans. When I was on the Hill yesterday, I can't tell you how much support we're receiving. Some members of Congress would like to pass a unanimous resolution of both houses in support of the 2020 census. If they do that, we would be very pleased. So I'm just telling you, I'm optimistic. This is exciting. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of challenges. The technologies are challenges. We're applying our best talents, the best thinking in and out of government, and we're going to make this the best, I think, most successful census ever. But we do have the challenges. When we rely more on technology, that presents another set of challenges, and you'll be hearing more about that. Now, the other things about the evaluation, methodology, differential privacy, administrative records, there are going to be other discussions on that, so I'll leave it up to the specialists who can take the deep dive that you need and deserve. But I just want to say that with your support, we are very optimistic, but we are not blind. There are many, many challenges, and we're glad that you're here to help us address those challenges. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to go on down the line here with our questions. I will put a little, as Karen is our timer here, is keeping me on task. We have about 7 minutes left before our presentation begins, so so we can get as much in there as possible. Sort of like speak fast and with your questions, and we'll try to move through this as quickly as we can. Andrea is our next person.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for those presentations. I'll be quick. I have many detailed questions about some of what's already been raised and discussed, but I think, to start out, I would like to know if you could provide us with a little bit more information about what is being done to comply with the executive order and the production of CVAP data. And first and foremost, I think it would be helpful to know if the interagency working group has already been created, who is a part of that working group, and what is the process going to be? How will that process engage the public? And what's really the timeline that we're looking at here? I know that there have been, that there's, the expectation that CVAP data, will be released in March 31st, 2020, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about why and what is the thinking behind that process, particularly because we know that there is going to be, I think, a need for increased public engagement and then also a greater discussion about whether that really is the right time.
Okay, great. I just want to clarify, CVAP for those new members is a citizen voting age population, so we'll go ahead and let them respond to this.
Okay, I'm Enrique Lamas with Census. The Interagency Committee has been formed. It includes agencies in the executive side that have information data files that individuals already provide to the federal government, to the Census Bureau. Agencies such as Social Security Administration, agencies such as Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies. The goal of it is to produce a citizen voting age population tabulation that we currently produce. So we currently produce it from the American Community Survey. And going forward, the request is to have it produced at the block level, citizen voting age population at the block level, using the decennial census, because the ACS cannot get to that level of geography. The ACS can get you to the block group level, so it's a group of blocks, and what the proposal is to get it to a block level. That does not mean that the potential for disclosure is there. Title 13 still applies to any data product that we produce. It will be confidential. It will be using the disclosure avoidance techniques that model the data down to the block level. So that methodology is, and the data files that we're going to use in that data set have not been developed yet. We have a timeline to get us to a March 31st of 2021 for the release, which is the time that we would have released the CVAP anyway. So I think the big difference is that it will use more administrative records that are already with the federal government. It will be used in a modeling approach, and it will not disclose anything about the individual from the decennial census. So that would be my response to your question.
Andrea, do you want to, looks like you have a quick follow-up.
And so I'll be very quick. I know there are other people with questions. Just in following up with that, I think that one, it would be very helpful if you could provide the full list of the interagency working group members. So all of the agencies, I know you've listed this Social Security Administration and DHS, but other agencies that are part of the working group. In addition, I think it would be very helpful if you could provide more details about what data sources the Census Bureau and the interagency working group are pursuing in order to fulfill out the executive order. And then I know you just mentioned right now that you would be using it in a modeling format, and you haven't yet developed the methodologies. I think that it would be also very helpful to better understand what that process is, how the modeling, how modeling would work and interplay with the creation of that data, and how that's different than normal census enumeration procedures.
Certainly, and in the executive order, a lot of the agencies are already listed. I don't think there's any there that, in addition to that, that we contacted, but we can get you to the list. And then the modeling, we can have a discussion about that also.
Our next question is Jerry.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dillingham, it's nice to see you here. I think I've seen you and I've seen each other quite a bit across the country, and I want to thank you for your accessibility and engagement that you've had with the National Urban League. It's been great. My issue goes to Andrea's to a great degree. I'm surprised that there hasn't been a presentation on this issue. Certainly there needs to be more transparency. My issue has to do with transparency. And Andrea, thank you for raising those questions. But what is the process? Will there be a Federal Register notice? How will the public know where this process ends and what decisions have been made? Will there be presentations to this committee? What are your conversations with state and local officials? So it's just a matter of transparency so that we are all understanding what's going on and how this is going to end up. It's very important to our communities.
We're implementing the executive order and working on it, and we have, as was mentioned, we've established some internal dates as our milestones based on past experience with administrative data. So the Census Bureau has a very lengthy history that Ron can get into great detail with you on our use and expanded use of administrative data. So we will be keeping people informed of our progress. We have established these internal milestones, and we are in the process of completing agreements with those federal agencies specified in the executive order. So as we get those agreements in place and as we ingest the data, and I want to say that our methodology and Johnny Bout and others are very, very skilled in doing this. When we take a look at the data, we'll know what we have, and then we will know how best to analyze it and how to use it in the modeling techniques. So that's just generally, that's kind of the way we do business. And that's, we'll keep people updated on the process. But we're following by the letter of the executive order. So that really specifies what we are to do with gathering the data.
Okay, Jake is our next question.
Thank you. My question doesn't require an immediate answer. It's more of a request for information. But I really wanted to get more information regarding the citizenship. I don't want to debate methodology or the results or anything like that, but it is a big deal that just, earlier in the year there was a census or the Bureau did put out a working paper that said perhaps that question may deter up to 9 million people from responding, and the most recent experiment showed that there is no statistical significantly, difference there. And so I would just like for the NAC to get more info besides the preliminary or the blog post that was out there, because that is a big one for communities, even though the citizenship question is not going on the form. So that's all I wanted to request, was more information on that, on the recent experiment, so that we can digest that and get that out to our community partners as well.
Yeah, I mean, just, a couple things. It's not an apples to apples comparison necessarily, completely different methodology between the two things, which is why we wanted to do an experiment in the first place. But the team is working on writing up a full report, and I think when that report is out, then we'll be able to have a good discussion about those results.
Great, Nicole is our next person.
Thanks. I don't have a question, just a comment while the director and deputy director are in the room. In Alaska, the Native community is still quite concerned, if you will, over the tribal affiliation question on the census. There's a lot of questions about how that's going to be used and how to fill it out properly, because we have a corporate structure versus a reservation structure, and that corporate structure is then bifurcated further into regional and village corporations. So we're a little bit different than the lower 48 tribes in terms of answering that question. And thank you very much for coming to the state last month and consulting on this issue. But I think when the consultation was over, our tribes had more questions than answers on that particular question. So I just want to flag that for you as you continue to work through the issue. And the second item for your consideration, and know that we're still having a lot of questions about up there, is the differential privacy aspect of the census and how that is going to skew the data for the American Indian and Alaska Native population. That we're a very small population, so entering in I can't remember the exact word for it, the scrambling of the data is really going to skew our numbers. And hopefully we can have some dialogue offline as it relates to American Indian and Alaska Native communities. Thank you.
Let me just say very generally, we appreciate, and you helped to moderate that discussion in Alaska. We very much appreciate it. There were some very specific questions and detailed questions. We did have some methodologists there that had many of the answers, and we had some others that work with you on an ongoing basis. So we will work with you more closely to explain to you the new data collection, and it is an improved instrument where people can include all their tribal affiliations And I don't think it was probably at that meeting clearly expressed and discussed the methodologies by which we can produce differing tabulations. So the data goes into our system, and then it can be captured and analyzed in many different ways. And John About and others and the deputy here can explain that. But I think we need a very targeted discussion with you on just what some of those tabulations are, because people were asking questions like, is it the first affiliation that you put, or is it the fifth affiliation in your household? And then how do you analyze that? And a lot of it gets down to a level of detail in the tabulation, the products that we produce and can produce. But we want to work with you on that. And we are very much aware with the disclosure avoidance does have strong impacts on the local data that the tribes often want, and Native Alaskans, and we're going to be working with you on the disclosure avoidance as we try to finalize that methodology. But it is a complicated issue where we have to balance privacy along with the rigorous data needs that you have. Thank you.
Jim?
So first of all, Dr. Dillingham, I wanted to thank you, and I also wanted to thank the census staff who attended. It was actually quite a large staff who attended both AFN and NCAI, and more importantly, this week, I know you're not there, but USET in Jackson, Mississippi is happening, and my understanding is Census also has folks down there, so we do appreciate that. I want to echo some of the concerns that have been raised about differential privacy. And one of the specific recommendations, just to tee it up and let you know, because I think a number of us have talked about this, is I think it would be a good idea to establish a joint working group with CSAC and the NAC to talk about some of our recommendations to address the concerns that we have on differential privacy. Getting to the mobile QACs, I think it's especially important to make sure that a special emphasis be placed on language accessibility and to make sure that we have bilingual individuals who do that. The other thing that I think I wanted to raise with this is we appreciate the fact that the Bureau has given us a census template, a glossary template for the languages that will not be among the 59 that are covered. And I think something else that's going to be important with that is because a lot of our external organizations are working on developing translations for things that will not be translated by the Bureau. To the extent that mobile QACs will be used, I think it's very important to work directly and closely with those CBOs to make sure that you're actually having folks use some of the translation tools that we're actually preparing and providing, because I think it'll be essential to do that to reach many of the populations we're talking about.
Let me just say we agree with you, I think, on all your points. And on the mobile assistance centers, keep in mind that one of the things, and the theme that I was trying to emphasize here, is the external role of all the groups, the complete count committees, and all the groups that are supporting the Census Bureau. So when we operationalize, I'm assuming we will be able to operationalize the mobile assistance questionnaire units, that we would like a federal presence there, and we would like our partnership specialists and the assistants to go there. But by and large, those events, we expect them to be populated by the local groups, such as the groups in California, the 5,000 complete count committees. They already have plans. We already are discussing how we can set up tables and have these locations where we're working closely with the local governments, the local officials, the local organizations, and we want to be there, we want to be embedded, but those are opportunities, and we do need to address the language needs of those communities. You're absolutely correct. And we will work with you on that. Very pleased to see in Hawaii, for example, the organizations there already are translating on their own, the complete count committees and others, the promotional material. So we move from the promotional material to the questionnaire itself, and we very much appreciate it. We met with a senator from Alaska yesterday. He was very interested in that, and so we need to work with you on that and make sure it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dillingham. Thank you, Ron. Now we will hear from Al Fontenot and Michael Thiem, who will present an update on the 2020 census.
Good morning. I'd like to, on behalf of the 2020 Decennial Leadership Team, thank and welcome all of the continuing members of the NAC and all of our new members of the NAC. Michael Thiem, who is the Assistant Director for Systems and Contracts, and Deb Stimkowski, who's the Assistant Director for Decennial Program Management and Scheduling, are both seated at the presentation table, and they will be joining me in this presentation. I want to thank the members of the NAC for making sure that in our rush to make sure we do a complete and accurate census, we don't forget about any portions of the population that may be neglected, that may be hard to count, that may be not thought about. You have been strong advocates for counting everyone, regardless of the small size of that population, regardless of the isolated nature of that population, and we appreciate your input and your making sure that we do our job thoroughly to make sure everyone is counted once in the right place. And we thank the NAC and we welcome the new members for your contributions. I am terribly excited right now because the census has started. People don't know that, but the census has started. If you go with me to the first slide, it talks about where we are. If you look, the green sections are completed. The first big field operation, conduct in-field address canvassing, ran August 18th through October 11th. That's a completed operation. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. I just came from Houston, Texas, where the field directorate had 320 leaders from each of the regions who are going to be the people managing the process in a conference that is going to spend specific time on every sub-operation of the census, on every process of the census, and make sure that they understand all their questions have been answered, and they're going to be able to lead, train, and develop their staff to conduct a complete and accurate census. But most important to me was the motivation. They were motivated, they were focused, they understood the mission, they understood their commitment to the mission, that this was not just a job, but this was a mission that impacts the future of our nation, the future of their communities, and the future of their families. I saw that enthusiasm throughout those 320 people, and that helps make me feel very confident and good about our ability to move forward with a successful census. The next key thing that will happen will be our advertising campaign. It will be launched in January 2000. That would be when we will start letting people know the census is coming. Be prepared. You have many ways that you're going to be able to respond to the census. We're accommodating you, but the census is coming. At the same time, in 75 days, I believe 75 days, we will be in Alaska conducting the first enumeration in Toksook Bay, Alaska, January 21st. That will be a full enumeration. Director Dillingham will be there in his parka on his dog sled conducting that enumeration. But in 202 days, we'll be at Census Day and fully rolling into the census. Let me spend a couple of minutes and talk to you about what happened during address canvassing. I could reduce this into 3 succinct sentences. All of our systems worked. We were able to collect good data, and we managed it effectively throughout the regions and the nations by working together as teams. But let me give you a little more detail. We hired and deployed 32,000 listers nationwide, equipped them with laptops, and they canvassed over 50 million addresses. Productivity exceeded our plans, primarily because our optimization, route optimization software sent people the most effective way to get to the areas that they needed to canvass. Our production exceeded the plan by 31% and quality control by 69%. We successfully managed operations nationwide from 39 area census offices compared to 151 offices managing them in 2010. And I want to spend just a moment and talk about that because people generally don't understand census offices are administrative centers. They really have no impact on how we conduct the operation in those communities, whether there's an office there or not. What happens there is they turn in payroll, clerks key in payroll in 2010. None of that's being turned in and keyed in 2020. That's being done electronically. So you don't need as many clerks keying in payroll. We handed out the work from those offices in 2010. That's being transmitted electronically in 2020. You don't need as many administrative centers. But with the 39 offices that were operating during address canvassing, they were very effective in managing a national workload. The operation was completed under budget. $48.8 million in operational savings, an additional $17 million in training savings. That put dollars in our pocket to be able to use more effectively to reach out toward hard-to-count populations. So it's not as though those dollars went away. We deployed those in ways where we had needs to make sure we count everyone. We deployed 27 of our IT systems for the first 3 operations, which are vital to our peak operations. They were successfully employed. They worked together with each other. We were able to test their performance in not a test environment, but in a real-world environment, and we deployed them on schedule. It was great when I was walking around talking to some of the people from the local offices, and they said all the systems worked. They were just so ecstatic that they didn't have systems that did not work. They were scaled. They required the loads for address canvassing. They met that load requirement. We were able to distribute our staff devices nationwide using our devices as a service contract. We had an automated solution for hiring and training. That worked extremely effectively. That did not impact why we weren't able to hire the 40,000 we had planned to hire, and I'm going to talk about that in another couple of moments. But we saw new operational control systems. We saw automated time and expense reporting. We saw enhanced listing and mapping applications for validating our address, all work effectively in address canvassing. And something that happened that we did not plan, would not plan, Hurricane Dorian came along in the middle of address canvassing, and we had an opportunity to deploy our rapid response teams. They were able to account for our people at all times, ensuring our people were safe, our equipment was safe, and our facilities were secure. And those were the 3 missions of our rapid response team. We went on a rapid response availability 24 hours. We were able to shut it down after 5 days when the danger to most of the areas had abated. But it was an opportunity to see if it worked, to test it out. And I think we had our first call on a Saturday, and all the team were on that call. I was on the call. Our team leaders were all on the call, and we were able to make sure that we're able to do that in the event of any type of major emergency. And that was a testing that we hadn't planned, but as it turned out, it worked. We had no injuries. We also were able to keep people on mission. People who were not affected by the hurricane and their neighborhoods were not affected continued to work during that time frame. And it was managed between headquarters and the local offices. It was very successful for us. Let's look at some details. The thing that strikes me most is the chart line on Lister productivity was a smooth line. If it had unusual bumps in it, then that means something unusual happened to impact productivity or didn't impact productivity. It started out productive, it continued productive, and we had 20.75 addresses per hour versus 15.84 in our plan. Now, the reason was not because we worked faster, but we worked more efficiently. We went to the addresses. We took more time traveling inefficiently out of the system. That enabled us to be more effective. We also improved the listing and mapping application from the 18 tests to now. There were things that we did to make that application work more efficiently, and that was very effective for us. And as we mentioned before, the actual cost of the operation was around $90 million versus a planned cost of $123 million. Let's look at quality control. One of the things I want to emphasize is we changed the way we measured and monitored quality control in the 2020 census. Thank you. The actual blocks that were referred from in-office address canvassing were more likely to have changes. If you recall, we did in-office address canvassing based on aerial imagery, where we were able to look at changes in neighborhoods and communities that had no change in the structure and architecture of the community, and then compare that to the post office's sequence delivery file that had no changes in the addresses. That eliminated the need to walk those blocks, but we walked every other block. So we walked about 30% of the blocks in the nation to verify addresses that we could not verify, tying together our own records, the post office's delivery sequence file, and our aerial imagery. When we did that, we said, we know those blocks are more likely to have changes because they're going to be more difficult blocks. So we strategically placed more of those difficult blocks in QC. We used a more stringent standard for a block to pass. It took less address failures to fail the entire block, because that gave us an opportunity to go back and make sure that block was recanvassed, so we had accurate data. Our master address file is in the best condition it has ever been in the history of the census right now, for two reasons. We started the decade looking to improve the quality of the master address file, working closely with the post office, working closely with communities, with programs where communities could input their information on addresses and address changes that we needed. And those operations, LUCA, local update of address, census addresses, the BAS, the Borders and Annexation Survey, and the work that our geographers did with local geographers helped us ensure we went into address canvassing with a good master address file. So if you look at a number on this chart, the percentage fails, it's really the addresses. 4.3% of the addresses failed. We were anticipating around 8%. That's traditionally about where you fail in an address canvassing operation. But it was, 4.3 was a testament to the quality of the master address file. And so we were very pleased with that. You see a big number that scared a lot of people when it said 36% of the blocks failed, but that was because we set it up to fail blocks easier so we could be sure we went in and checked it. So we were very pleased with the quality results. Let's talk about lessons learned. We learned some key lessons. We experienced higher than anticipated dropout and no-show rates during our onboarding and training process. Why? Inadequate follow-up with applicants. We didn't follow up with applicants enough to say, remember, you have training scheduled. Call them up, remind them, get them to come. We had inconvenient fingerprint locations. We planned a fingerprint location within 50 miles of any potential applicant. That's too far for some people. They were not going to travel 50 miles to go get fingerprinted for a temporary job. We have revised that, and I'll talk about that a little later. The wage rates in some areas were not competitive. In other areas, they were very competitive, but we've done an assessment on that. So what did we do during the operation to make sure it was successful? We scheduled replacement training during the operation, which was not planned, and we kicked off replacement training and added people. We were at about 23,000, and it took us to 32, trying to make sure that we got staff in places that needed additional staff, because sometimes on a national level, you can be deceived because the numbers look good in terms of hiring, but you have big holes where some regions just do not have enough people. So we were on top of that all the time. It enabled us to complete the operation on time and within budget. We were very excited about that. So what are we doing going forward to correct the hiring challenge? We're increased our recruiting goal from 2.3 million to 2.7 million for peak operations. Now let's talk about that. If you look back one slide, and I'll take you back, you see on the right-hand side there's a funnel. The funnel really reflects our hiring experiences from the time we recruit applicants at the top to they go through background checks, to they have high scores in the assessment, suitability in terms of hours that they're available, to get down to the number of people you really want to hire. We have experienced historically in past censuses, in our test, and in the 2020 address canvassing, a drop-off very similar to what's pictured in that funnel. So we said we need to make sure we have more people going into the top of the funnel. That's one thing. We're substantially increasing the paid advertising out in the communities that say, come and get a census job. In 2010, throughout the entire operation, we spent $3.7 million on recruiting advertising. In 2020, fiscal 2020, which just started in October, in quarters 1 and 2, we will spend $10.2 million in recruiting advertising alone. We already spent 3.4 in fiscal 19. So we're going to continue to advertise, come get good paying, quality census jobs, affect your community, reach out. I'm not nearly as effective talking about that as our commercials will be, but we will be reaching out to every community saying it's important for your community, it's important for you, and it's an opportunity to earn money. The director talked about recruiting and partnerships. Our partners will be critical to helping us reach out to get new applicants into our pool. We're expanding the staff dedicated to recruiting. This is planned. We're going up from 1,000 to about 4,700 total recruiters out in the field, out getting people to come in. Now, it's a different process than it was in 2010. In 2010, they had to schedule a room, they had to invite people to a room, give them a test in front of them. They can do it online, but the recruiters are out there working with community organizations, getting people to go online, getting them to get involved in our census. If people can't get online, we can still do a paper application. We can still allow them to fill out a paper assessment. So we're making sure we don't miss anyone. We just reviewed our pay rates, and we're increasing pay rates in about 73% of the counties where we're changing the pay rates to get to areas that are more competitive. And a lot of that happens, interestingly enough, in rural communities. A lot of the big urban areas, our pay rates were very competitive, but sometimes in the rural communities, they were not. And so we've done an assessment with our economists, and we are changing the rates. They're going up on an average of about $1.50 an hour. We are sending 5 million postcards per month to neighborhoods where we need more applicants saying, come join the census. We're activating our network of partners. I talked about that. There's over 70,000 partner organizations that we have out there, and we want them to promote census jobs. And we're decreasing the distance for applicants to travel to get fingerprinted from 50 miles down to 20 miles. So by doing that, we've added fingerprint sites, we've added fingerprinting equipment in each of our area offices, and we have an interagency agreement with the United States Postal Service that in areas that we can't reach, they will do fingerprinting activities for us so people can go to their local post office branch to get fingerprinted. And then we're almost tripling our review staff. That's the Census Investigative Services that initiate and process background checks. I'm going to stop talking about the test just for a second and talk about that because I had some questions that came from members of the NAC earlier on before we got into the presentation about what we do. We worked with a series of industrial psychologists to develop what activities or crimes or what backgrounds would be a challenge when people are visiting homes, when people are knocking on doors in communities. And we've developed a list of what background crimes cannot get you hired at all, what can't get you hired if they were committed within the last 10 years or over the last 5 years, or what we will waive, like your traffic accidents or your bar fights or marijuana violations. You know, those things we'll hire people in spite of. Now, we can't publish that list because that's something that the Office of Personnel Management holds very close and legal holds very close. But we have done a lot of work in making sure that we are screening backgrounds appropriately for the right type of people, because we don't want people knocking on your door who have violent crime backgrounds, who have housebreaking backgrounds, or who have backgrounds that may cause any kind of hurt, danger, or harm to our respondents. There was a question also at that time that floated in about what do we do about people that perhaps have backgrounds in organizations such as white militant organizations or other harmful organizations. We can screen in this process for any arrest records if people have done things. If people have not done things, you can't screen for where their heart is. What we have to do is manage what they're doing when they're working for us, to ensure that we are managing people's activities so that they are staying on mission and doing the things that the mission requires. So that's something that we always closely do. And in every census, we have people who will pop up and they'll start to do things that are not aligned with the mission, and they're quickly released from duty as a census employee. Let's talk about partnership for a second. This is our national map of where partners live, not where they're actually working, but where they live. We have ensured by looking at the map, looking at the areas that they cover, that there are sufficient partnership staff covering every geography we have in the United States and Puerto Rico to ensure that we get good coverage from our partnership staff. But the second piece that's happening is we have also looked at what they have been doing so far. We have 86,000 community partners, partnership organizations that our partnership people have gone out, signed up, and engaged. They've done over 93,000 operations that they've actually done an event. They've focused on a hiring event. They focused on be sure to fill out your census. We are turning them in the next 3 months to spending most of their energy on hiring activities before we get ready for them saying, don't forget the census is right around the corner. If you look at the bottom of the chart, it shows we have a background ranging from business organizations, chambers of commerce, schools, faith-based organizations, nonprofits, and technology companies. But it gives you a good look at the activities that our partnership team have been doing. They've also created over 5,600 complete count committees, 5,800 complete count committees as of now. And complete count committees, for those of you who are unfamiliar, are local community organizations that design their focus around the needs of their own community. How do we get people to participate in the census and get a complete count in our community? I spoke to the U.S. Conference of Mayors last year about organizing complete count committees in every city, and before I got to speak, one of the mayors said, could I make some comments about complete count committees? And when you're at the podium and someone does that, you never know what's coming. But I said, sure, go ahead. He was from a small town in Minnesota, and he said in the 2000 census, his city ranked in the bottom quarter of the state in terms of their response to the census. They did a complete count committee in 2010. His city had a small budget. He took $10,000 of his city budget and committed it against opposition on his council to his complete count committee. He said they put signs on buses, they put signs in neighborhoods, they had communication meetings, because the first thing they found out was people didn't participate in the 2000 census because they didn't think it mattered to them personally. They didn't think it mattered to the community center down the street or the road improvements. But getting people in and talking to them, he said it resulted in his city ranking in the top quarter of all cities in the state in terms of census response in 2010. But the bottom line was $1 million in extra funding flowed into his city per year after that, and he turned to the rest of the mayors and said, I spent $10,000 and it's getting me $10 million over the decade. Who would not want that return on investment? Complete count committees are extremely effective. State complete count committees was a new initiative that we drove in 2020 that we didn't drive as hard in 2010. And so far, we only have 2 states that have decided not to do state complete count commissions. We have one that is considering. We have 2 others that are committed to it in formation, but 47 states actually have complete count committees. They're working the complete count committees. They're working the plans. Some states, such as California, have committed extraordinary amounts of money. I believe California's at $182 million committed to the census. 187? $187 million committed to the census. That's pretty phenomenal. But they realize it's the state's interest to ensure that they get their funding flow and they get seats, the correct number of seats in the states. But every state that's shown in blue has an active complete count committee. But I wanted to show you something, that there are 537 government 244 community and 2 tribal complete count committees in those 5 states that don't have active complete count committees. So while Florida didn't show anything, or Texas didn't show theirs already formed, Texas has 508 complete count committees. 346 of the cities in Texas have actually established their complete count committee as individual cities. I mean, Dallas, Houston, the major cities have all realized that they need a strong complete count committee, plus a number of smaller municipalities. So this is the work that the partnership specialists that we have hired are out doing in the field. We will continue to refresh and rehire and hire new partnership specialists all the way until we're into peak operations. But I wanted you to get just this look at what we're already seeing in terms of the effectiveness of their work. We also have our national participating organizations in our national national partnership program activities. And there are over 460 organizations that are participating with us at a national level. Now, a national level is a corporation can have impact across the nation with member organizations. AARP is a great example. AARP, which reaches out to folks who are my age and many of our age in this room, I think they start mailing things to you when you're in your late 40s. But they're reaching out to people, a lot of retired communities, to say, this is a great opportunity for census jobs, and you need to participate in the census. They used Tim and I in a video about coming to work for Census Like Us, and I thought they could have gotten some old people, but they picked us. but
Come on.
but they did use us in a video, and they're an example. The Annie Casey Foundation really focused on how do we get our complete count of children, and that's critically important. The NAACP, the Public Library, United Way Worldwide, just examples of some of the organizations in our national partnership program that are working very closely with us. The director mentioned mobile complete count committees. In 2010, we had complete count committees, mobile questionnaire assistance centers. In 2010, we had questionnaire assistance centers that were physically located in malls and different places. We ended up getting about 20 persons per location throughout the entire census on average. The idea had merit, but there's something inefficient about just getting 20 per location. So this plan allows us to use mobile locations. We can go where communities think it's important for us to go. This is a program that will be worked very closely with the community organizations to put these centers at events and at locations where they can tell people in those communities, the census will be here, they will bring laptops, tablets, they will bring ways for you to fill out your census right there with this mobile activity. And we look at street fairs, sporting events, libraries, all sorts of events like that as ways to reach hard-to-count communities, communities that do not have access to computers, they may not have access to Wi-Fi, and we're going to be interacting directly with your community organizations and with the hard-to-count people in those communities to be more effective in our mobile QACs. We talked a little bit about our language program. I just wanted to reflect the status of our language support information. If you went out on our website right now, you can find every one of the major areas. Our internet self-response, census questionnaire, assistant instruments will be there. Our enumerator instrument, language identification card, and field enumeration materials will be there. Our multi-mail packages will be there. The only thing not posted yet is the language video guides, and they're in the process of being developed, and they will be available in January of 2020. They're currently not available. But we are making sure that we're getting the language material out in front and available on our internet site right now so people can start to work with them, and so we can start to work with local community organizations to be sure that we can capture all the language needs and language isolation needs of the communities. At this point, I will stop for questions before I will turn it over to Michael Thiem, who will be talking about systems readiness.
Okay, our first question is Teku.
Thank you. It's a fascinating update. I just have two very quick questions. One, because of the tight labor market, can you say anything about whether recruitment of census workers was especially difficult among particular racial ethnic minority groups or for certain language competencies? And then secondly, because this was the first major field operation and there's much greater reliance and planned reliance in 2020 on digital and IT systems, was there any kind of stress testing on the security of the IT systems that were deployed for the address canvassing?
Well, let me answer both those questions. We are seeing, interestingly enough, your most difficulty recruiting is not among some of the hard-to-count minority populations, because those are the same people that are last hired and still unemployed in a lot of the job markets. And so because of that, they're more available. A lot of the communities with extremely low unemployment don't have a lot of hard-to-count communities, and that extremely low unemployment makes it difficult to recruit people. Iowa, I mean, I could go through states that it's a challenge to recruit enough people because the unemployment numbers are so low in those places. Unfortunately, what's not good for the nation, which is unemployment, is good for us. And in 2010, when we had high unemployment, we got every sort of person in every area. Right now, we are looking at every area in the country, trying to make sure we get it, but we don't tend to have a bias of lack of applicants in hard-to-count areas. That's generally where we have more applicants, and that's a plus, but it doesn't solve our total problem. We are really struggling to get applicants into that pool everywhere. And in terms of languages of our applicant pool, Tim, if you could join that conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Al. Tim Olson here. So our recruiting, we are, all pistons are functioning right now to generate up to the 2.7 million applicants. We've got recruiting assistants throughout the country. Al mentioned the advertising. In terms of the diversity of the applicants, just from a language perspective, bilingual language perspective, almost 20% of all of the current applicants are bilingual. And they represent primarily Spanish, but there's many other languages, actually a total of 400 plus languages or dialects. And I want to make an announcement if I could.
Please.
So yesterday morning at about, I think it was 8:30 in the morning Eastern time, Al and I got notification that we exceeded the 1 million mark of applicants in our system. Big milestone. And so we only need 1.7 million more. And so I want to make an appeal to you as advisory committee members, and a very particular appeal to anybody listening in the audience through our webcast. Now is the time to apply for these temporary census jobs. We're going to begin the selections for the probably about 30,000 supervisors. We're going to start those selections in January. That's just a couple of months away. And then we'll start selections for census takers February and early March. Training begins in March and April. We hit the ground running the end of April, early May. We've still got 1.7 million applicants, so that we feel comfortable that in every neighborhood we can effectively hire the people we need that look like and represent the neighborhoods they're in. We need people right now to apply. And so let me make that appeal, and then I'll be quiet for a moment. Get the word out to your folks, your friends, your networks. Use social media. Get the word out right now to apply, get in the pipeline, to get in. they won't hear from us for a few months. Let them know that. You know, we're sending out biweekly email reminders to all the applicants right now, just kind of giving them a hang tight. You know, we're still recruiting, but get that word out right now. Just help us out on that.
And I might add that the bilingual reminders that we're sending out is a reasonably new initiative. One of the challenges that we also learned in address canvassing, people who had been in the pool for several months and had not heard from us, and they were concerned that they weren't hearing anything. Now, people that have actually been in the pool for a while have gone, hey, I got a letter from Census, I got this email from Census, I got this notification that, yeah, I'm in the pool. If you went on our website for jobs and looked at the details, which no one ever does, behind what's about the job when we hire, it laid out that timeline that you were going to the pool now, but you wouldn't be selected until, you know, the first of the year, but people didn't pay attention to that. And so a lot of people are concerned, well, I put in my application, nobody called me. So we're making sure that we send out those communications and reach out to communities to let people know, yes, you're in the pool, yes, this is where we stand in our status, and making sure they stay willing applicants, and that's important. The second piece of your question, in terms of stress tests and our ability to ensure that we can meet the higher requirements of the bigger operations, Michael's going to talk about that in detail in our systems readiness update right now, so he will be able to manage to give you the answers to that in detail.
This is Gilberto Amaya. I have a question. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the advertisement and and that there was some savings from other efforts that you were taking on. My question is, looking at the work ahead for advertisement, if those resources and considering that we have a lot of complete count committees and partners in the field, if we can make a better effort to reach hard to count communities and also to use messaging and imaging in a more effective way to highlight the diversity of communities like the Hispanic communities, for example, to show significant groups in those communities, like the Afro-Latinos. That would be my question. If there's an effort that could be done in that direction using the resources that are being saved from other efforts to ensure a complete count of those communities.
If I can be very direct, the answer is yes. We are deploying resources in ways that can effectively reach out to our hard-to-count communities in more effective ways. I think when they show the information on the Integrated Communications Program, they will answer a lot of your questions of showing diversity in communities, and especially, well, all of our communities, and showing the people in the commercial, showing activities that will give you the graphic imagery that you're looking for. And yes, we are deploying those dollars that way. That's the advantage. That doesn't go back. I have multi-year budget money, so I can move it to where we have the biggest need as we continue to move forward.
Okay, well, we have two other people with questions up, but we're also behind. Do you all want to hold? I've got Jerry and Megan on my list here, so can you all hold yours till after the next one, or Al will still be here? Is that okay, or do you want to? Jerry looks like she wants to do hers. No. Okay. You want make it fast? Let's just do it then. Okay.
My apologies. Just very quickly, Al, because I need your help on this, okay? Are there, and I understand that there are areas in the country, this is about internet choice. I know that there are there two? Isn't there an internet first and an internet choice option for?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So my question has to do with internet choice. Are there areas in the country where if one person doesn't speak English fluently, the entire census tract gets a paper questionnaire? Is that in the operations? I saw that somewhere, and I need your explanation.
It's not exactly. It's the percentage, and it's escaping me right now. Deb, you want to jump in there on that one, please?
Yeah, hi, Jerry.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm Deb Stempowski. Nice to meet those of you who I haven't met yet. So the bilingual tracks are census tracks if 20% or more of the households are recognized as needing Spanish assistance, and that's defined as at least one person age 15 or older who speaks Spanish and does not speak English very well.
So
That's a mouthful.
And so
I
the
know.
entire track gets paper if that's the situation? If one
That's
person-
bilingual. You're mixing, there's two things that I know commonly gets confusing because we've used that 20% estimate twice. Bilingual is one component. You can be bilingual in internet first or bilingual in internet choice. You can also be regular internet first, internet choice in just English. Ask me again which way you're, let me
Well, I
listen
just wanna
again,
know-
ask me again.
I just want to know what triggers an entire census tract to get to get paper forms, and I'm asking because
Okay,
we know that
paper.
during the dress
Sorry, I
rehearsal.
mixed- yeah, I'm the
Yes.
one who mixed in the
What triggers
bilingual
a
there.
census tract to
Right,
get?
so
The entire
internet-
tract gets paper. And I ask because the African-American response rate during the dress rehearsal reflected a need for paper questionnaires. So I want to know what other provisions are you providing for low response areas who speak English and may need paper
Okay,
forms
can
before?
I
so
jump
let
in?
me-
Please.
Can I jump in there, Deb? Let me kind of clarify something for you. Information from ACS, information from the FCC on areas that do not have good internet connectivity, or areas that have shown in prior work with ACS and some of our other surveys to have a propensity not to respond electronically, in the first mailing will receive a paper questionnaire. However, in the fourth mailing, which will occur about April 14th, everyone who has not responded in one of the modes for the census gets a paper questionnaire. So we're making sure that everyone has an opportunity to respond with a paper questionnaire if they don't respond in one of our other methods.
I understand that completely, and I'm not confused about that. I am concerned that perhaps communities in Florida, the Haitian population, there are black immigrants who would benefit from having a paper first choice as well. So I'm just wanting to get some clarification about where those tracks are and how, how that's going to work. Because there are other non-English speaking populations who may need assistance in that regard as well, given the track record.
Jerry, you're still mixing the two issues.
Okay.
For non-English, we have places where people will be receiving the questionnaire in a bilingual form based on language. Separate track over here. Then we
Okay.
have people who don't respond to the internet receiving a paper questionnaire because they don't respond, because they have a propensity not to respond to the census electronically. So yes, there's a separate group, and Deb explained the characteristics to get the track, to get it if it's a language-based issue. And it had to do with 20% of the housing units having at least one person 15 or older who does not speak English fluently will trigger the Hispanic questionnaire or the bilingual questionnaire. It's very different than those getting a paper questionnaire because their area has a tendency not to be able to respond.
And I think to get to the bottom, maybe this is actually the question that you really want answered. If not, jump back in. So we've had this question, I think even from the NAC, on when are people going to know what they're in, which group they're in. So tentatively now, the week of November 18th, the Census Bureau will put up the map viewer similar to what we had. I don't know if you all looked at the nice viewer we had for where in-field address canvassing was going to happen, similar to that. And that'll show internet first, internet choice, as well as the bilingual component of those two groups. So I think
That's
that's
what I'm getting
the
to,
question you
yes.
were, that was a long
Thank you, Deb.
around.
Okay, so that map will be forthcoming, or is it?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
very well.
Later this month, because we're in
Okay.
November now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
later
very
this
good.
month.
And one final question. So your address canvassing hiring, I believe there was a very high number that you anticipated hiring, maybe maybe last year, 90,000 or something like that might have been the estimate.
40,000 was
How
the
many?
plan. 40,000
Okay,
was
it
the
was
plan.
always 40,000, it was never higher than 40,000.
We were recruiting higher than 40,000, but we plan to hire 40,000.
Okay, all right. Because I guess I'm worried that with hiring for non-response follow-up, and I think the estimated number of folks that you need is about 500,000, and you need to recruit maybe 2.5 to get to that 500,000?
Yeah, but we did an assessment for non-response follow-up. It's between 230 and up to 500,000.
Oh, okay, so it's a minimum
Yeah.
of 230,000.
Yeah, for
Okay.
non-response follow-up.
Okay, of course, I'll hold on to that thought. And finally, did you reach your 1,501 recruiting goal for partnership specialists being on board?
We have, and then we've lost people. It's kind of been this fluctuation, and right now we're at about 1,480, 1,490. But, you know, we've been up to as high as
1469.
How much?
1469, but
Yes,
we've
we're up
actually
as high
hired
as
more than
16.
1,700 that have been onboarded.
But the
And-
point I was making in my presentation is that difference in 1501 and 1469 is not making a difference in the effectiveness of the work that's being done by the partnership team. And the work that they're assigned really looked at where they're located and the things that they're doing. And we're seeing very effective activities from the partnership specialists that we have. We are continuing to keep that hiring certification open for partnership specialists, and we'll continue adding people. A lot of times we hire people, and this is just not the job for them, and so they don't stick it out. They don't make it, which is why at one point we have actually hired over 1,600 people, but we don't have them still in place at this time.
Thank you.
I think we're just going to finish up our questions. Go ahead,
Okay,
Megan.
super quick clarifying questions. First, follow up on what Jerry just asked. I think it recently became public information that the FCC data about broadband access is flawed, so I'm wondering if you can tell us how you're shifting the paper first option in response to that. Totally unrelated questions. I'm curious about whether your address canvassers had any broadband access issues in rural areas while they were out, and whether that is impacting your plans for enumerators. And finally, you identified in your presentation that there were some issues with the training, and I was just wondering if we could get more information on how you're shifting your training for enumerators to respond based on the lessons learned from address.
We had areas that we did not have broadband connectivity during address canvassing, but the system was designed to operate offline. So it was part of the design that said we're going to have areas that they won't have connectivity. They were able to continue to operate. When they got into an area that had connectivity, it uploaded the data and downloaded new data. That's the design both for non-response follow-up and for address canvassing for our staff and tools. We consciously made sure it had a not disconnected function so that it would operate completely in a disconnected mode. And so that we were very comfortable that that worked. Now, the other part of your question, I'm sorry.
There was an article that the FCC data that we're basing the broadband information
Yes,
on
okay.
was flawed.
We're going to answer that.
Hi, everyone. Mike Bentley, Decennial Census Bureau. So thank you for that question. So I want to be clear, the internet choice assignment, the primary factor in that is historical ACS, American Community Survey self-response rates, and targeted towards areas that ACS has a very similar mailing strategy as what we're planning with the 2020 census. However, they don't have a concept of internet choice. They don't send a paper questionnaire until later, after a few weeks. And based on that, areas that even despite that are responding in the ACS more by returning a paper form than online. That's the main factor. About almost 3/4 of the internet choice areas are brought in via that. We also look at areas that have higher older population, and then the third is based on data from the FCC. We have heard that comment before, that there are some concerns that it's not perfect everywhere. We have done a lot of research on that, and it does actually correlate very well with what we've seen in our census tests in terms of areas that are responding online at higher rates or lower rates. And it is just a third and partial factor in that assignment. We are also, though, actively doing research to see. ACS now has 5 years of data on, almost 6 years now, on internet and computer usage, and we are comparing that to the FCC data.
Okay, good morning, Michael Thiem. I hope you can all see how excited we are about the success of our first major field operation. Address canvassing is kind of like having a great box office at a movie opening. We really feel like we began with a bang, and we're very excited about that. And an indication of that is that Al actually got to do most of my presentation in his presentations. So it's very gratifying to have the address canvassing success that we've had from the system, from all perspectives, but from my perspective, the systems performed well and as planned. And though we have a long way to go before we actually deliver our numbers in December of 2020, I've never felt more confident. This is my third census, and I've never felt more confident about how ready our systems are to actually handle the census. You may have seen this before in previous presentations. This is sort of a different slice and dice of the way we, in the systems world, control our work getting ready for the census. The green numbers, the green dates, I should say, mean that we're completed with these things, and the black numbers show that we're on track. We split the census into 16 operational deliveries and track these by, are we ready to test our software, or is our software ready for production, and in fact, are we going to be in production on time? So everything, this gives you sort of that breakdown that we use, going from the 2020 census early operations all the way to the island areas and ending in 2021. So this is our shorthand way to say that we are on track because we haven't missed any dates and things are working well. One of the things that might bring comfort to people who are looking at the census from outside is exactly how our systems are rolled out and how many systems actually go into production for each of the new operations. What I did in this table actually is show for our biggest operations how many systems are needed to support those operations. So you have our early operations, address canvassing, our peak recruiting and hiring, self-response, our group quarters, and then non-response. Those are essentially the pillars of the census. For each of those operations, we have some number of systems that need to go in, and they come into production for those systems. Now, in fact, the Census Bureau uses a lot of our systems for things other than decennial census. So what I've done is taken a very conservative approach and show you for the first, if a system is coming online for the decennial census, the 2020 decennial census for the first time, we're counting that as its first time in production, even though many, like I said, many of the systems have been in production for years. So this is, rather than looking at a table, I wanted to give you a graphical review, the view of the data. You can see for the operations I discussed, in our first operation, early operations, we had 20 systems going into production for that operation, and we're saying that all 20 of them were going in for the first time. For address canvassing, we had 20, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to my table. We had 23, and for the operations going in for already in production, we had 16. Oh, that's a bigger one, thank you. But that means that we had quite a few operations that had already been in production prior to that. Peak recruiting, all of our systems had already been in production before that operational delivery happened. Self-response, which is upcoming in March of next year, we have 25 systems. 10 of those are already in production, so we will have, that'll be sort of our biggest splash, and that's actually the thing that we focus on about the most. 15 systems will go into the production for the first time. And then group quarters, we will have only four systems going in for the first time, and then our really big show, non-response follow-up, none of our systems will not have been in production before. To me, this gives you the sense of we focus on the yellow, we make sure it's ready. Those blue lines are things that we're very confident in. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the gentleman's question before about whether we test things, the way we test things for stress. You may have also seen this slide before. We have a 4-phase approach to scalability, performance and scalability testing, meaning does our system perform quickly enough, and does it scale to the levels of users that we have. The 4 phases I'm going to quickly describe the 4 phases. Phase 1 is essentially an analysis by the IT experts internally and externally to look at what we've built and say this looks like it actually will scale to what we need. We have done that for all our systems. Phase 2 is taking what we call a scalable unit, for example, say a server cluster, and seeing what that scalable unit can do once we start doing performance and load on that system. That allows us essentially to do the math to say how many clusters of a system do we need to actually cover what we think our modeled approach for what we anticipate in the 2020 census needs. Phase 3 lets us string systems together and see how the system of systems works together under a load. And then Phase 4 essentially is the phase where we try to break the system by putting so much load on it that we get the data about what will actually break it. That's particularly important because if we are wrong about the first 3 phases, at least on the 4th phase, we can see when something is reaching the breaking point and do something during production very quickly to account for it and mitigate any risks we have. So, sort of another bar graph similar to the previous one. For Phase 1, essentially our paper exercise and our analysis by the experts, we've completed our performance and scalability testing approach for all of our systems, all 52. For Phase 2, we've completed 31 of 33. You may ask, why are we not doing a Phase 2 test for all of the 52 systems? The reason for that is, as I said before, a number of our systems have been in production for years, and they, for example, like our MAF-Tiger, our master address file, and our topologically integrated geographic encoding and referencing, which is our geographic system, that's been in production for over a decade, and if you go back to previous versions, more than 2 decades. We know those systems perform at scale for what we use them for during the census. So there's no need to waste time and effort retesting something that we know works. So we get down to 33 of those. Like I said, 31 have completed Phase 2 testing. The Phase 3 and Phase 4 involve groups of systems being tested together. So we don't go system by system and say which one is finished Phase 3. We actually group them in the actual operational deliveries that they will be in, and then test that whole string of operations and tasks together. You can see our first 2 groups, peak recruiting and address canvassing, have both been completed for Phase 3 and Phase 4. The white means that we are on track for those systems, for the upcoming operational deliveries. So our next one is self-response, and you can see out to the right all of the systems that need to work together in concert, integrated with load in order to make sure that our systems work. So I hope I was able to capture some more time because I know we're behind schedule, but I'm certainly open to answering any questions about where we are with systems, and thank you very much.
Questions, folks? Wow. You're that outstanding that no one has a question. No one? Wait. Oh, we have one. Cherokee has a question. Excellent.
Good morning. In regards to hard-to-count populations, particularly persons with disabilities, the community itself on surface appears to be almost monolithic. However, within the community, there are almost sectors or silos of persons with disabilities. I'm speaking more so to those with cognitive disabilities. So in regards to the self-response portion, which is, I think you said it's going live in March, how have those persons been able to be a part of that testing, or that community be a part of that testing?
I don't have specific data on cognitive abilities through testing, but all of our applications are 508 compliant and have gone through the level 2 508 compliance to try to hit as many people with disabilities as we can and to enable our applications to work for them. I can look to see what our testing group, if our testing group has specific data about cognitive disabilities, because I don't have numbers, but I can try to get those for you. I can find them for you. Okay,
Megan?
I do have a question, which is, I guess maybe a forward-looking question. In your capacity testing on the internet self-response, I know a lot of folks have been concerned after, the Obamacare rollout. There was some capacity issues with the portal. Can you tell us about how the capacity testing is going for self-response and whether you've learned anything about how it's going to handle the massive loads
Sure.
that are driven by us rocking the
Right.
outreach?
I think anybody who is in IT in the federal government has learned quite a bit from the Affordable Care Act rollout. We have people that worked on that, people have consulted us who actually were part of the team that came in to fix it. But specifically for the ISR, we've done I forgot to say in our phase 1 testing, we've done extensive modeling, actually 4 years of modeling, to try to figure out what we're going to hit on our peak days for the internet self-response. That modeling indicates that we'll have about 120,000 concurrent users. That means 120,000 people at any 1 second hitting the keyboard, hitting our application. What we have built for ISR is a capability for 600,000 people hitting it at the same second. We recently passed that milestone for that testing. I always call this the Brooklyn Bridge approach. You build it 5 times stronger than you need it. But you never know what's going to happen until you really get into production. So as another contingency, we have what we're calling hot backups ready, so that if we approach this 600,000 number, which we don't ever anticipate really even approaching, we've got more clusters to add into the farm in order to make it up to 1 million. So, we've done a lot of research on this, and we feel very confident that we've got the numbers to back up a good user experience.
Can I just jump in from the operation side? So when you listen to what we've done to make sure that it scales as a system, the underlying benefit of the staggered mail strategy, where the cohorts are rolling and people are getting stuff in their mailbox over time instead of all on the same day, we hope also mitigate some of this risk, not only on the ISR, but also to our CQA centers, because then we're all not doing exactly what I know everyone's going to do, get that in the mailbox and hurry up right in the house and do it on the same day. We have that rolling strategy in there, hopefully to make what Michael has to do maybe a little bit easier, but so we've kind of got that broad brush view there on load. We know April 1 will be popular around then.
Okay, I've got Jim and then Jerry.
Michael, I actually wanted to follow up on something that Megan asked, but from a slightly different angle. So we're talking about authorized users. What about, what sort of testing have you done for possible external threats? Because we expect that there's a possibility we could see some sort of hostile attack on the census. And I'm just curious where you're at in terms of addressing those potential security issues.
Right. Other than the things I talked about, that is what keeps me up the most at night, because my confidence about what we've built is extreme because we can control what we've built. What we can't control are these external things. So and I'm sure Kevin Smith, our CIO, can jump in with his thoughts on this too, because he and I work together very closely every day on this issue. I again feel like we are doing everything we can. We have federal partners, we have private sector industry partners that know about this. The two big priorities for DHS in 2020 are the 2020 election and the 2020 census. Like I said, I've been here 3 censuses. We've never had the kind of coordination that we have with our federal partners now, specifically for this issue. Our perimeters are strong, but in this world, I don't even know how much a perimeter matters anymore. We have to be able to protect inside. We have to be able to protect from phishing. We have to be able to protect from all of the things that are going to happen. And this is the thing that we are most, I don't want to say worried, but it is constantly on our minds how we're going to do this. And I don't know, Kevin, if you wanted to add to that.
No, absolutely. So Kevin Smith, CIO at Census. It's absolutely a challenge, not just for the census, but for everyone. Once you have technology, there's always someone trying to break into it. I'll say based on that challenge, there's an extreme amount of focus from our organization, as well as from the federal government and industry, working right with us alongside of us. So we've done all of the testing we can on the 2020 systems to make sure they're secure before we put them into production. And we are continually on a daily basis working with the federal government, working with the intelligence groups to look for foreign threats, predict things ahead of time, and currently working with industry very tightly to continually look at our systems, see where we can increase visibility, see where we can increase the time to take immediate action to resolve things. And we're getting all the people we need to involve at this point to get there, and I think we have the right level of balance of looking ahead at what possibly the threats are and having the right groups involved within the federal government and industry to look with us as operations are going on so we can take immediate action to resolve these threats. Because ultimately, our job is to first off make sure your data is protected as a respondent, and second off make sure you can continue to respond with these systems being active, and we're providing focus and effort in that area to make sure that that's addressed and taken care of for all of you.
Okay, Jerry?
Thank you for that, Michael. A quick question, because I've heard this question out there among stakeholders. I know congressional members have asked this question as well of the Census Bureau, and perhaps Kevin would be the person who could respond, or you. When a person submits their online form, will there be some type of confirmation that that form has been received? Will they get a, submitted, congratulations,
All right,
you've
yes.
done this?
Hi, Jerry, by the way. Long time no see. Huh? Yeah, and you will see this afternoon or tomorrow, right?
morning in the demo, you'll
Right.
see it.
So at the end of your process, you will have the congratulations, you finished the census. It gives you a number, and it allows you to save that as a PDF also. So yes, they get that.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Michael. It is my understanding that the internet self-response instruments were supposed to be available for the NAC members to interact with during the break, but unfortunately, I believe the setup of that is not quite ready yet, so I will keep you posted on that. So at this time, we will take our break.
I'm sorry, our understanding is that would be happening in December. We're going to do the demo tomorrow, but we weren't setting up individual, if that's somehow the message. I wasn't aware.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Michael. Okay, so at this time, we will take our break. There will be a group photo, and we will come back at 11 a.m. Thank you.
So everyone take because these don't look great in the photo, take off your bright, shiny yellow name tag thing and just put it on here for a second, or in your hand, and we're going to gather here and take a group photo, and then you can go and take your break.
Today, we're issuing a national call to action.
Okay, will our NAC members please come over here to this corner over here where the photographer woman is? Come on over, please. Jerry, Carla, Jake, Brad, Nicole, everyone, Cherokee, Innerdeep, Stuart, Murad. Will all of you come over here so we take a picture?
Today, we're issuing a national call to action here in Memphis. we're asking every school in the entire country to partner
We will get started in just another minute. If I can ask the members to please come back to the table, please. We are preparing to resume the meeting. I would like to ask people to please come back to the table as we prepare to get started. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're going to start with I think a quick video before we move into the integrated partnership. Please take your seats. We are missing several people. Jim, we're getting started.
Sorry.
Okay. Do we have that video ready to go? Okay. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and do that?
Today, we're issuing a national call to action here in Memphis. We're asking every school in the entire country to partner with the 2020 census. The census is a lot like counting your class, but instead of counting just one classroom, we count every person living in the United States.
You're gonna learn so much about the census. You're gonna help us to fill out the census.
We count everybody, and everybody counts. Can you guys say, count me in?
You're gonna help, right? I can count on you, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Today we have a very special mission for you. The mission is to give your parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, neighbors, and even your teachers a homework assignment. Who wants to give your teachers homework? All right.
Thank you for sharing that video. And now we will have an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program with Maria Olmedo Malagon and Team Y&R.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Maria Olmedo Malagon. I'm the program manager over the Integrated Partnerships and Communications Operation. I am really happy to be here this morning, and I'm very excited that you were able to see that video that shows a little bit of the work that has been happening here in the last couple of weeks. As you know, we are at the very end of our strategic early education phase. We have been working on our strategic early educations for the last couple of years. We have conducted research. We have initiated the SIS program. We have been doing media outreach, all those kind of things to really go for our hard to count and explain them what the census is. We are preparing, we're in the final lap of going to our awareness phase in January. So that's a little bit of what we are going to be talking today. As you probably saw on the agenda, you are going to have a couple of hours of IPC. So we are dividing on several pieces. I am going to give you just a quick intro of certain activities that are happening. Team Y&R is going to move to work more about some of our efforts, particularly the paid advertising. You're going to have a partnership update and a research and evaluations update after that. So a very complete day. That being said, as you probably know, next month we are going to have a closed session. It will be a one-way briefing in which you will be seeing just a couple of weeks before we launch the paid advertising, you will be seeing like pretty much before everyone else in the country, a sample of our paid advertising, and also you will have an opportunity to hear from the people who are making this program possible. You usually hear from me and some other people on the program, but definitely we have a lot of people working the different pieces of IPC, which is the largest communications program in the federal government. So definitely it's not only me, and you really should have that opportunity. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So one of the first things I want to talk is about the Mobile Response Initiative. Dr. Dillingham and actually Al to mention this on their presentations, but I would like to go a little bit on detail. As they mentioned, our stakeholders, particularly congressional stakeholders, have been very eager for us to do some sort of response at the very local level, some sort of opportunity for particularly our hard-to-count audiences. Oh, thank you. For our hard-to-count audiences to respond to the census. So we are in the very planning stage right now, but we are making available a very grassroots level way of responding with using our census staff and using census equipment. This is an effort of several operations under the decennial. It's not only an IPC thing. We have seen it as a partnership between several operations. However, our partnership specialists will have a key role in this effort. And I am going to explain a little bit of how this effort is going to look like in the next couple of slides. So pretty much, census employees will be deployed to several areas of the country using census equipment, probably census tablets. In each deployment will start with us identifying the area. The areas at the beginning will be identified using the hard-to-count scores from our own database. However, we will start moving through the country as we see response rates lag on certain areas of the country. So basically, if we target only the 20% of the lowest projected self-response areas, we will get through 23 million housing units. This is a very dynamic effort. It's a very proactive and goes hand in hand with our campaign optimization efforts. You probably have heard me talking about campaign optimization before, so pretty much we will be working every single day on look at those response rates, look what areas of the country, and as we have said before, we probably will refine our paid advertising, will refine our social media efforts, will refine our local partnership efforts, looking at response rate. This is just another tool in our toolbox on how we will be refining the campaign. Potential locations include bodegas, community fairs, festivals, house of worships, public transit hubs. Everywhere where a lot of people pass by, we will be sending, it's a potential place where we will be sending our staff. And who are those staff members? Because we have talked about how difficult recruiting is at this time. So we pretty much, what we are about to do is, instead of let go the 4,500 recruitment assistants that we are hiring to help us with our recruiting efforts, we will convert them to census response representatives. So they will be located at the same office that they will be assigned. They will use the same equipment that they have been assigned. So we don't have to onboard anybody, really train from scratch anybody. We will be conducting training, but it will be a transferring phase for them. They will work hand in hand with our response specialists and, as I mentioned before, with the team in headquarters that will be determining what areas of the countries are lacking responses. So we will send this information to the local census offices, and between the partnership specialists and these census response representatives, they will find places and events in which they can go and get these responses. That being said, the involvement of local partners would be crucial. These are the folks that are going to open the door to their organizations or to their events, or that are going to give us suggestions on places that we can go and get basically get an invitation to crush their events, to go with our equipment and offer the public to answer the census over there. So as I say, this is going to be very dynamic. This is going to be innovative, very different from the questionnaire assistance centers from 2010. It's not going to be only one place and basically requiring people to go to a particular place to get help. We are going to go to the places where people are going to be. So different and very exciting. We are potentially going to give you more details on this effort in the future. As I say, we are on the planning stages, but we feel very confident that this is going to be a very successful sub-operation in the 2020 census. Let me talk a little bit about what we have been doing on our strategic early education efforts. As I said, we have been, before our recruitment advertising was ready, and actually earlier than we thought, we have been deploying this advertising around the country. Our website has been live since September 2018, and we have a new look and feel since August. It's a campaign that looks great, and lately we have been looking at ways to expand our campaign, and most probably it's going to be expanded over the next couple of weeks. We also have the release 2 of our 2020 Census.gov Live. The site, as you know, is available in English and Spanish. It looks great. I'm really proud because probably this is the more fun I have seen on a federal website. I personally love it. However, we are getting ready to release 3, and on release 3, we will have the operation in detail, but in a language that people can understand. It will be something that will explain certain things, so like why we ask certain questions, who to count, which is like a question that we get all the time. Group quarters, so it is very difficult to understand, a concept very difficult to understand to some people. We will have it over there on a language that the general public can understand. Our language guidelines will be there, language videos. So it's a very complete website, and it's getting even better in January. And the Statistics in School program, you saw the video. The video shows our kickoff that happened last week. Since last week, we have been sending our kits to administrators around the whole country. Every administrator is going to get a kit of the program. We're really promoting the program around the country. You got some of materials. We have these, we have over 65 materials for kids pre-K to 12th grade. This is for pre-K. We have it available in English and Spanish. It's a coloring book, and it has a companion song that I don't have available today, but I can send it to you. It's on the website. We have been working with teachers from across the country and from different backgrounds in developing these materials that are age appropriate, are grade appropriate, and language appropriate, and at the same time are very good in explaining several situations. Even I am very proud of this coloring book because it shows several housing situations that the kids could have. And we really do this at the end of the day for the hard to count kids, for those complex households that need to understand like that they need to count everyone living with them, the cousin, the friend, the baby that just came home. And we are also developing PSAs that go over that particular topic, those complex households and how to educate kids since they are in preschool that everyone needs to be counted. On our earn, share, and own media, I really feel that that's one of the highest efforts that we are doing to prepare our hard to count. We have been doing a lot of media outreach, but particularly with ethnic media, with media focused on the hard to count. We have conducted several TV and radio media tours. We are conducting next week 3 briefings for AIN, Hispanic, and Puerto Rico, focus on the census is coming and pretty much getting that message out there. I personally have been doing a lot of press, especially very targeted Hispanic radio, to go through those communities that really are not familiar with what the census is, and they really need a refresh on what census is. We are also having a lot of national events. We did Constitution Day in September. We did an event on Phoenix, Arizona last month, kicking off our recruitment efforts, and we did the SIS event. We have an advertising campaign launch in January, and also an undercount of young children event in February. After that, there will be basically a ton of national events promoting the census because we will be on motivation, on the motivation case. But this has been very active. Also, this team has been very active in creating PSAs, and we're going to talk about campaign PSAs when YNR comes to the panel, but they have also been pitching a lot of PSAs by recorded by partners, by local government officials, people who really have gained the trust in the community. This team is doing a lot of those efforts, and we have a really healthy database of those type of PSAs that can be used by organizations with trusted voices. Our partnership specialists have been receiving promotional materials since last summer. We have them ready on the website also on 2020census.gov/partners if anybody wants to use them. They used to be only English and Spanish, but now we have materials on all the campaign languages, and I can say that we are adding materials every single week to that website. So it's ready for use, and I invite you to use them. They are excellent materials created by a group of experts from both the Census Bureau and YNR. This has been a team effort, and definitely the variety that you have of topics over there make it for a very robust database to be used for promotional efforts. I would like to conclude with this because the committee have shown a special interest on the undercount of young children. We have several efforts here, and they fall under IPC, but we have 2 people, Karen Deaver in Decennial and Ashley Austin in Communications, leading the efforts for the undercount of young children. We have a mailer as part of the operation coming up for that it will be targeting hard to count communities with messages about counting everyone, but definitely focusing on young children. Other than that operational mailer that we're having, this is a list of everything that we are producing on the campaign that is focused on the undercount of young children. So we have promotional materials, PSAs, a media tour coming, events, as I say, etc. So there's a lot of detail over there, but I wanted to provide you that amount of detail so you could see what we are currently doing on this effort. And now we're moving to Team YNR. As I say, I think they are going to talk more about efforts that you will be seeing in the next couple of months as we move to the awareness phase, which is going to be very active, and definitely we are going to be everywhere.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning. I'm Alex Hughes. I'm the executive director from YNR, Team YNR. I'm the program director for the ICC. Next to me is Jack Benson, the deputy director. Jack hails from one of our subcontractors. And next to him is Ketzira Lesser. Ketzira's role on the team is as a lead strategist, and her role is to ensure that our messaging and our creative campaign concept are integrated across all channels as well as all of the programs, many of which Maria just talked you through. So the first thing I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about, hopefully we're working to get the executive timeline up just so that we can give you a sense of some of the things that are going to happen. But a couple of key milestones. I don't know if everybody saw this morning, if you're on census.gov and you're registered, you got the email that the PSA kit hit. We're very excited about that. That is essentially the first, other than some of the SIS work that Maria talked about, is really some of the first work that has gone public. So we're very excited about that. In a sense, it's kind of a soft kickoff. Maria mentioned that the campaign will launch in the middle of January. That is correct. And that is when we begin the awareness phase of the campaign, where we're basically telling people this is what's coming, this is why it's important, this is why you should participate. And from there, we will move into around the middle of March, roughly speaking, into the, if you could go, thank you. You'll see here in the upper red box, the second box is the motivation phase, which will start in the middle of March. That should take us roughly to the end of April. And the message there is simple. It's please go online today and fill out your census form. There will be a great deal of emphasis on those two phases, and I'll talk to you in a minute a little bit about what the media weightings will look like. But an also important phase is the reminder phase. And as we heard in focus groups, people aren't always eager to have people knocking at their door, especially if they don't know them. So it's an opportunity for us to try to pull people up, get them over the fence by saying, as we move into the end of April, early May, please respond now before someone comes knocking at your door. I'm simplifying the messaging of the campaign just so that you get a clear sense of what the communication objective is at each of those phases. But many of the things that you've all discussed here today, this morning, whether it be privacy and confidentiality, many of these messages will be seeded in and across all of the different channels and media and creative elements that you will see throughout the campaign. A couple of other just key things we will be releasing at the beginning of May, the media plan, which will be released publicly on census.gov, and Remote Alaska obviously also begins, sorry? Did I say May? I'm sorry, December. Thank you. Yes, the beginning of December, so that's coming up shortly. It's an important date because between now and then we are still in negotiations with media properties across the country. As a result, we won't be able to share a great deal of detail on that today, but I will try to answer as many questions as I can. The other note here is, and Maria noted this, we've gone live with version 2.0 of census.gov as well as the SIS materials on that site, and we will be going live with version 3.0 in early January. And by then, obviously, as most of you can see, we will have a full plate of communications and an orchestrated campaign, not just in advertising, but in social media, in digital, in SIS, in partnership, and many other areas of the work that we'll be doing. Thank you. So Maria has already covered some of these areas, so we're going to focus today on a couple of key things. We're going to talk very briefly about media. After that, we're going to talk about the PSA creative, and we're actually going to show you some of the work there. It'll be a representative sample, and Ketzira will take us through that. And once we're finished with that, we will transition to some highlights of statistics in schools. You saw the video this morning. It was very exciting. We had almost 1,000 children from the Shelby School System in Memphis, Tennessee attend. As you saw, the director was there. It was a great deal of fun, and we got a great deal of media pickup on that, I can say, and so we're very pleased with the results of that. So thank you. Very quickly, before we get into the media piece, we are in the process of finalizing version 2.0 of the communications plan. You'll recall back in 2017, we released version 1.0, which I would say at the time was more of a roadmap than it was a plan. This is much more of a plan where you will be able to see details of each of the planned activities for each of the various components of the program. And that is supposed to be delivered in early 2020, and of course will be posted to 2020census.gov. This chart here is just a very high-level view of what we're doing from a paid media point of view. We have announced in May of this year, when we ran a public RFP with all the media in the country. It was an event that was handled in New York. We had thousands of people attend virtually, and about 400 or 500 people attended in person at 2 different sessions. We announced at that time that the media plan would be about 200 to 250 million, a significant increase over 2010. But a lot has also happened in the media environment since 2010, as you know. In addition to the explosion of digital channels and social media, that has helped to mute, to some degree, media inflation over the past decade. So if you look at this yellow column here on the right of this chart, what you'll see is that we will be reaching 99.9% in awareness, 99.9% of the country. On average, those people will therefore see our advertising on average as much as 21 times. So some people will see more, some people will see less. It's a very, very significant number, and if you look at the left-hand side of that column, you'll see that it's a significant increase over what was done in 2010. That's partly due to an increased budget. It's also partly due to a more efficient media environment that we find ourselves in today, where we can use a combination of different channels to get the message out as opposed to a fewer and less efficient set. In motivation, which is obviously for us very critical, because for the internet self-response, we can drive people from our advertising directly into a response. We are again going to have 99.9% of the country touched or reached, as we call it, by our advertising, and the frequency could be as high as 61.5% on average. So again, there will be advertising in pretty much every channel, from TV to internet to out of home, being stuff like billboards and transit, newspapers, magazines. There will be advertising pretty much everywhere, motivating people to obviously go and make a response. As we get into the reminder area, as I mentioned earlier, the idea is to try to pull people up, right? So you don't have to go knocking on their door. So we'll do one last big initiative here where we're getting 99.4% reach across the country with about, on average, 11.9 times frequency of the message. On the frequency piece, not every advertising or piece of advertising will carry every message. So it's really, if you think about it, it's like knitting a blanket. It's really an orchestration of a whole bunch of different colors and messages and appeals that's ultimately going to get people to respond. So that's a top line on our media program, and with that, I'm going to turn it to Kedzira to talk us through some of the messaging and the PSA program.
Good morning. Thank you, Alex. So as many of you know, last year we spent the year working with all of our multicultural partners within Team Y&R to develop the campaign platform, Shape Your Future, Start Here. Once the English language tagline, Shape Your Future, Start Here, was finalized with the entire Team Y&R, each of our partners was asked to put it in the correct cultural expression for the audience that they represent. So you can see here we have the tagline and logo in 13 languages, as well as additional English language expressions for AIAN and NHPI, American Indian, Native Alaskan, and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, as well as 2 different Spanish language expressions, one for mainland Spanish speakers, and a separate one for the island of Puerto Rico. So the next few slides, we're going to walk you through what is now live up on the website, as Alex mentioned, which is our PSA toolkit. And we're going to show you several of the PSAs, public service announcements that were developed. So the PSAs, as you see them, keep in mind that these were developed to work holistically with the broader campaign. As Alex said, every communication will not have every single message in it. The PSAs in particular were developed to address specific knowledge gaps that were identified through the CBAMS research, through later creative testing of the primary campaign, as well as what we learned from funders research that many of you put out there along the way. And each of the multicultural partners who developed PSAs figured out within their own audience and determined which knowledge gap they felt the PSA they were developing should address. So each of them also addresses slightly different aspects that they felt were important in the PSAs. So within the PSA toolkit, it's live, finished products. So there are multiple produced PSAs in video and radio formats that are available. There are also DJ read scripts that are available for some of the audiences, as well as many, many other tools and materials that allow partners and others to take the PSAs and not only use the produced ones, but actually adapt and utilize some of these materials themselves to further their reach into hard to count audiences that may not be addressed through the produced materials. All right, thank you. So the first one I'm going to show you is the Diverse Mass PSA. And what I want to tell you about this in advance, so there's two things. One, this is a 2-minute long PSA that is built to be able to be broken into 5 separate chapters and aired as individual units or as the whole 2-minute PSA. What you'll also notice is there are no faces in this one, because a unique piece of this PSA was that it was developed so that any partner could dub it into another language. So we wanted to make sure that you didn't have somebody visually speaking in a language and a different language being heard. So you'll see that this will work really well in multiple language, although we're going to show you an English language version.
Is the 2020 census. Every 10 years, the census records everyone living in this country. It's written in the Constitution and comes in a questionnaire that counts everyone who lives at your address on April 1st. The data can be used to inform funding for services like fire stations, schools, clinics, and representation that affect your community.
How will 2020 census data be used? Where there are more people, there are more needs for public services. That's why the census is used by the government to inform funding decisions each year. But that's not all. It's also used by nonprofits to inform services, by businesses to create jobs, and even by students for school projects. Understanding how the population changes helps us shape communities across the country for the better.
How does the 2020 census affect representation? There are 435 seats in the House of Representatives. These get distributed to the 50 states by population, and an accurate census response helps your state get the right amount of seats. States with smaller populations get at least one, while states with larger populations might get more.
How do I take the 2020 census? In March 2020, every address in the country will receive an invitation to complete a simple questionnaire. And there are 3 ways to respond. Number one, do it online. Number two, call by phone. Number three, send it by mail. For those who don't respond, a census taker from your community will follow up and assist you.
Is my 2020 census data safe? After sending your census response, your personal information is kept safe. By law, it can't be shared with any other government agency, law enforcement, or landlord. No. So take your 2020 census with peace of mind. Shape your future. Start here. Visit 2020census.gov.
Along with the video, there's also a radio spot developed for PSAs. So next up is our Spanish language PSA intended for the mainland. This is a 30-second PSA The key message here that it's focusing on is one that you heard Maria speaking about, and I know is important to a lot of folks, which is complex households, and helping folks understand, yes, you count this person, even if you don't think of them as living with you. So that's really the core message that you'll see in this one.
El censo cuenta a todos los que vivimos en este país, incluyendo aquellos que no pensarías que también cuentan. Una persona en el hospital, sí, cuenta. Miguelito que acaba de nacer, sí, Miguelito ya cuenta. Los García y los Álvarez que comparten la misma casa, sí, todos cuentan. El primo Luis que acaba de llegar al país y está viviendo en el garaje de Pedro, también cuenta. El censo cuenta a todos para que a todos nos vaya mejor.
And if you weren't following all of that, it's saying it's the woman in the hospital, yes, she counts. My friend Miguelito, who was just born, yes, that person counts. This family who all lives in the same apartment, yes, they count. There's also my cousin Luis, who just arrived in the country, yes, he counts. Everyone counts. That's a real quick version of that script. So next up is the one specifically designed for Black African American audiences. And this one was focusing very much on ensuring folks feel invited. One of the things we heard in a lot of creative testing, a lot of research, is that there are portions in particular of the African American community that don't feel like this is for them. And so this is really making sure it feels like an invitation. And also take note, if you'd be so kind, as to the representation of diversity within the community. I think it's a great representation of the whole campaign and how we're approaching the depth of diversity that we're trying to reach across the whole campaign.
Why should I care about the 2020 census? Every 10 years, the census counts everyone living in the U.S.
Count everyone living with you.
Our numbers help shape funding and services.
For all these things.
That's a lot of stuff.
Your responses are safe and secure.
No matter who you are or where you're from.
We have reasons to care.
Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
So next up is the PSA for Puerto Rico on the island. This is an audio. It's for radio, podcasts, pieces like that. What you may not know if you are not from Puerto Rico is the voice you're going to hear is Ada Monzon. She is a meteorologist in Puerto Rico, and she has become one of the most trusted voices on the island. If anyone else is like me and survived Hurricane Andrew in Miami, you know that Brian Norcross, the meteorologist in Miami, became one of the most trusted voices. Same thing happened with Ms. Monzon in Puerto Rico. That voice that kept people going through the night is just, she evokes just trust beyond belief, and she was thrilled and just very excited to be a part of the campaign.
Cada 10 años, el gobierno federal lleva a cabo el censo. Todos los que viven en tu hogar tienen que ser contados en el censo 2020, incluyendo los recién nacidos. No importa el lugar de origen. Personal del censo con identificación estará haciendo 2 visitas a tu hogar. Una para entregarte un cuestionario y si no respondes, otra visita para darte seguimiento. Dale forma a tu futuro. Empieza aquí. Conoce más en 2020census.gov.
Pagado por la Oficina del Censo de los Estados Unidos.
And that one is mostly covering just key messaging of the census is important, we need to take it, someone will be following up, all the key messages quickly in 30 seconds. Next up is our American Indian Alaska Native PSA. So key message here is really covering that, yes, you should take the census. Something we learned in a lot of testing is because many of the tribes have their own tribal censuses, folks felt like, no, that's already been taken care of for us. It was also really, and you'll see this, trying to call out as many nations as possible so folks hear themselves, see themselves within this ad, and not just a single representation of what it means to be a Native American or an Alaska Native.
Blackfoot, Navajo, Cree, Yakima, Ellie, Choctaw, Sioux, Pueblo, Inuit, Shoshone, Apache, Gila, Muckleshoot, Chippewa, Mohawk, Seminole, Creek, Ho-Chunk, Crow, Ojibwe, Cherokee, All American Indians and Alaska Natives. We need an accurate count for the 2020 census. It's important because this data informs the funding of resources and programs in our communities. Your response will affect the next generation.
Next up is for Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders. So the key knowledge gap here is very simply, what is the census? What we learned is that for folks who are Native Hawaiians, they are familiar with what the census is, having been US citizens for some time, but many of the other Pacific Islanders are coming from nations or kingdoms that don't have a census necessarily, don't have it in the style of the United States, and this may be the first time that they're really experiencing this. So it was just very important to continue the simple message around this is what a census is, and it is important for you to take it.
Pacific people have the power to shape our own future and contribute to a greater cause.
The 2020 census is coming soon. It's a population count that happens every 10 years.
It recognizes everyone in your home,
including children of all ages.
It informs how billions of dollars in public funding are spent each year.
It's confidential. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. It's our right to be counted.
Shaped by futures, start here.
Paid for by U.S. Census Bureau.
Great. As we come down the home stretch here, one more PSA to share with you. This is in support of the Count a Young Children. It also touches on complex living arrangements and the importance of counting everyone in the household. This will be available in 20, 30, and 60-second lengths in English and in Spanish. The Spanish was shot with different scenes, so it wasn't just a translation. You'll also notice we're reinforcing some of the services in the community: buses, public transportation, school, libraries, etc.
Our grandma always says everyone counts, and everyone who lives with us is special. Like my aunt, who took me on my first bus ride to the library, or my older cousin, who walked me to my first day of school, even my mom's friend and her baby who live with us.
The census informs funding for schools, roads, healthcare, and more. So count everyone in your home, including all children on the 2020 census. It's your chance to help them for the next 10 years. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. Shape your future. Start here. Learn more at 2020census.gov.
Great, and then really just as a final point, you've heard a lot about statistics in schools today, starting with the director and Maria's discussion. Some of the materials, you've started to get a flavor of that, and the kickoff event that happened last week. So we're excited to see that program really take off and build momentum as we move into the paid aspect of the campaign that'll start in January.
Thank you. We are ready for questions from the committee.
The mic works? Oh, it does work. Okay. I really like that last one a lot. I think that one was really good. It hit on the issues of complex households and stuff with a wide representation of different people in it. For the Latino PSA that you all had, it was in Spanish. Do you have that one in English as well that you're going to be using? The general one?
Yeah, actually we are in the process of converting the PSA in English.
Okay, because I was just going to say one of the things that we had highlighted last year was the focus seemed to be on Spanish-speaking Latinos, and a larger percentage of Latinos are English-speaking, and so I wanted to cater those. There's also sort of some different issues that are at play for Spanish versus English-speaking Latinos, and for English-speaking Latinos, issues of government trust and the confidentiality. I mean, the confidentiality is an issue for everyone right across the board, and privacy concerns, but what specific messaging you might be doing for English-speaking Latinos that would encompass things like this information isn't going to be, one of the ads, I think it was the one for the the Pacific Islander one, I think, that had like, and this is confidential. And so if that one could be a part of what's inserted for the outreach for Latinos for both English and Spanish, I think that's going to be really critical, especially with so much in the media attention in the last year and a half around the citizenship question, which has been shown in a number of some of the studies that people are doing right now to be disproportionately affecting that population. What can be done in terms of that advertising that would help to highlight that the information is not going beyond the census, that Title 13 message in there, like how we can kind of insert that in here.
Yeah, like first of all, the PSA, as I say, it's going to be in English. Pretty much these PSAs are out of the oven. Like we just released them, and we were even working on editing them up to last week, probably very early this week. So one of the things was that we didn't want to work on an English on converting the PSA into English until we will be very sure of what we have. So we gave direction to YNR to initiate the process of converting the PSA into English yesterday, actually. So they are going to be doing it now, and it should be available in the next couple of weeks. In terms of other efforts, I hear you about the confidentiality message. That's key. As I mentioned, I conducted media outreach last month. I pretty much participated for weeks in a satellite and radio media tour for the Latino community. The confidentiality message, Title 13 message was there every single day. I made sure, was my personal commitment to make sure that this message was there. Even when they would not ask me about confidentiality, I will insert confidentiality on this. So it should be, we had a lot of impressions of those interviews, so it's out there. Our promotional materials are also focused on privacy and confidentiality, particularly for the Hispanic community, and we have materials for Hispanics in both English and Spanish. So we're making sure that the message is out there and it's in both languages because we recognize the need for English-speaking Latinos.
All right, I think next we have Jim.
Thank you. So I had one question and one comment. When will the Alaska Native ad materials be available, and specifically the public service announcements that can be read over the Village Radio, because obviously we're like 12 weeks out now. And then the comment was, one of the concerns that we've had in terms of messaging to the American Indian and Alaska Native community is that a more generic tack of referring to someone as for example, Navajo or Cherokee may not be the preferred way. And specifically, we got the feedback, for example, with the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians. They will not be referring to themselves as Choctaw. They're going to refer to themselves as members of the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians, because if they don't, they may be rolled in. The concern is they may be rolled in with the Choctaw Nation, which is actually in Oklahoma and not Mississippi and Louisiana. So I guess I'm just curious in terms of whether or not there's any plan to also address specific tribal identification, given the fact that it's a pretty big issue for the 573 federally recognized tribes.
So for these PSAs and for the paid advertising, we particularly on the PSA that we mentioned tribes, we try to include as much as we could, but it's very difficult to include everything, and we try to add variety through the PSAs. For AIM, we have different versions of this ad, and we actually have different versions on radio. And for Alaska Natives, we have a particular radio ad that is only for Alaska Natives and only includes Alaska Native groups, doesn't include like American Indian one. So that's also available. It's just for a matter of time, we decided to show a sample today, but there's an Alaska Natives, a specific one.
Just in terms of the time frame for when the generic ad that can be read will be released for the American Indian and Alaska Native communities.
It's there today, too.
Our next person is Lily.
Hi, this is Lily Welty to mine for the record. I just had a question. So I really like all of the PSAs that focus on the individual groups, and I was just wondering, will you be rolling out one for Asian American communities, not just Pacific Island NHPI, which it's important too, but I was just wondering.
Absolutely. There will be work, there's current work in the toolkit in the same way that there is Alaska Native radio reads and what have you, stuff that can be customized by partners and what have you, but there will be across, and I'm going to say I think it's 6 languages. There will be work, PSA work, but there will also be advertising across 6 different languages that launches come the middle of January.
Could just a follow-up, which 6 languages will those be?
Okay. Chinese, Mandarin, Chinese, Cantonese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Tagalog, right? Okay.
And then one more question while I still have the mic since it's here. I love the statistics in schools because I think I have a kindergartner, so now I'm aware of these things as a parent, so I'm asking my own school district about what they're doing for the census. But I was just wondering too, with just a follow-up for you guys, with the efforts for the statistics in schools, will there be any follow-up? Will they be checking in with you saying we did this, this is how many we is there any way to measure the kind of success that they may be having, or, and then also too, is there any focus on hard to count areas specifically with statistics in schools, since we know that hard to count areas and undercount of young children tend to be from particular communities?
Yes, so in terms of evaluation, we don't have a formal evaluation on statistics in school. However, it's including on the operational assessment for the IPC, which we are currently developing. You are going to hear a little bit in the afternoon, and unfortunately, my operational assessment POC, it's out of the country today, so she could not be here with us. But we are going to have a piece on statistics in schools, and we are looking for ways of assess the success of the program and what we did, and if people really use it. In terms of the hard to count, the program is really designed as is for, or is budgeted more for the hard to count. We are sending, for example, the administrator toolkit to every administrator in the country. However, we don't have the budget to actually send materials to every school in the country. So what we are doing is prioritizing hard to count schools, and those are the schools that in those areas in which we are going to actually send paper materials, while the other schools will be more like downloading materials, because we really think they can afford that. If schools outreach to us, we will be sending them, but voluntarily, the schools that are getting the priority to obtain printed materials are hard to count schools. We're really making a bigger effort over there.
So Ali Ahmed, Associate Director of Communications. So there's a subset of materials that is going to every school in the country. And there is the Superintendent or Administrator Toolkit, which should have dropped over the last few days with every school superintendent across the country. And then we've got a frame of all schools in the country and a principal package that gives them a subset of materials. Obviously not all of that. Maria's obviously talking also about the additional materials and making sure to reach the hard to count. We do have a follow-up program working in conjunction with CPEP, the Community Partner Engagement Program, and the regions, where we will work through the Great Complete Count Committee structure, which have all incorporated education deep into their own work, and follow up with the schools to drive home the idea of this as a very important thing you need to incorporate at some level in order to drive home, materials in the fall. So that's really what the director, sort of spoke about in Memphis, and when we talked about kicking off the national campaign on that. So as far as that's going, perhaps it can be discussed a little bit later in the partnership section, but there is an area where you start, the critical focus is on the hard to count communities. One of the things we've also learned recently, schools are often one of the only government institutions that a lot of hard to count communities have positive interactions with. So everywhere we go, we find out the schools are one of the most important people we need to get on board and get that message through, because teachers are a trusted voice, principals are a trusted voice. But this is also just a great example of how you have a national campaign with statistics in schools, provide materials, get publicity nationally, because that principal, that trusted teacher that can make an impact in that community interaction needs some permission from on top. They need some cover. They need to know they're working with a program that is good for their classroom and is going to advance their goals.
Megan is next.
I want to start by saying thank you. It is very clear that the feedback that you've gotten from folks on the NAC over the last couple of years on your partnerships and communications materials was heard, was received, and was integrated into the work that you did. Just a couple specific examples. The LGBTQ stuff isn't all white people. That is a shocking development for us, right? That it's a real thing. It's clear that you heard the things that we wanted, that we really lifted up as priorities. The LGBTQ stuff is also not just siloed in LGBTQ specific messaging. I'm very appreciative of that, so thank you. Obviously, there's some tweaks, that could be made, and I think that's always going to be the case. But I also really appreciate how you integrated the piece around the mom's friend and baby who live with us. Those complicated households that are often hidden intentionally or unintentionally and don't get counted on the census. It's really, really brilliant. And I appreciate all that you've done to really try to reflect the complexity that is in our lives. I think the biggest sort of outstanding question for me out of all of your presentations was just a little bit more detail on what you're doing around rapid response. I think what you have here is great. I'm curious about how you're planning to respond when misinformation and disinformation arises, which we know is going to happen. When there are IT crises, how are you going to communicate about those specific type of issues? When there are natural disasters, how are you communicating to folks? And how are you getting all of that information, both the rapid response stuff and the stuff like this that you showed us today? How are you getting that to partners? I know I didn't know that these PSAs are coming today, and I think I'm probably one of the most plugged in people in the country around census communications. So I'm curious, how are other people who aren't me getting it?
So in terms of rapid response, as I say, we are going to be very active with our campaign optimization efforts. Tomorrow you are going to be seeing a demonstration of SEM, if I am not mistaken. That is going to be our principal tool in terms of following up on response rates, lagging response rates on certain areas of the country, and definitely any cybersecurity and social media type of efforts to send messages against our message. So we have a very strong structure now on how we are going to start next year having our daily meetings, structures of different layers around the Census Bureau in which we are going to observe these developments and come with recommendations for this on how to respond to this development, and definitely a very strong group of executives who will be making final decisions for this. I know that Ali is very involved in these efforts, and I really think he would like to say some additional things on how our campaign optimization is going to work.
Well, Jack can summarize sort of campaign optimization from the media side, which is a really important aspect of how we will be responding with a very, very loud trumpet to misinformation and disinformation, and even just being able to adapt to an incident. If an unfortunate incident occurs, we have a lot of channels and a lot of flexibility, which Jack can get into from the media campaign. So we have a robust monitoring network already in place. We have advancing and excellent partnerships and engagements with the major social media platforms. We are already right now, we stood it up for address canvassing, in the process of identifying misinformation and disinformation, even at a fairly granular level, and appropriately responding to it in a way that gives people the tools to correct it where it needs to be corrected, but also doesn't amplify it necessarily with more. In terms of the partner network, that's an enormous part. And every channel, in my directorate, in Tim's directorate, every external relations channel that the Census Bureau has will be engaged in the effort to push out that positive, factual information about why it's important to respond to the census, why it's safe to respond to the census, in order to respond to anything else. The biggest thing that partners have already become, though, is a set of ears and eyes that can be places that the Census Bureau is not. In some cases, the Census Bureau cannot be, to try to catch that misinformation and disinformation before it even reaches the level of, a handful of posts on a social media channel. But Jack, if you could talk about campaign optimization and how that fits in.
Sure. So we think about it as two levels. One is ongoing campaign health. How are what we've planned, how is that performing? How is it executing? What's working well? What's not working as well as we'd hoped? And how do we tweak and refine that as we go, whether that's in the execution or where response is coming in? And that's a regular cadence of meetings and analysis that we'll do. We've already started drilling on that internally. We also have rapid response or incident response. And in both cases, the communications campaign is a piece of the response. So these drills that we're doing are across the Bureau, bringing groups together, whether it's CQA or field or partnership or field ops, so that we understand how we are coordinating. There are some incidents that we can anticipate could happen, and we're preparing for those ahead of time, having content already drafted and ready to go. So once we see it and we know where we want to respond, we're ready to mobilize against it. We also have funds reserved on the paid side. We have a contingency fund that we will draw down on for both of these, whether it's incident-related or it's ongoing health. We see softening of response in a certain area, and we need to invest more. But we'll be looking at data on a regular basis, what channels are working, how response is coming in, the social listening that Ali was mentioning. So that's already begun, so we have a baseline. As the volume of the conversation begins to increase, we can see how that's performing relative to where we started.
Okay, our next person is Carla.
Hi, thank you for sharing. Very helpful to see. I know you mentioned that the communication plan will be released, the details, in early January, but I was just curious, in some of the reach and frequency figures that you showed at a top level, do you also have those by different audiences that you're trying to reach?
Yes, we do, and as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the presentation, we're sort of limited right now to the degree of the information that we can share, because we're still actually in market negotiating for a lot of the media that will run during the campaign, and obviously we don't want to tip our hat on that negotiation. So we shared with you the level of information we can share at this point. And then, as I mentioned, in early December, you will actually have a list of everything that has been bought by audience, and that'll give you a very, very clear view of what we plan on doing.
Great, thanks. And as you talk about optimization, as the campaign goes along through the different phases, there'll be flexibility to be able to move and optimize against the different audiences?
Yes, yep, across many dimensions, yep, geographies, audiences, et cetera, yep.
Okay, Jerry is next.
Thank you very much, Jerry Green with the National Urban League. Julie, I loved that last piece too with the kids and all, and I thought the privacy piece was excellent, so thank you for that. We're going to need that. Couple of questions. Maria, on one of your pages, slide 48, there is a reference to the need to increase penetration into the Hispanic market for undercounted children. And we know that both black and brown children suffered, mightily with respect to an undercount in 2010. So I think that's great, and I was wondering if there was any corollary amplification or need as it relates to black undercounted children, of whom 6 out of 10 were missed in the previous census.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
one question. I just want to, because I know your responses, you all's responses are fairly long, so I just want to ask you, Y&R, did you all hire a contract? Was there an addition to the contract for to focus on black immigrants? Is there, or where is that captured? We have heard something out there about a new contractor that might have been on board, pulled on to do media messaging and all to immigrant populations within the black community. And finally, Pew Research and the Urban Institute have recently conducted research indicating that black and brown populations are increasingly disengaging for whatever reason with respect to census participation. I know in our outreach across the country, the National Urban League, we're hearing a lot, particularly about gentrification, how, the census worked hard to get the count in 2010, there were going to be hospitals, there were going to be housing, and things like that, and now folks are telling us we don't live here anymore. So what kind of messaging, this is my rent-controlled apartment is now $1 million condo. So how will your messaging penetrate what is increasingly happening across the country with respect to displaced populations who were there in 2010 and are no longer? Thank you.
I want to answer your first question because I think Alex is ready for the second one. We are pretty much most of our efforts for the undercount of young children are for black and brown children. Everything that you saw on the table, it's pretty much focused on hard to count communities. The mailer that we are doing is focused, and we have a whole explanation of the score, which Karen Divern is here, and she can give more details if necessary about how the score is developed. But the way that we are focusing and targeting this, definitely goes more to those communities than to the general population, because we totally understand that. So that's why we have been producing those like that. Alex?
Sure. Thank you. I'll answer your second question, which is the contractor question, and then I think Katsira will answer your third question. Okay, so we did release an RFP at one point. As we go through the development of the campaign and the implementation of the campaign, we're constantly evaluating whether there is a need that is not being met with the current lineup of subcontractors. At the moment, what happened in between that has been put on hold. Carol H. Williams continues to represent all of the Black African American audience. We're moving forward as we had moved forward before that RFP went out. However, after that RFP went out, we did find that a number of the media properties that would be available for some of those immigrant communities are actually no longer available. They actually don't exist. So during the evaluation of that process, we put that on hold, and that's where we currently stand on that.
Okay. We're actually technically supposed to be already going to get our lunches to get back here for 12:30. So what I'm going to do is Jim and I were conferring. I'm going to have the remaining people all ask your questions all at once, and then we'll have a response. That way everyone gets them out there. But so just keep it like kind of short question, you know, what your question is, and then the Y&R folks, if y'all can just sort of jot them down in order, and we can just go over them all at once. That way we get sure everyone's questions answered, we can still get out of here in time to get some food and come back here for our 12:30. Next person in line is Seth.
Thanks. I'll be very, very brief. You know, given what I see as enormous innovation in a really important area, I would just encourage you to think about working with other parts of the Bureau to do some sort of formal evaluation. We have the post-enumeration survey going in the field. There's a lot of survey instruments out there. And it just seems to me to be so vital to understand what works and what works best that I would just encourage that.
Great. Yolanda?
In New Jersey, there's an extensive drug problem.
Can you put it a little closer to you?
Sorry.
Does it not working? Okay.
My voice.
Can't hear you.
There's an extensive drug problem, and a lot of kids are being taken care of by their grandparents. I mean, whole families of 3 and 4 kids are now being fostered by the grandparents. And the second question is, how are you reaching foster parents?
That's a great question. Okay, Interdeep is next.
Wrapped around from others as well, especially about the Asian community and where the PSA was not, but I've been told it's coming. I'd also like to hear about the languages that you all have selected within that segment of the population. The other question I had, which in part was answered about the communication and the media plans, very good and very impressive, but sometimes the message is not as clear as it could be in terms of what does census do for me personally or my very immediate community? Why should I? I know in these PSAs and these other videos, there's some mention of it'll help the schools, it'll help the roads, but I think when you really narrow it down to what's in it for me, especially in the hard-to-count populations and some other segments, you know, essentially, how does census impact my daily life? The other one, I think, is what I think Seth also said, is some sort of a metrics to determine the effectiveness of the campaign, both short-term and long-term. And I did hear that there'd be discussions and meetings and so forth, but I wondered if you all had any defined metrics in terms of how it'll be evaluated, and also would there be any process to tweak the messaging if possible?
Great. John?
First off, thanks so much for sharing the work. I'm seeing it for the first time, so I can see the execution and try to guess as what the strategy was. So it was very helpful to have the VO to let me know what you were focusing on. 4 questions, 2 broad areas. First area is around messaging and creative. Second area is around media. Within messaging and creative, for the awareness portion of the campaign, is there a call to action? And if so, what is it? Then secondly, Where are you in the creative kind of production process timeline? And are you building in copy testing and other evaluations and diagnostics to make sure you're having breakthrough purchase intent or maybe motivation intent in this case? And then third, given the timing where we are, this will all launch in the spring, be primaries, March Madness, lots of stuff going on. So how confident are you, and I know you're currently in discussions for the media plan right now, that this will actually be able to break through and get that the message to the audience that we want to get to? Thank you.
Great. Nicole?
Thank you very much. Nicole Borromeo with Alaska Federation of Natives, and I too want to start by complimenting you on the very excellent material that you produced. It's exciting to watch, which I wasn't expecting, to be quite honest, and I multitasked and emailed our communications director back home and said, please share this on our website. But I did go searching for the Alaska Native specific targeted PSA on your website, and I can't find it. So if you could, Tony and Enid, maybe link me and Jim, if he wants to be in this as well, up with Maria afterwards, because I'd like to take a peek at that before it goes live if possible. Alaska Natives are very different than American Indians, and we have to make sure that the nuances are correct because our regions are so vast. And there's a lot of cause of concern around the tribal affiliation question that I think we can help explain better through some of these PSAs. And the same request for the radio spot as well. I'm not seeing that anywhere, so if we can hear that before it goes live. The other thing I just wanted to point out is that we do have a couple of key meetings, statewide meetings coming up here in the next couple of weeks, so we can help hook you guys up with different Alaska Native leaders throughout the state if we're able to connect with you. Thank you.
Great. Murad is our last one.
Hi, just a quick question. Will the PSAs be shared with the national partner organizations so they could share that information with their members and put it up on their social media platforms?
Okay, let's let them respond, in like 5 minutes, respond to all, 15 of those questions. Let's go for it.
Okay, we're going in reverse order.
Nice.
Because we can cluster these a little bit this way. So first, Murad, yes, they are being shared. So all the PSAs plus a lot more material is live as of 8:30 this morning on the partners website. So it is all designed to be shared with partners and others and is going to be shared through partnership outreach moving forward. That was that one, nice and quick. John, so yes, awareness, and actually it's a good chance to say this. With what you saw, it is a tiny fraction of all of the materials going out into the world. So security messages, other things that we were hearing about, what we try to do in the PSAs is not actually bombard with the same message the rest of the campaign is. So these are calling out specific pieces that you may not hear over and over and over again in the main campaign. So yes, there's a call to action for awareness, a call to action for motivation, and a call to action for reminder. The call to action for awareness is something along the lines of learn more, as that's what one can do. You also asked about a production timeline. We are in production now. So that is actually happening for the rest of the campaign. There was, in advance of this, extensive creative testing. We were out in field for almost 8 weeks of creative testing across every audience of the campaign. And then last one was timing in the noisy marketplace. Yes, if you want to know one of the things that keeps me up at night, it is this campaign trying to launch in the middle of the 2020 primary season. So we are keeping a very close eye on that. Both, we've been talking about it since day one on the strategy and creative strategy. Also, it's a constant conversation with the media planning and buying as well as the campaign ops side of the house.
Yeah, I would say that the media metrics I shared in the beginning, which showed a pretty significant increase over what was done in 2010, is specifically designed to address the questions you're raising.
And there was a heavier investment in the upfront buy, so we're guaranteeing inventory now. We still, as we said, we have reserves to deploy in market as the enumeration unfolds, but a more efficient buy and locking in inventory. We're also looking at unit lengths that can't be preempted by political ads. So there's a number of tactics that we've taken up front, knowing that that's the environment we'll be in.
One last messaging one that came up. So Interdeep, you asked about how is the campaign going to talk about what will census do for me personally. That is the entire rest of the campaign. We actually stayed away from it in the PSAs because the rest of the campaign goes over and over in many, many different ways what it does for you personally. Actually, tying back quickly to what Jerry's question was, one of the things you will also notice when the main campaign rolls out is we're very aware that folks may have felt promised something from the census in the past. So if you take the census, you will get. We have worked very closely with the Census Bureau to figure out how to help folks understand the potential, but know that we can't make a promise. It informs decisions. So I'm hoping, Jerry, that gets to yours a little bit. The entire rest of the campaign is honestly, for the advertising campaign, really all about the personal benefits of taking the census.
I want to say that that meeting that we're having next month is key because you will see the body of work of the campaign. I don't want to say the entire body of work because we have thousands of pieces and there's no way that we are going to show anybody thousands of pieces in 2 days or even if we sit down for a week probably. So that being said, you are going to see what the campaign is about, and a lot of the questions here, I know it's because you are not seeing that part of the campaign. That answer, what we look with the PSAs was to complete our message on things that we could not answer through the main campaign, and knowing that our partners could help us bring those messages out. But most of the message, and if you remember, all those barriers and motivators from CBAMs are included on the main campaign. So you will be seeing those over there. And I want to answer also to Jerry's question that the flavor of the campaign, what you are going to see there, it's a lot of community, particularly for the African American ads. I'm seeing a lot of that, their community, the real African American community in their places. And I think as we cannot make any promises, we can also show them and show what we have and what we can do in those communities, assuring them in their actual, I don't know how to say, but in their actual neighborhood. I love what is there, that spirit is there.
You know, thank you so much for those those responses. They're very helpful. And while you're looking at and showing the personal benefit, we're also, from a stakeholder standpoint, when we message, we talk about the personal cost. So we have to bring some level of accountability to that issue too. It says, hey, if you don't participate, look how much it's going to cost your community. You know, how many dollars do you represent by not participating? So there's a medium, you know, that we have to take on both sides, and I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
And Yolanda, you had asked about grandparents and foster parents. There, I think in maybe 2 of the pieces you saw today specifically called out grandparents. We have other executions that speak specifically to foster parents through partner materials. Some are print, social media content that's being developed as well. So we know that's an important audience to reach as well. It is one of many messages and many audiences that we're reaching, but there is specific content in the library of content that's been developed speaking to foster situations. Yep.
Just in the last couple of minutes, I was in the back reviewing pieces that show grandparents and also that discuss and encourage partners or agencies on how to guide foster parents for this effort. So it's a very clear message. It's included on our paid advertising, but it's a very clear message all way over the promotional materials. Also, I want to say for the evaluations, what I say was that we don't have a specific evaluation of SIS, but we will be discussing IPC evaluations and the entire body of different evaluations and experiments this afternoon. So I think that you probably will be very pleased with what our research team is doing. So let's discuss at 2 o'clock. I think it's in the agenda for 2 o'clock.
Okay, great, thank you all very much. That was a fantastic presentation, really enjoyed that. So our next presentation is in like 10 minutes. So what we need to do is go to the cafeteria, get our lunches as quickly as possible, and bring them back here. Realistically, I know you will probably not be back here in exactly 10 minutes, but let's try, if I extend it longer, then you'll just take longer. We all know that, right? So go there as quickly as possible, get your lunch, and come back so we can start as soon as we can, okay?
now, yeah. See, it's time for the census count, and it can really help you out, and you don't have to doubt it. Stand up and be shouting. Census 2020, oh, yeah, helps us get what we need for our community, yeah. And there is unity. Oh, be counted in the Census 2020, oh, where everyone is treated equally.
Here we go. CW Trey, turn me up. You can do it online, do it on the phone. Doesn't matter how you do it, you just need to get it done. Simple as 1, 2, 3. It ain't nothing to it, but if you need a little help, we'll even help you through it. Do it for your moms, do it for your kids, do it for the schools and roads where you live. The 2020 census can even help your business. Go on and raise that finger and help us rate the digits. Bet your bottom dollar you can count on me. Stand up and be counted in your community. Some people need to eat. Some people in the streets don't be redacted and subtracted to be added in 2020.
Do it online, do it on your phone, do it all alone while you're sitting at home. It really doesn't matter, just be in the number. Census 2020 helps us get what we need for our community. And there is unity. Be counted in the Census 2020.
Marvell, are you upstairs? Can you guys mute that music, please?
Because it's all confidential. Come on, everybody, come on. Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Before we get started, I would just like to remind you that while you are at Census headquarters, that we are not allowed to take pictures using any type of smartphone or camera or any other type of recording device. Okay, so up next, we have a presentation by Robin Bachman and Willette Allen, and they will update us on the 2020 Census partnerships.
Thank you. So I'm Robin Bachman. I'm Chief of the National Partnership Program, and I'm joined by Willette Allen. I'll go first, and then I'll turn it over to Willette. I believe everyone can see the slides. Okay, great. And I have the clicker. Okay. So we were before NAC in May, and so I'll try not to go too far back to what we already covered then, but I will catch up those who haven't seen our presentation in a little while. So again, I'm Robin. I'm with the National Partnership Program. National Partnership is part of the Integrated Partnership team. So Maria and Team Y&R that presented just a little while ago were part of that effort. I also do one partnership with CPEP, so we'll hear from Willette and her colleagues on the other side of the table here. COIL, we do work with PIO, Congressional Affairs, Statistics in Schools, and Team Y&R is part of our effort as well. So you'll hear me reference Team Y&R often during my update. COIL joined us last time, and I just wanted to put a plug in for COIL. Many of you in the room have done create-a-thons with them or Census Solution workshops, and so that's COIL. They're the Open Innovation Lab. And if you'd like more on COIL, visit opportunity.census.gov/COIL. One of the events they have coming up is their Top Demo Day, and that's December 7th. December 10th. Don't come on the 7th. It's on December 10th, and it is a summit here, and everyone is invited. So please visit our website if you'd like more about TOP. That's the Opportunity Project. So again, we're an integrated partnership team. So who makes up the National Partnership Program. This is our organizational chart. So you see that Ali Ahmed is our Associate Director. So National Partnership is part of the Communications Directorate. So we do this work across a number of directorates with CPEP sitting in field, for instance. Burton Rice is over our program, and that's me, Robin, the chief. Anna Owens is our deputy chief, and she's been with National Partnership longer than me, and I just want to thank her and all the team for all the work that they've done to build this excellent program. And then the National Partnership Program team, I know I've been asked in the past how many our numbers are, and I can give you a sense of that. So National Partnership, we're about 16 members or 16 staff, and that's a combination of feds and contractors. And then I have another 8 staff who are matrix to me, so 16 plus 8, and then we have about 4 team in the queue. National partnership activities. So at our core, we enlist and engage national level organizations to support the 2020 census effort, encouraging partners to get out to their audiences, especially the hard to count communities, and ask them to respond to the census. We work with corporations, nonprofits, faith communities, lawmakers, and many others, and we're at about 470 national participating organizations. And what do I mean by national participating organizations? They're public partners, supporters, and allies who are engaging with us in partnership activities to promote the 2020 census. So to implement the work that we're doing, we have designed the National Partnership Program into audiences that we call portfolios. So it mirrors very much what you've seen through the rest of the integrated campaign to think through how we're going to do our outreach. So these portfolios were informed by strategic frameworks. If you recall from the May session, we talked with Angina Hayter. She did a step through of how we built those strategic frameworks. And they're based on a number of things, including the CBM's data, and also to think through what we put together for the CRM. And you'll get a CRM demonstration tomorrow. That's our customer relationship management system. So we put together categories into how we can make sure that we're classifying the work what we're doing. And then the organizations are divided into sectors, types, and subtype. And this is what I mean by portfolio. So you'll get a sense of how the National Partnership Program is broken into little teams. And so these portfolios have been really helpful. They are both census teams. So when I said that I had 16 team in National Partnership and another 8 who are matrix to us, those are the teams that are sitting on these portfolios. And then Team Y&R, part of the contract, also I have some Team Y&R help sitting on them as well. And this is just a nice sample of some of the national partners that we have engaged with so far. It is just a sample, because anytime I throw up a list like this, I know I'm being so inclusive that we're putting the full list out. But the good news is we actually are posting our public list. We'll get that list posted in January. We're going to do it in time with when they do the next web update. So we'll post a list of national partners in January. And the number of partners grow every day. As I said, this is just a sample, including the Retail Industry Leaders Association, the National Association of Realtors, the National Congress of American Indians, and I know the director mentioned some work this morning, Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, American Association of Community Colleges, AMVETS, and so many more. And I know a few of you actually are national partners in addition to sitting on the NAC too. So, and if you aren't, thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim. If you aren't a partner and your organization would like to partner, we'd love to talk to you later. Here's just some of the activities that we're engaged in. We are only 5 months away, or not even, from April 1st Census Day, so like the rest of the decennial, it's very active. Customer relationship management system for us, like CPEP and others, it's very important to gather our work and to also make sure that we're collaborating and coordinating that outreach that we're doing. We launched a partnership profile series on America Counts. And our email marketing subscribers have gone up to, I just got the update this morning, we're at 60,000 email marketing subscribers. And what do I mean by that? I know Megan asked this morning if we did a blast about the PSAs. We did. So those 60,000 persons who've signed up to say, yes, please send me emails about partnership, we sent to those folks this morning the PSA toolkit. And if you'd like to sign up for the toolkit or to sign up to get the email list, please visit 2020census.gov/partners. And the PSA toolkit is on that page. It's about halfway down. So in addition to that email marketing that we're doing, we're engaging with partners. We are doing, we're out there an awful lot. So my boss some days, I'm like, where are you? I'm like, wait, what day is it? What city am I in? So no, we're all very actively out there talking to partners because that's the work that we are to be doing. Just for instance, we were at PFLAG this week. We were at the American Academy of Pediatric Conference. We tabled at the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Connect Home USA Summit. We were at the National Black Farmers Association annual conference in Plattsville, Alabama this past weekend. We were at the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. We exhibited at the Korean American Coalition annual conference in Atlanta. And today, this week, we're at the National Legal Aid and Defenders Association annual conference in Detroit. My colleague Shogufta Ahmed will speak about strategies to promote 2020 census participation at that conference. And that's just a taste of some of the activities we're doing. It is a high season right now for a lot of conferences and conventions, and so we're trying to make sure that we're out talking about the 2020 census, and that is less than 5 months away. So with April 1st just around the corner, National Partnership is working with existing and new partners with a focus on moving from awareness to the motivation phase, because we align with the rest of the communications campaign and the timeline of the campaign. We are advancing the mission to achieve an accurate and complete count, and we need everyone, especially trusted partner voices, to spread the word that the 2020 census is safe, it's easy, and it's important. And let me just add my thanks to all that you are doing to get the word out about the 2020 census and to make sure that we're going to have a full count. And now I'm going to turn it over. I think we'll come back to this after Willette does her portion, and I'm going to turn it over to Willette Allen.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all today? Is everybody doing well? Excellent. I got to tell you, I'm a little bit upset with you guys. I can smell the aroma around the room, and my stomach is growling. Nobody offered to share. I was giving kind of some strange looks to this gentleman to my right, hoping that he might give me a crumb or something, but nothing came my way. Now he says I should have just asked. All right, okay, so let's get to the matter in hand. So as Robin said, my name is Willette Allen, and I have the pleasure of being the program manager for the Community Partnership and Engagement Program. So one of the things that I love about this program is our focus on this one partnership team. It's a multidimensional team comprised of Robin, myself, and Coyle, as you mentioned. And I like to think of Robin and I as building partnership, maintaining those partnerships. And where Coyle comes into place, they provide an opportunity for our community partners and also our national partners to really have a matchmaking session where they can utilize technology to really begin activating. So again, this one partnership team is a powerful team, and it's something I certainly hope that we'll continue to replicate in decades to come. So before I get started, I want to say that I have the honor of presenting to you a remarkable program. But they're true champions out there, and I sit at this table alone, but there are a lot of folks beyond myself that really are doing some tremendous work. I have the pleasure of having 3 of those individuals today. We're going to go into a session where you'll be able to get a view from the field, which I think is going to be a pretty exciting session. But I also want to talk a little bit about leadership, because leadership is what it takes to really make this program the successful program that it is. And I'm reminded of something that Ronald Reagan said some time ago. He said that the greatest leaders is not necessarily the ones who does the great work. He is the one that gets the people to do the greatest things. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what our regional directors do every day. that our deputy regional directors, our ARCARMs, and our partnership coordinators, and of course, our staff. So I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the phenomenal work that this entire field team does every single day. Okay, I just can't say enough about this team. I'm excited. And every time I get here, I know that this body is a very structured body, but it's difficult for me to contain my excitement about the work that we do. We have the privilege of undertaking one of the largest peacetime missions in the country. And every time I think about that, it gives me goosebumps, and I'm so excited. So I'm going to try to be a little bit reserved, Tim. You know that's going to be a challenge for me, but I'm going to try it. Okay, so in my time today, I want to do three things. I want to update you on our partnership hiring, and I got to tell you, I'm a little bit excited about the numbers I'm going to share with you today. I want to give you a profile of partnership specialists. We'll launch us into the view from the field profile, and then I want to give you a progress in terms of the work that we've done up to date. So Robin is going to be my clicker because I'm really not that good at that. So before I go into the actual presentation, I want to tell you just a little bit about the view from the field profile, what's going to happen there. So the view from the field will include a panel discussion, these wonderful folks over here from the Atlanta, Dallas, and Denver regions, and Los Angeles. I was restricted. I wanted to bring all 1,506 of those folks today, but I thought that might be a little bit much. So I selected these folks, and you'll see why, that they were some of the best in the field to talk to us about what's going on. So this section will immediately follow my presentation. Each of the partnership specialists will join me here today, and I'll be asking them questions regarding their experiences in the field with the intent of giving you a view. What is it that partnership do? How do they do it? What are some of their challenges that they're facing? So as I'm going to, again, start off asking those initial questions, I'm hoping that there are going to be questions from the committee here. And I think that Karen indicated that I'm going to ask questions for about a 10-minute session. Then I'll turn it over to the chair to begin allow the members to do so. So I just want to give you a sense of that. And also, as I'm presenting, you may want to formulate some of those questions as I'm talking. So let's go to the next slide. Next slide. This really just depicts the complete and accurate count of what it is that we're doing. So one thing I want to preface before we go into this. So these slides, as we do a lot of work in preparation for any committee, your committee, of course, but the work the partnership does, much like work in other areas, is happening every single day. So these slides do not accurately reflect our numbers as of today. So I am excited to tell you that we have on board and working today, I almost want a drum roll, 1,506 partnership staff in the region across the nation doing some phenomenal work each and every day. I mean, I cannot tell you. It took us a little bit longer than we had anticipated for that to happen, but guess what, folks? We are here. We have all those folks working. They're excited. They're mission-driven. They're innovative. They're creative. And again, you're going to hear more about those folks. So it's truly excited. The other thing I want to say is that we also have 160 in the queue. And you might want to ask, why do we have 160 in the queue and we just hired 1,506? We did that because, obviously, we're an organization that doesn't wait for problems to happen. We're very proactive. So our leadership took it upon themselves to employ a strategy to overhire to ensure that we were going to get those numbers when we needed it. That's how important this decennial is that we didn't just wait. We were taking action. So we do have 160 in the queue. There, obviously, with any organization, you're going to have some attrition. So we don't know that all 160 of those will come through, but there will be some that inevitably will drop out. So I think that we are going to be at a place that we are fully staffed, fully capable, and ready to take on this effort of the 2020 Census Outreach. So again, so thrilled to bring that to you today. So let's go on to the next slide. So again, one of the things I wanted to do today is to really give you a flavor of what partnership looks like, a partnership profile, if you will. So this is what this slide is intended to depict. So nationally, We have approximately 30% of our staff are bilingual. 30% of our staff are bilingual. And in each of these circles, if you will, sort of gives you the specific percentage region to region. Collectively, they speak 47 distinct languages beyond English. Nationally, 13% of our staff have worked in at least one decennial. I will say that it is lower than what we've had in prior decennials, and that is in large part due to our robust economy. We have a phenomenal economy, and as such, people are primarily looking for permanent jobs, but there are a lot of committed folks too that are coming back too as well, as you'll see on this table over here. So nationally, 73% of our staff were hired from the community that they live and serve in. So again, another strategy that we made going on in the planning stages, we wanted to make sure that when we were recruiting people, we recruited them from the communities that they worked and served in. Why? Because one of our number one strategies is trusted voices. So we wanted to hire those trusted voices to do the work that they were already doing as well. Next slide. Language is spoken. So again, I just alluded to the 47 languages, distinct languages across all of our partnership specialists that are being spoken in the region by those folks that are on board. This just gives you a little bit of a flavor of what those languages are region to region. Now, you might look at the Atlanta region and you say, Atlanta region only has 4, Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, and Haitian Creole. But that was very strategic. One of the things that you have to know about the Atlanta region, if you looked at the demographics, those are the top 4 languages that are spoken in the Atlanta region. So we wanted to, as we were hiring people, we wanted to make sure that we did the research, looked at what the populations were, what the languages, top languages that were spoken in that region, and to the degree that we could, again, to the degree that we could, we wanted to make sure we were hiring people that spoke those languages and also had that community experience. So that's what that slide is intended to project there. Next slide. This is an interesting slide too. So this slide really talks about where our folks are focused, their primary primary initiative that they're working on. So there's a caveat here. One of the things I want to say is that partnership specialists, by and large, do not have one role. Again, my panel is going to tell you even more about that. But this gives you a sense of what some of those primary roles are. So most partnership specialists are working on at least 2 initiatives, sometimes 3 initiatives. So that's why that's reflected here. I think one of the examples I might give is looking at the New York region. You see general there, 31% of their population is general. And what that really means is that we don't have people that are working on the general population in the sense that we understand the general population. What that means is that they're working on the Portuguese population, the LGBTQ population. They may be working on an SIS initiative. It's more than one initiative, so it's multifaceted for the most part. So it's a little bit confusing, but I've been struggling in terms of how to depict that in a way that really tells a more compelling story. But hopefully when you walk away from this, you see that there was data-driven decision, strategies in terms of making sure that we were hiring the right people with the right skills based upon the demographics in each of these regions. So it was not random. We were doing this very, very purposefully. Next slide. So partnership training, I think this is a question that this body is very, very interested in. And so one of the things I wanted to give you today, this really just depicts some of the trainings that we have done. To do the job of partnership, it takes a multifaceted number of skills. It's not just one skill, it's not just 2 skills, and it also takes a different kind of temperament. Again, these folks will talk more about that. But we have had a wealth of experience, a wealth of training that has been going on since August of 2018. For instance, we've had 7 media specialists, primarily for our media specialist team and also the leadership, ARCMs, regional directors, deputy regional directors. I myself was in that. I can't tell you I was a great student, but I was in that training. 2 partnership train-the-trainer session, 5 CRM training, statistics in schools, undercount of young children, visual information specialist training, congressional liaison training, national partnership training, COIL training, Gov delivery training, Rome training. So again, our partnership specialists certainly have had a significant amount of training, and we continue to train. One of the things that I want to do, and I want to pause and talk about, and it doesn't necessarily fall into the training bucket, but is a mechanism for us to ensure that we're reaching every single one of our partnership specialists on a weekly basis and giving them the most relevant information at the time. And I will admit, when the first initial idea came on board to have this, what we're calling a nationwide partnership call every week to each one of our partners, I was a little bit reticent. I looked at Tim Olson with a strange eye. I said, Tim Olson, is this one of your ideas again? And I got to tell you, I am here today to tell you it is one of the best things that we did. And so let me elaborate a little bit. So this is a nationwide call of every single one of our partnership specialists every single week. And we talk about things from, we have the folks from Ali's office, we have Public Information Office going over some of the most critical talking points to make sure that they fully understand it. We have folks from the Statistics in Schools. We have folks from the Undercount of Young Children. We have topics on group quarters, SBE, and they're intended to give them the most critical information in a way that is not overwhelming, to make sure that they understand the basics that they need to understand at that time. It's not intended to be a dissertation and not intended to be, a 3-hour session. They generally go between 30 minutes to 1 hour. We get surveys on those every single week, and I cannot tell you how much the partnership specialists in the region appreciate those, because it is our opportunity to make sure that we get directly to them, because oftentimes when you're in headquarters, you rely upon various different communication networks to get from here all the way into the field. And we have those in place. They are rigorous, but we also wanted to make sure that we had a mechanism in place to get to our partnership specialists in real time every single week. If you can think how powerful that is, to bring together an entire team of folks to hear the exact same thing at the exact same time, that's pretty powerful. So I will say I am a believer. My apologies, Mr. Olson, because it was a phenomenal idea. Okay, so let me go in now to giving you, next slide, please. I want to talk about regional action plans, but in the interest of time, because I only have 3 more minutes remaining, our panelists over here are going to talk about regional action plans in a bit, so I'm going to save that for them. I do, however, want to give you a quick update. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. I do want to give you a quick update in terms of where we are with our progress. So again, as I said at the onset, these slides are at least a week late. So our numbers to date now, we're at 91,000, I believe, 91,000 in terms of partners that we have secured up to date. And even that, I will admit, one of the challenges of the program is there's a little bit of a delay in terms of what's in CRM. So our partners, our partnership specialists are out there every single day, and their number one priority is to build partnership. And then they come back and they go into CRM. So we have about a week delay in terms of getting that data into CRM. So although that data reflects about 86,000, even though that was about a week ago, we're closer to about 95,000 right now. Even that 95,000 is not reflected of the week delay that it takes to enter those in, because that is data entry. We do have mechanisms that we're putting in place to hire additional CRMs to help with that backlog, so that we can free up partnership specialists to do the most critical thing, which is building partnerships. So recognize our numbers may reflect that we are slightly behind schedule, but in fact, we really aren't when we consider the normal 1-week delay time because of the data entry. So I just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a depiction of terms of our partner sectors. As you can see very well, the number one partner is government, and that's due in large part to the tremendous work that we have done in terms of establishing state complete count committees and CCCs, state and local CCCs across the country. Nonprofits, of course, continue to be one of our fastest growing partners, as well as education and business. And when we begin to launch, and Ollie referenced this a little bit earlier, when we begin to launch some of our regionally implemented, again, I emphasize regionally implemented national program, such as the Census in School regionally implemented program, the faith-based regionally implemented program, the Undercount of Young Children regionally implemented program, the Veterans regionally implemented programs, you're going to see those particular sectors really grow over the course of the next 6 weeks. So a tremendous amount of work that is coming in the next 6 weeks for our partnership folks. Next slide, please. So here again, this tells a story. I got to tell you, it's one of the most things that I'm most proud about. We launched this 2020 census, and we recognized that we needed to go to the head. We really needed to do a lot of work at the state level, both at the congressional level with the secretary, and our OCIA office has helped us tremendously in terms of our congressional outreach, but also in terms of reaching those states and asking them to do this, to start a state complete count committee. And as you can see from this chart, we've done phenomenally well. We have 47 states, and that does include DC and Puerto Rico, that are actively engaged in the work of promoting 2020 census. These are up, and they are absolutely running and doing some phenomenal work. We have in formation, not yet active, but they're in formation. They're building their infrastructure. We have 2 states, and that state is Texas and Vermont. We have one that is considering, and that's South Dakota, and we have great hopes that they will soon come on board. And then we have had 2 that at this time have indicated that they have elected not to establish state complete count committee. But I gotta tell you, ladies and gentlemen, all is not lost. Next slide. Because even within those 2 states, Florida and Nebraska, who have indicated that they will not establish state complete count committee, there's a great work that's going on. I mean, look at these CCCs. In Florida, we have 176 government CCCs, 64 community CCCs. We don't have any tribal CCCs, but we're working on it. Nebraska, 15 government, and 11 community. South Dakota, again, these are some of the ones that are not yet formulated yet. 9 government in South Dakota. Texas, 343 government, local government CCCs, 158 community. Vermont, we have 9, and 6 community for Vermont too as well. So even if we don't quite have the support at the state level for a couple of these states, there is absolutely activity, true engagement that's happening at the more local level. Next slide, please. Okay, so at this portion, I want to go into regional highlights, and I'm out of time. However, I'm going to allow the LA region, the Dallas region, and the Atlanta region to talk about highlights from their perspective regions. So if it's okay with the committee, should we go into the next section, which is the view from the field, or would you like to ask questions of us beforehand?
Okay, so yes, we have conferred here, and so we think it's a good idea to just move right into the panel on a view from the field.
Okay, excellent. So I am going to give a very, very abbreviated reading of the bios. So I want to start with Taylor Hong, who is Taylor's first time as a partnership specialist for the U.S. Census Bureau. Prior to joining the Bureau, Taylor was the executive director of the Ethnic Business Coalition, which is a 50c3 nonprofit committed to developing, promoting, and improving the long-term growth, sustainability, and success of immigrant and minority-owned businesses in Washington State. As executive director, Taylor guided the marketing, financial, advocacy services, and resources, and provided the representation that is essential for small minority-owned businesses to succeed. So I'm going to just keep it brief here just for a second. So our next panelist is Sergio Martinez. Sergio is a partnership coordinator in the Denver-Dallas region. He leads a team of 20 partnership specialists in 2 states, in New Mexico and Utah. He was a partnership specialist in 2009 and 2010, so we're thrilled to have him back here again for 2020. In 2017, he returned to the census and was successful in supporting operations to increase awareness about LUCA in local governments. He has formed 2 state complete count committees and has overseen the creation and growth of over 100 local municipal CCCs in his states. Our next honored guest here is Ms. Marilyn Stevens. And Ms. Marilyn Stevens, her bio is longer than, I don't even have an analogy for it. It's incredibly long, so I'm going to try to really, truly abbreviate that just to give you a sense of Ms. Marilyn's experience. So Marilyn actually has, unlike other, most actually partnership specialists, has served in more than one region. She has been not only partnership specialist, partnership coordinator, and is now in the capacity of ARCM. Let's see, so most of Marilyn's commitments to public service has been her involvement in educational areas during her career. She has successfully served as executive director of the Citizen Schools Committee, a nonprofit educational advocacy organization, commissioner on the Chicago Public Schools Monitoring Commission for Desegregation Implementation under the consent from the federal court system. She's the president of the Chicago Panel on School Policy and co-chair of the Chicago Citywide Coalition for School Reform. Let's see, she's one of the most requested Census Bureau speakers to date. She has facilitated, wait for it, more than 800 workshops and presentations across the country. That makes me tired, Marilyn. So her accolades, her accomplishments go on and on and on and on, but in the interest of time, what I'd like to do is just kind of go right into some of the questions if I could. Okay, so I'd like to start here. I'd like to start with Taylor as the newest member on the Census Partnership team. So understanding that no 2 days in the life of a partnership coordinator are ever quite the same, give me a sense of what a day in the life of a partnership specialist is.
Sure. Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor. As a partnership specialist, I think the misconception is that we get this glorified role of dressing up, taking our briefcase, and going from partners to partners, doing a quick presentation, shake hands, and establish that partnership, and go on to the next one. In some sense, we do that, but like you said, no 2 days are the same. There are days where I will be in my car traveling for 8 hours a day, traveling from one partner to the next. I'm in charge within Washington State. I started in January, so I, at that time, was in charge of the Vietnamese population, as well as business, homeless population initiative, as well as Asian Pacific Islander and nonprofits. So as you can imagine, with those many initiatives under my belt, as well as some counties as well, I was in my car quite a bit traveling. There will be days where I don't get home till 9, 10 o'clock at night because I may be attending a city council meeting that is at 8 o'clock, or I could be at a meeting with a partner at 7 in the morning. But a typical day would see me making multiple phone calls, checking emails, speaking with different partners, giving presentations. And then there are days where we have to manage a lot of inquiries, fielding questions, hand-holding a lot of partners who are or may not be ready to commit, really giving them, sitting down and having honest conversations as to why it is important for them to participate. There'll be days where following up with partners to make sure that they are, comfortable and whole and going forward with the commitments they are making. So no 2 days are alike. There'll be days that I could be sitting there doing CRM all day, which is not my favorite day in the whole in the week. but it needs to be done. So see us at our desk, see us in the field, see us working with recruiting assistants. During the summer is a lot of attending, working weekends to attend a lot of events, conferences. So we work, there are days where I'm working till 10, 11 o'clock at night just to catch up on emails or paperwork.
Sergio,
Is
you
it
want to
okay?
add to that?
Yeah, that'd be great. How you doing? I hope everyone is as excited as we are on the field to do the 2020 census next year.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Let me add to that. I welcome the opportunity to take you, any of you, to a life in the life of a PS, of a partnership specialist. So you're welcome to come over to New Mexico or Utah. But what we need you to start picturing in your mind is Sergio Martinez, like in hustling every day in his car in the parking lot, trying to get into CRM because somebody over here needs to understand what we're doing, right? Then you have to run back into the meeting and put the suit on, because somebody has to put the suit on, right? And go back in there and depict your best demeanor, because this time it's a government meeting. Then you gotta get out of that meeting really quick, report back to your Denver Regional Census Center and say, yes, you're gonna make that other meeting over there running, and this is a community meeting. You take your suit off, roll the sleeves out, and you just start trying to talk to the community. This time is when it's helpful to speak the other language, because this time is when you're probably going to the Spanish-speaking language, or you're going to the Vietnamese-speaking community. So that's just one day, but we can elaborate more if you need to.
So my next question is going to be for Marilyn. So with each decade that we conduct a census, we get better, more efficient, and hopefully more productive. This time the census will have the ability to respond online for the first time. As you know, there is a digital divide in some of our communities, some of our hard-to-count communities. How are we leveraging partnerships to bridge this divide?
And thank you for inviting me, Willette. It's always a pleasure for me to speak of, to talk about partnership, and some of you I've worked with for a long time and your local affiliate, so I'm excited about that. One of the things that we look at in outreach, when we go into our communities, we want to be able to level them up. And one of the things that we looked at when we started our program in December of 2016, we looked at our region because it's expanded. And many of you may not know that in the last census, there were 12 regions. So in Atlanta, we had Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. And because of our dense population, we had the largest workload because we had the most housing units. And we did so well that they gave us 4 more states for 2020. So the first thing that we had to do with these additional states, because we knew our 3, so we knew them, but the other 4 states, we had to take a look at what have we inherited. In 2 of our states, we inherited low participation rates from 2010. They were in the wake of the Katrina disaster, so that was a good explanation for that. Then we had to look at the rural areas. We looked at American Community Survey data to see what the internet, since we're going to the electronic census, what the broadband subscriptions and the internet. So we had to do a lot of research on that. Then we actually had to take tours. We actually took a tour in all 19 counties in the Mississippi Delta, and to sit down and talk with the local leaders to ask them, we're going to an electronic census where we're going to be looking to optimize self-response by inviting households to go online or to call a toll-free number. What impediments do you see to that? And one mayor took us outside of the trailer, which was the city hall, and took us to the tree. And he said, this is where everybody gathers under this tree. And the first thing I wanted to know, how good is the Wi-Fi under the tree? And so when we talked through that, and he's saying, he said, this will help to level our community up. He says, but many of our community members do not have any internet service at all. He said, everything is by satellite. So now we've got to go to Plan B. We went to another city, and we found out that we want to have, because we looked at Mississippi, and 25% of the population is under 18. So that's statistics in schools. So then we look, and so the school districts have been realigned, and some of the schools have been closed. So these are the types of things that we had to do a lot. You have to do a lot of due diligence in preparing for these expanded regions for these hard-to-count areas.
Thank you, Marilyn. This next question is going to be for Taylor. So Taylor, I talked about the vast majority of training that have been provided to partnership specialists to begin this endeavor of building partnerships. Do you feel that the average partnership specialist is fully equipped to do this job based upon that training?
I would say yes and no. Yes, in the terms that when I was hired on, I spent a week at our regional office being trained on the different initiatives, receiving information. But those information are, procedural, recommendations from the initiative from 2010. But what we encounter in the field is sometimes very different. And it just really depends on who the audience is. So the training that we receive equips us with the information, with the data, and what the census is and how important it is. But the real life experience is when you are in the field. I remember one incident where usually most of the partners that I have are very community folks that I've worked with, so I've had rapport with them. And so I've gone in and was easily able to establish partnerships. And I remember one time I had to go down to the city of Federal Way to give a presentation to City Council. And there were some questions in the audience that was just pressing for me to answer that I knew we couldn't answer, or that, is not an answer that they were looking for, but they were seeking for that confirmation. And it was very difficult. And these situations, we know about them, but once you experience them, it takes a different type of training. And that's something that you learn as you grow into the job, as it reaffirms of why you're doing this. And, and so I keep having to tell myself that was a great learning experience. So you get the tools, but then you also have to use what you learn in the field to really make this position work. Because like you mentioned, no one day is the same. Every day I encounter different partners, different requests, different, meetings, and there's only so much that you can learn in a training environment, and so much that the Bureau can only prepare you for. So in terms of that, I felt like when I left the training in LA, I had the tools and I had resources to reference and to go back or to ask my superior for information. But it's real life training that you have to kind of learn on your own.
Right, that real, yeah. So one of the things, so you're referring to the training in October in LA. So in our training, we have some limited role playing. Are you recommending that we should expand that and have more role playing based upon scenarios that may potentially happen in the field? Would that better prepare?
Yes, I think so. I think so. In our office in Washington State, we do quite a bit of role playing with new partnership specialists.
Right.
And myself and a couple of other team leads, we love playing the devil's advocate, and we sit back in the audience and ask really tough questions and just kind of throw a monkey wrench in their presentation, heckling them in the middle of it. And so I hope that helps to prepare the newer partnership specialists that comes online. But yes, I think that would be very helpful.
So this next question is going to be for Sergio. So partnership, So I said this before, partnership is not a one-size-fits-all model. You cannot employ it everywhere. The same, what you do in terms of partnership in New York City, what you do in rural America, what you do in other parts of the country, et cetera, are not going to be the same. But how do, and even, you know, in terms of on the reservation and so forth, so how do you manage that? How do you prepare your partnership specialists to take a broad model and sort of make it resonate or make it work for the population that they're working with?
Good question. Is everybody familiar with ESL? What ESL stands for? Is it English as a second language, they say? I don't call it that. I call it excellence, strategy, and leadership. Because in order to make this program of CPEP work, you need that individual that's bringing excellence, strategy, and leadership. Let me tell you, I am in CPEP, and I think that we are the MVP program of the Census Bureau, boss. Because
we are a little biased, you guys.
Because in this program, you got to ensure that you are playing the role that will benefit the team in its entirety. If we are trying to answer that question really quick, Willette, we got to make sure that in rural America, or as in New Mexico, our senators and congressmen they call it frontier America. So in Utah, you can call rural. In New Mexico, you can call it frontier America. And these are the words of senators representing their constituency. We have to be able to ensure that we keep the United States of America united. And by this, I mean we got to make sure that we employ that workforce. Because I personally have been in some of these areas, and in some of these areas, you got to make sure that we bring the right partnership specialist. I'm not making these stories up, but just over the last 2 weeks, a mayor shows up to a meeting because over there is open carry, and it's great, to the meeting with his firearm. And I don't know, but my partnership specialist, she feels intimidated. It wouldn't happen to another partnership specialist because the partnership specialist knows the laws and it's probably part of that community, right? You turn that side over and you go to, let's say, a metropolitan America, the United States of America, and you wouldn't see that one happening with the mayor of the town, right? So that is what I'm trying to convey. The MVPs of the Census Bureau are the partnership specialists.
Excellent. Does he sound like he's a little biased, maybe?
Just a
Okay,
little.
just a little. Okay, so this next question is for Marilyn. So as we began the planning stages for 2020, we reviewed the lessons learned for 2010 and of course, prior decennials. So one of the areas, particularly in the 2020 reports that we received, we felt that we needed to improve, some improvement in terms of the coordination with ACOs, specifically as it relates to partnership and the ACOs. In your regional action plans that I referenced earlier, and you might want to talk a little bit about what those regional action plans are, your region addressed and identified solutions for what steps your region will be taking to increase that coordination. Because obviously, the work of partnership, I always like to think that partnership is the oil that keeps that engine called the census moving. I mean, a great part of what we do is to help facilitate each and every one of our operations. So tell me more about what improvements have you made since 2010 in terms of foster a better and more effective communication coordination within the ACOs and partnership.
One of the things that we discussed is that the 2020 census is different, like every census, but this one is really different. Our area census office managers came on differently. The offices were not open when we brought on our recruiting managers and we brought on some of the other managers. So they were really working home from the beginning, which was different. So they would work from home. So one of the things that we did is that we were able to have them to sit in on the training of the partnership specialists and also have them to participate in shadowing as part of their training to understand how the outreach program worked. And one of the things that they found out is that the partnership program started earlier this cycle. So we hired our first partnership specialist, it came on in December of 2016. So we immediately started thinking about operational support for the partnership program. And one of the number one things, and the partnership coordinators we have now, we hired, were our first partnership specialists, the first thing we told them on day one, we must recruit for an adequate workforce. So the first subcommittee we will form in every complete count committee is a recruiting subcommittee to support our area census offices. And we say, because we know that the recruiting day is coming. So one of the things that when the recruiting managers came on board, we had already started to form recruiting subcommittees and to hand them over to our ACOs. So the recruiting managers were like, wow, they've already done 30% of our work. So we were able to do that. So that closeness developed because they were shadowing. They found out what we were doing in the field to support their efforts. They saw how outreach fits into the operation. We considered ourselves the forerunners. We were the ones to blaze the trail so that when the area census offices open, local governments and key community leaders understood the overview of the census operation. And they saw how this fit into the big picture of getting the best count possible. So right now that our ACOs are open, our partnership teams, they're already enmeshed because we started that from the very beginning. And as we brought on more and more of our area census office managers and other personnel, the partnership specialists were the ones setting up the appointments to introduce those managers to our local leaders. So right now, some days I get concerned that I'm going like, wait a minute, are you in the partnership team or are you in the ACO team? So sometimes when we have events that we have them together that we can't tell who's who. But what we've done is that the partnership specialists have set up so many events that now our ACOs have a list of events where they're able to dispatch their staffs for recruiting, and to participate in other events to raise awareness about the operation. And we think that that's part of our success.
Thank you. So I have two additional questions, which I'm going to pose to all three of them, and then I'd like to afford the committee an opportunity, plenty of opportunity to ask some questions. So I'll start again with you, Marilyn. So in late June of this year, a decision was made to not include a citizenship question on this year's 2020 census form. As you work with partners in the field every day, do you think that that decision to not include the question has been clearly communicated throughout our hard-to-count populations? And if no, why? And what efforts are we undertaking to ensure at a partnership level that that is communicated?
Absolutely. That was definitely the 1 through 10 on the hot button issues list. And what we were successful in doing, that when we would get calls or we would participate in forums, our senior leadership staff was dispatched to participate on those forums. And one of the things that we put forth to what we call our trusted voices was the fact that right now that is a debate and not a definite. And what we need for each of you to do is to put forth to the community the importance of participating in the census, regardless of what questions are asked. And so we went back and looked at some historical documents. One of the things that we did, we went back to look at just some historical documents, and I went back as far as President Taft, because I was, not that I was born when he was president, but I was just trying to see some historical things that had been in print about the census. And the first thing that I saw was, don't worry about your immigration status. Don't worry about law enforcement. Don't worry about truancy. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, this sounds like, 2019. So we were able to provide those historical documents to our trusted voices. And they began to say, we don't care what's on the questionnaire. We want your participation far outweighs what you consider as a prohibited value of participating in the census. So we were successful in getting that across. We did not allow our staffs to participate in those forums, but we took our senior staff to do that for us.
Okay, next, Sergio. Thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate that feedback.
Want me to address that one too?
Yes, please. I'd like for each of you to address that.
Awesome. we got to understand that trickle-down communication, it's what I call it, is as effective as where it trickles, right? So we got to make sure that we have to ensure that that communication continues to be out there, because I was just recently in El Paso, New Mexico area. It's called Chaparral. We brought the director over there. And these are the communities that live just right over there on the border. You get out of your car or you are in your hotel and you're listening to the radio from the other side. And you are listening and you change your channel and you're listening to the radio from this side. So there are communities everywhere where the communication continues to be trickled down into those communities, but we're not the strongest message yet, right? Our partnership specialist in our program continues to strive to be the strongest message so that we can communicate this message, because sometimes that other stronger messages are the ones that permeate that community with feelings and actions. So our program needs to continue to permeate that community with the right message.
Taylor, from your perspective in LA?
So as a partnership specialist, Sergio and Marilyn are part of the leadership team. But for me personally, as a partnership specialist, I concentrate on making sure that the message about the citizenship question goes to our trusted voices, my trusted voices partners who I know have respect, who community members, their constituents have respect and trust them in getting the message out. And so I work to convey that message to those folks or organizations, and then really speaking to the importance of why we do this: representation, funding, distribution, and pinpointing, because I work in the community and as a former executive director of a nonprofit, I see the funding dollars of where it goes in the community, what it funds. For example, CDBG, Community Block Grant funding, goes to support food banks, goes to support our senior citizen communities, services in our community. So on that level, I speak to how that, being counted, represent, and what it translates for them. And having that trusted voice added into that component helps to move the conversation and helps to build that trust that this is a civic duty that we all need to engage in.
Excellent. So again, I want to allow 20 minutes for the committee to ask questions. So the last question is, tell me some of the innovative, exciting things that are happening in your regions. And I'll start with Sergio.
There's a link that I can send you over, Willette, that of an actual video that we created with the local state data center back in 2017. At this time, I wish I could create more multimedia outreach and stronger messages, but this job got me busy. So I'm trusting on the actual contributions of everyone. YNR, I can't wait to see all of those videos going down there. So we have created multimedia outreach. In New Mexico, we have replicated that, and we have partnered with the university, local university, and the local film clubs, and they created also a multimedia video so that we can count all children. We did the same so that it could permeate the entire state, and we did it with those partners. So even before all the information that came down, we have been able to partner with strategic organizations that can help us create this multimedia outreach, because there's so much strength that can go with one person, and the only way to clone Taylor and Marilyn and the entire CPEP program is to make sure that we create these multimedia messages.
Okay, thank you, Sergio. In 60 seconds or less, Ms. Marilyn Stevens, can you share with us what's going on in the Atlanta region? And I'd like to hear more about the summits that you have done.
Right. In 2010, the Atlanta region created a Partner Summit initiative where we looked at, can we bring in Hispanic leaders, African-American leaders, Caribbean leaders, faith-based leaders, Asian leaders, homeless, disability, immigrant advocates, Head Start leaders, federally recognized tribal leaders, state-recognized tribal leaders. How can we do that and bring them in? And then we looked at what's the downside and what's the upside. So what we figured is that if we could be responsible for the transportation and the lodging, then they would be more inclined to attend, because many of the community organizations just did not have the resources to attend something like this. So we created them, and we paid for the lodging and the transportation. We brought them all in separately. One of the things that we found out, first of all, many of them worked in the exact same area. All the Hispanic leaders, newsflash, did not necessarily know each other. So first of all, we provide them with a major networking opportunity throughout the region. Now that we have 7 states, the group, of course, is bigger. We brought in a guest speaker. We divided the summits into 3 parts. Operational, where we gave an overview of the entire census operation. And then the second part of it was about a community dialogue, where we asked them to vent, not to worry about hurting our feelings. Tell us everything they think about the census, good or bad, up or down, and to things that they're hearing in the community, things they think they're going to have a struggle trying to overcome. We did that, and many of them were candid, honest. The third session the next morning was the outreach part, because we felt we had to inform, we had to listen, and then we could talk about what the next steps and how they could help. One thing that we found out in all of the evaluations, from the Caribbean Summit, we brought in Caribbean leaders, they told us a lot of the things that we didn't know. The migrant and the farm worker leaders, the Hispanic leaders, we had all these different groups, we had them in different locations across our region, the regional director, deputy regional director, and 7 of our 10 assistant regional census managers, the ARCMs, we were there to answer their questions. At the end, the evaluation said, I didn't have good expectations, but I'm locked and loaded and I'm ready to act. Right now, out of the 400 leaders that we have, 100% have formed and are active in a major or several complete count committees. Okay. 400 leaders have given us their network contacts. They have we had already more than 15 activities to raise awareness. All of them are working to provide places to have guided sessions on to optimize self-response. One of the sessions, an abbot came. I did not know that the term abbot is a term for a high-level Buddhist monk. I thought that was his first name. And so when he was talking with me during one of the breaks, and then his staff person came up and she says, wow, he really does like you, Marilyn. She says, and he's one of the few Buddhist monks in the nation who is bilingual. She said, so he wants to know, can we have that sign to put it in our temple? And I said, what sign? She said, that one behind you. That was our ZAP sign, because they want to have a census display at all of their temples. So right now, what we have done with these summits, I always tell local governments and communities, what is your return on investment in the census? That's what you have to ask. If we do all of this, what are we going to get in return? So if we invest $1 for everybody, all of our constituents, what is going to be the return on the investment? And what we found out by putting this investment in these 400 leaders in all these different groups, they have formed a neat network, and now we have more than just 4,000 partners that we can't even get all that stuff in CRM. Don't have enough time because
I need you
of
to get it in
network.
CRM.
Well, it's going to be in there. We've already set up something real special for that. Wink, wink. So we're working on that. The summit initiative was very successful for us, far more than we expected. It far exceeded our expectations and our partners' expectations. And I'll say one more thing. At the Faith-Based Summit, the guest speaker, at the end of the summit, he said there are 500 churches that were in his district. He has sent out an edict that all 500 churches, to form a complete count committee, to appoint a census liaison, to provide computers where all of the auxiliaries in the auxiliary leaders will know how to assist people to go online, first to apply for census jobs, and they're doing that every Sunday in all 500 of those churches. And the next will be, when the letters come, they want people to be looking for their invitation letter. And then they're going to have guided sessions on Sundays.
Excellent. Thank you, Marilyn. So Taylor, unfortunately, Marilyn took about 20 seconds of your time. So if you could,
I'll
again,
steal one of her cookies later.
Thank you. I just want to be respectful to the committee's time.
Yes.
So if you could share with us in an abbreviated fashion, what are some of the highlights in the LA region?
Well, I'll speak. One of my most exciting one is working with the WTIA. They are the Washington Technology Innovative Association, and they have about 1,100 tech members. And as you know, Washington, Seattle is a tech hub. They work in conjunction with National Partnership with the COIL program to develop, first to address the technical challenges, and also what are some of the gaps in technology. And through that, they organize a series of data skills workshop targeted to trusted messengers and young children from hard-to-count population. And recently, about 2 weeks ago, they hosted a Techathon hosted by Microsoft. So it was part of the Microsoft campus with a number of tech companies in attendance. And we were invited to give a presentation. I wasn't able to be there, but one of our partnership specialists gave a presentation. And through that, they challenged the tech industry in Seattle to be innovative, to create solutions, and to help support the census and the hard-to-count communities.
Excellent. And one last thing I want to say, I was remiss in my earlier remarks, and I didn't talk about one of the phenomenal things that we just recently did, which was in support of our National Peak recruiting operations. So in the week of October 22nd, we were able to, across the country, create approximately 3,500, I think it was a little bit higher than that, recruiting events across the country to promote census job. It was phenomenal, folks. So not only have we been doing that before, but we made an effort to do that, and we pulled that together, partnership with the help of recruiting, pulled that together in about 3 weeks time frame, and they were absolutely successful. The last thing I want to say, I wasn't able to bring to the table a lot of the other work that the New York region, the Philadelphia region, and the Chicago region have been doing, but I do want to say collectively as a nation, we have done over 98,000 events. 98,000, to be precise, 98,510 events. That's a lot of work, folks. So I'd ask that you join me rather, in giving this partnership team a huge round of applause. And now I'd like to turn it back over to the chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you.
Great. All right. So let's start taking questions. Jim beat everyone. He'll go lower. He'll go lower, and we'll put Megan first. Megan, and then Jim, and then Jerry. And I'll see if others come up as we go. All right. Go ahead, Megan.
Hi. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I have worked with a ton of partnership specialists across the country, and really I think you're doing probably the work that's almost the most important to people who are trying to do outreach with historically undercounted communities. It's really critical. One of the things that I've found, and I've heard this feedback from a bunch of our colleagues at the national level as well as some at the state and local level, that there's really some inconsistency in partnership specialists across the country, which is to be expected. There's 1,500 people. People are going to be different from one another. But how that inconsistency I'm not sure if it's in training or just in skills is playing out, is that people are getting incorrect information, inconsistent information, sometimes about census operations. Like when our partners ask questions about group quarters enumeration or about service-based enumeration, they're just getting inconsistent information and don't know what's the truth, and then come to us and we try to answer for them, and it's hard, but there's the training seems to be a little bit inconsistent operations, but also on guidance around what it's okay for partner organizations to do. Like, I know the field guidance that the Bureau put out, some of it is a little bit complicated, and when they're going to partnership specialists, they're not necessarily getting the same information even from two different partnership specialists in the same region. And on top of that, there seems to be an inconsistency in what folks feel like they can expect from partnership specialists as partners. So I would love, I know the first part of what I said is more like a comment than a question, but the question that's embedded in that is how y'all are massaging your training to make sure that there is more consistency across the country, and what is it that partners can expect from partnership specialists? Can they expect, materials, funding, staff help at events? What can they expect from the Bureau? I know as a Census Bureau partner, I know what you all can expect from me. So I understand like what you're asking partners to do, but I'm a little bit less clear on what partners can expect from the Bureau.
I'd like to take the first shot at that if I could. So I acknowledge absolutely what you said, particularly the first part as it relates to the level of inconsistency in the training of partnership specialists. I had the pleasure of joining this program in May of this year. And so that, and going into any endeavor, one of the things that I first do is an assessment. And so coming on board, I did an assessment of the training that was in play. As I mentioned earlier, we conducted our first partnership Train the Trainer in August of 2018. Obviously, in August of 2018, we did not have 1,506 partnership specialists. They were coming on in waves. So, and then there are certainly changes that have occurred since 2018 to now. So one of the things coming on board, I did that assessment. I myself and my team leads went to each and every region. We observed the training based upon the material they were given before, and then we also took the training and we reviewed it. And one of the findings that came out of that observation was there wasn't that level of consistency. So if I looked at, and I'm not calling out any particular region, so I'll just say if I looked at X region, I looked at Y, and et cetera, there wasn't that baseline consistency. Now, we understand, of course, that partnership comes in different areas of experience. You have a junior partnership specialist, a senior in an ARC, but there's got to be that level of basic standardization across all three. So what did I do about that? So one of the things that I did is that I stepped back and said, okay, let's figure this thing out. There's got to be a basic level of training. And so we went back to the drawing board and we developed that basic level of training. And we develop it based on that, what the most general training. Understand that we have partnerships that have been that are very, very experienced and that may know a lot more, but that is what we've done. So, and it was late. I was here in 2010. I had the pleasure of working with Tim Olson as the branch chief of partnership. So in 2010, we developed our training in February of 2008. So for us to take, I will absolutely admit, for us to take the time and step back and not prepare that training and then not deliver the second iteration of that training until October of this year, it was late, but it was in response to what we were hearing out there. I do feel confident, and as one of the things that Taylor mentioned too, if you did hear her remarks clearly, she said after the LA training, it occurred in Atlanta and LA, she felt more equipped. She and her team felt more equipped to do this job. So yes, those concerns were out there. I absolutely do believe that we've remedied it. I also want to point out too, one thing that I said before with regard to the nationwide partnership call. That call was put in place in June because we began to hear some of those concerns throughout our partners, yourselves, et cetera, in June. Now, it takes some time to develop training, to be quite frank with you. It took a little bit longer than I would have liked. But my leadership said, you cannot wait. I want a mechanism in place that I can go directly to every single partnership specialist and talk to them about the basics of GQE, about SPE, about address canvassing, about the Talking Points Hub. So in the interim, we did have the National Partnership Call again, and this is a mandatory call. Everyone in the country stops and they get on this call at a certain time every single week. So I appreciate you saying that. I fully acknowledge that I do believe that that was a concern, but I'm standing here today telling you I think that we have remedied that situation. That is not to say that you're not going to find one person here or one person there, but by and large, I believe that our training has been standardized because when I conducted the training, I know myself, and I asked each of them to stand up, and I asked each of them in the training session, are you fully equipped? Are you fully equipped? And then I need to hear back from them. I needed to know what it is that they were learning. And again, my staff is still going out to observe them as the trainers are training. So again, we did have a problem, I believe, but I believe that we've remedied it. And you asked the second part of your question. You said, what should I expect from Partnership Specialist? And I'm going to tell you the three things that I absolutely think that you should expect. You should expect us to educate you, to equip you, and support you. Very, very simple. We want you to do this work because we can't do it. So our job has got to help you, to support you and educate you on the basics, the same level of education that we're providing Partnership Specialists. We want our partners, our ambassadors, the ones that are going out there, to have that same level of education. We want to support you. What does support look like? Support looks like that partner support website, which kudos to the Lisa Wolfishes and all the other folks that developed that website. I think you're going to see a demonstration later today. Phenomenal website, tons of resources on that. But then that's not where it ends, folks. Just securing you as a partnership, that's not even half of it. It's making sure that we're supporting you when you need it. So it's being there and touching base with you periodically throughout this process. So educate you, equip you, and support you is absolutely what you should expect. And if you're not getting that, you need to let me know and our leadership know.
That's a great touch point for follow-up. If folks are feeling like, is there a quality control place? Is there a way for us to give feedback to the Bureau when we're seeing those inconsistencies still sprout up?
I can tell you, and we really haven't started a lot of this right now because there are partners that are coming to us and talking to us on a regular basis. But one of the things that we had in place in 2010, we will begin to do this now that we're really moving into that phase where our partners are really begin to be mobilized. We do something similar to sort of like the secret shopper. For instance, I will call and say, hey, Megan, this is Willette. I'm calling from the 2020 Census Bureau. I hear, and I'm pulling information out of CRM. I see that you have, you contacted Taylor here on da-da-da-da date and you helped support X, Y, and Z. And if you say, wait a minute, who's Taylor? What event? What's going on here? That gives me an indication that something is awry. Now, that's not to say that I don't trust our partnership specialist, but my job is to make sure it's done and it's done right. So that's the QA that is in place. It is random. It is absolutely not every single partner. But it does give us an indication if that what we are putting in CRM, what I'm hearing from people are in fact happening. Because oftentimes our partners won't necessarily tell us. And sometimes people are a little bit reticent to say, well, Willette's not doing her job, So we do take proactive measures to make sure we're hearing from our partners. So. I hope I answered your question. That was a long way around to tell you a whole lot of stuff.
Jim is next.
So first of all, Willette, Robin, and Tim, sorry about that. I wanted to commend you because I've been to, in the last 3 months, probably about a dozen different events where we've had panels on census, and every single time there's been a partnership specialist there. I will also tell you that I think people also need to have realistic expectations of some of your specialists because in a couple of instances, they were folks who'd only been on board for a week or two. And I told people there, you cannot expect this person is going to know everything after being on the job for a week. So I think we're certainly cognizant of that, but we do appreciate the efforts that have been made. I wanted to focus my comments, really kind of three comments, specifically on language. For the LA region, I noticed that on slide 67, there is no partnership specialist who speaks an Alaska Native language. And what I'm going to recommend is that to the extent that there are any additional positions in the pipeline in the LA region, the consideration be given to hiring at least one partnership specialist who speaks an Alaska Native language. Just because it really matters. It really tells that community that they count, that their language really does matter. I'd also note that in the same region that there are some, it looks like there are some AAPI languages that also are underrepresented, and I would encourage you to the extent that there are additional openings to consider filling those with people who are bilingual in some of the uncovered AAPI languages. The two questions I had were, first, do you confirm bilingual language capabilities and fluency, and if so, how? And then the second question is on slide 69, it doesn't indicate that as part of the partnership specialist training that there's any training given on language accessibility and the language materials that the census is providing. And I want to know if that's correct, and if it is correct, if there's any way that supplemental training can be given to the partnership specialists, even those who are not bilingual, so that everyone's aware of what the language materials and resources are available both through the census website and ultimately for the people in the field.
Thank you for those questions. I hope I can remember them all. But thank you for the compliment, first of all. And we do recognize that as we're bringing on partnership specialists, particularly new partnership specialists, that is always a challenge. But what our training program calls for is a shadowing of new partnership specialists. So it surprises me if that person was out there on their own and not shadowed by someone more senior. So to your other questions too, certainly, I absolutely, in terms of Alaska Native language, certainly I'll absolutely go back and look and talk to the regional director and deputy regional director to see if we can, in fact, make sure that we have appropriate language given that demography. As the question regarding bilingual, you wanted to know how did you? I'm not clear on your question.
So one of the issues that comes up frequently is, I wasn't sure if it was just that they self-identify that they have the language capabilities, or does the Bureau actually take steps to confirm that they have the abilities? And oftentimes the way that we do this in the context of whether it's social services or voting accessibility, we oftentimes have a native language speaker who converses with the person to confirm that they actually do speak the language fluently. And it makes a big difference because we've actually run into situations before. When I was at DOJ, we ran into situations where people would self-identify as being Spanish speakers in northern New Jersey, and they would be placed there as a bilingual poll worker, and they spoke some kind of really bizarre version of Spanglish, but they were not fluent in Spanish.
So absolutely, they do self-identify. But here, let me take it a step further. So once I self-identify as being a Spanish speaker, one of the things that I'm going to be asked to do is actually perform. So before we even send any partnership specialists out, because they'll have to perform, speak in that language when you're talking to that particular community. So before you even go to that community, there's got to be we do a mock presentations, all of that. So if I say that I'm speaking and speak Spanish, my presentation in front of my internal regional leadership must be in Spanish. So I will know before I go and send them out to you whether or not how they have self-identified is in fact accurate. So we do rely on self-identified, but we do also make sure that they can in fact do that fluently and to the level of sufficiency that is required. There was another question that you asked too. Language assistance guides, was that?
No, just whether, because I noticed on slide 69 that you don't provide training on language accessibility and the materials available. So what I'm wondering is, if that's true, would it be possible to provide supplemental information to the partnership specialists to understand the bilingual language resources that are available?
Well, actually, I did not list out there the language support program, but they do receive training on the language support program that the Bureau provides, absolutely. Not only that, as part of the resources that is available to them, they will have language assistance guides in addition to access to the video too as well. I was just remiss, I didn't include that. So that is really included in the overall, what I characterize as the Train the Trainer partnership training. Like, there's tons of training that's inclusive in that. So absolutely, they do receive that training. And additionally, I didn't mention, well, it is up there, cultural engagement and awareness too as well, which is important. It's not necessarily language, but it is important to understand the culturals and the various different nuances and protocols that you need to be aware of when you're addressing those audiences. I hope I answered all of your questions. Okay.
Okay, great. I have a question next, and then we'll go on down the list here. So you're looking to hire more than the 1,500 partnership specialists, and yes, I'm assuming probably. And what are the gaps that you're looking to sort of fill right now in terms of what you're missing in terms of, you have a lot, yes, applause on the 1,500. What are we missing and what are we looking for more of at this point? And how are you sort of coordinating with local and state folks to try to identify where those gaps and needs are right now?
That question is not a question that I really can answer right now at this moment. And here's the reason why. The reason why is because our numbers are constantly fluctuating. And again, just like with any organization, we deal with attrition. So as such, we need to sit back and do an assessment to find out where do we need those critical resources, what language, what experience, et cetera. So there's a constant evaluation that's done to do that. And that really is not done in my office. That's done at the regional and the ARCM level as well. But that is part of their normal process of managing their staff, is determining where do I need to shift. And again, all of that is something that they look at when they're developing their regional action plan. But gaps, even though we have a plan, as things change, attrition may happen, or we find perhaps a new emergent population, we still may have to employ tactics to make sure, and sometimes it may not just be simply recruiting someone else, bringing on a new person. It might be leveraging the existing resources to perhaps move them from one area to another area, because time being the essence, we may not be able to recruit. So I don't want to suggest or overpromise that we are going to launch, a new, vacancy announcement every time that we identify that there's a gap. We really are doing an assessment on a constant basis and moving accordingly. But it's not my office. That is at the regional director office.
Okay. Great. Jerry's next.
Thank you all. Sergio, there's somebody else had quick wardrobe changes. His name was Superman. So maybe you're our sense of Superman. I don't know.
And we also work on 8 to 5 and then later at night.
Okay. Maryland, a third of the black population is in your region. So the National Urban League has been paying a lot of attention to that region and going down. So we appreciate your being there with us, and the National Partnerships Program too, Robin. Claire has been to some of our events. The Essence Festival, for instance, where we were able to get well over 1,000 people to fill out pledge cards committing to participating in the census and telling others about it. And then your recruitment team came to help us recruit and get folks fired up about working for the census. We had, similarly in Baton Rouge, you all were there, where we kind of put together Head Start administrators and black clergy to talk about the importance of counting children down there in the South. And I know that my colleague and friend Bill O'Hare would appreciate that, given his work he's done on researching the undercounted children in the South. But I want to ask you about these mobile QACs, or whatever, mobile questionnaire assistance things. Have you?
The mobile QAC program?
Yes. If I could just real quickly, do you have training available for them, and do you know the distribution? We're all concerned as stakeholders how these things are going to be allocated across the 50 states, including Hawaii and Alaska. So tell me, Marilyn, how is that going to work?
That's pretty new for us. We're in the initial stages of that program. That's new.
So Marilyn,
we'll be able to give you additional information, because we were just briefed on that on yesterday. So you must be peeping our agendas.
Marilyn, let me jump in there. Technically, that is a data collection operation. It will be run by the regional offices rather than the partnership team, because it is a part of our data collection activity. So they will be managing that based on what the regional offices are seeing in terms of need coming through their partnership team, and also places where they're seeing the self-response rate being lower than anticipated. So that'll be a dynamic, active management of that process, but it will be run as a data collection operation.
That's very clear to me, Al, and maybe not so, because we're still concerned about the allocation of these. There's just not enough information that stakeholders have about these mobile questionnaire assistance centers, especially since stakeholders had requested or thought very strongly, emphasized the need for these stationary QACs. So we're hopeful that there will be some distributional strategy as it relates to hard to count populations. I can't believe that there wouldn't be, because
There will be, it just hasn't been completed yet.
Oh, okay. And I guess I'll leave it there. I'd like to know how you all are communicating, particularly in your region, Sergio, about hiring of non-citizens, down at the colonias, at the border. What kind of interest do you see down there in working for the census, especially now that the Census Bureau has announced it will hire non-citizens?
I'm sure you all know and are familiar with the term talking points, right? We stick to our talking points. It's a very sensitive subject, especially where I worked and the states that I coordinate. We have to make sure that we keep our partnership specialists safe, because the time in which we live, we got to make sure that the partnership specialist says what the Census Bureau has commanded us to say. We are clear to make sure that our partnership specialists are not saying something else. So whatever is in our talking points, we try to do that. That's how we're addressing the subject.
Okay, our next question will be from Morad.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation and panel discussion. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the reality TV show based out of LA called Shahs of Sunset. But I also noticed on slide 67 that the Persian language was missing from LA-based partnership specialists. And I would highly encourage you all to, if it's not already in the queue, to try to find someone. Los Angeles has the highest concentration of Iranian Americans in the country. Some community estimates put it at either 250,000 up to 500,000.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, and Shalene is next.
Yes, regarding the page 67, I have a questions. For all the city, you put Chinese, but like Denver, you put Chinese and Cantonese, and Atlanta, you put Mandarin. So I just, curious, how do you define? Because either Mandarin or Cantonese, but then you have 3 languages here: Chinese, Cantonese, and Mandarin. So that's my first question. The second question is, in Los Angeles, the number 1 population among the Asian community is Chinese, Filipino, and Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese. So obviously you're missing Korean and the Japanese here.
Do you want to take the question from Atlanta?
Yeah, in Atlanta, the partnership team that we have on the Chinese and Mandarin, this is how they identify. This team has worked. This is their 3rd census. So, but I will ask why we put Mandarin, because that's the principal language that's spoken there, and that's the principal language that's spoken by the staff. And this is how the staff identifies.
But for others, you have Chinese. Are they Chinese?
You mean for the other
Mandarin?
regions? Oh, okay. Why do we specify Mandarin but because that's what our staff identified, and probably when we sent this in, the report in, we should have said, just put Chinese, we should not have put Mandarin. So that's an error on our
Well,
part.
actually, for Chinese, there are two parts.
I know that there are two, yeah,
Some people
right.
speak Mandarin, some
Some
people speak
absolutely.
Cantonese.
Right.
So when you put a Mandarin, I can understand. Those people speak Mandarin, and for Denver, some people speak Cantonese, I understand.
Right.
But when you put a Chinese, what
Then you
does
don't
that-
know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which part do they belong?
Okay, okay.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
my first
That,
question.
yeah, that's Los Angeles, and, you know, again, it varies. Sergio, you want that?
I directly supervise Ma Li, and I've learned Ni Hao Ma, Pong Yo, right? So she speaks Mandarin and Cantonese. And what I understand from my other partnership specialists in the Denver region, and I can only speak for the Denver-Dallas region and the stats that you have over there, is that some of them just speak Mandarin, or some of them just do Cantonese. But Ma Li, the one that I supervise, she speaks both. So I'm not sure what the Chinese is alluding to, but that would be a question perhaps for Willette. Yeah.
That is a question we'll take back and get back to you on.
Okay. How about in Los Angeles, Korean and Japanese?
Again, I'll have to do some research and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lily?
This is Lillian Welty to my, for the record. I just had a question too on this slide, so I'm glad we're on this page on slide 67. All of the languages, and I understand that these are densely populated areas, but they're all on the mainland, and so I'm wondering, do you have any for Hawaii, like in Honolulu, since we do have a lot of diversity there, especially people who identify as Japanese, for example, or in other Asian Americans in Hawaii too. We don't know what Honolulu looks like or anything like that. So I was just wondering if there's any partnership specialists or anything you can comment on.
Currently, right now, this reflects what we currently have on board, the 1,506 right now. I can take the question back to ask if, and again, we may have missed a few, because actually, when this report was developed, I think our numbers were closer to 1,406. This is, again, my slides. Work happens every single day. We're bringing on people every single day. So this may not be the most updated. I'm not suggesting that we do have it, but there's a possibility. So give me an opportunity to go back and make sure that we have the most latest, because the 1,506 number that I got was literally as of today. So there's certainly more staff have come on board that may impact these numbers. So I can commit to getting you a much more updated number. Right, that is the whole region. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Carla is next.
Thank you very much. It's very informative. My question is around some of the work that's being done, Marilyn, that you talked about as it relates to the summits. I know it's difficult to drive scale and regions are different, but are there things that you're learning that are being redeployed across the regions consistently? And furthermore, the conversation about ROI I thought was pretty intriguing in terms of how you present that. Is that getting a lot of traction? And if so, is there a way is that going to be worked into the communication and potentially be used on a dynamic basis to sort of update in different populations what the ROI is?
Right. One of the things that we talked about at our summits was return on investment for each of the community groups. When we talked about, people say, you said this is important to our community, but we want our trusted voices to understand that the work that they're doing, we want them to talk to the community that for each one to reach one, the return on that investment of that household participating in the census and start using that terminology. And one of the things that we do in the Atlanta region is that we want our partners to polyparrot what we say. So we give all our partnership specialists a specific presentation for different levels of presentations. We try to control the message as much as we can. And in our training and shadowing, they just don't shadow senior partnership specialists. I have them to shadow me as well, because I do a lot of speaking across the region. So we do send partnership specialists to actually shadow me and I want them to critique me. I want them to see that what appears to be spontaneous is planned. And it appears to be spontaneous because I do a lot of work in rehearsing and reading and understanding and trying to craft the message. So that's what we do in our region. Our region is really unique in a lot of ways. We have 3 of the top 10 most populated states in our region. We have 36 of the 50 state recognized tribes. We have 5 of the 10 large school districts in our region. We have 33% of the nation's black population, 14% of the nation's Hispanic population. We have 50% of the nation's Haitian population. So we use data and analytics at every conceivable part of the region. I
Yes.
mean, down to the number of migrant farms that we have. And where they are in different parts. We even track in Florida, because Florida has a large Hispanic population, we track all the counties that have a 50,000 or more Hispanic population. What is the largest Hispanic group in that population? So we've seen that there has been a shift since Hurricane Maria, that 2 counties in Florida that had a predominant Dominican population in one county and a Colombian population in another county, that has been supplanted since Hurricane Maria, and the Puerto Rican population has overtaken 9 of those counties. So that we're constantly having to review that and to shift from our regional plan to make appropriate changes.
I want to echo something that Marilyn said. This decennial, one of the things that we've done, we truly have embraced this technology in every aspect, and research in particular. We are trying to ensure that we have a plan, and the plan is just not a plan that we sit in a vacuum and just kind of think. These are data-driven decisions that we're making to ensure that we understand the demography, do we understand the regions that we have the challenge of working with, and making sure we make the best decisions and have the outreach to ensure that we don't have a gap in our population. So research-driven plans are what we're developing for the regional action plans.
Right. Also, we have the low response score map. You probably heard about the ROAM tool. Part of our summits was not only to demonstrate the ROAM tool, but every summit, we had the partners to pull their devices out. Right then, we actually had a training on ROAM in the summit. We had partnership specialists in different places to support them so that everybody walked away. Every partner that we meet with, we give them a low response map. I mean, we have mapped all 7 of those states. When we went to meet with the Aflac Corporation, the Aflac people, we took a wall map, a low response map, and when we met with the president of Aflac USA, October 31st, Aflac unveiled their Census 2020 logo and put out a letter to all their employees. That Aflac is a 2020 partner, and they're promoting the census in all their employee networks. I have the letter on my iPad. Yeah, I just love that, and I love that duck. I want that duck to say 2020 census be counted, but we haven't really gotten that far yet. But the low response map, every partner in our region has a low response map. We go to every meeting and pass those maps out. We want them to see those hard to count areas where they're working. And let me tell you, and that Jerry can tell you when she came to one of our sessions, she was like, oh my God, everybody gets a map. You get a map, you get a map, you get a map. And we put them we put wall size, and then we give each one of them, one in their hands to take with them. Because we work from that map. When we meet with them individually, like the first young lady said at the end, what's the expectation? When we come out, we put in the hands of our partners the low response map, and we conduct a more intense ROAM training at their site.
Okay, we've got 2 more questions, and we're like 20 minutes over time. So, Andrea?
Hi, I'll try to be quick. I wanted to follow up earlier on Jerry's question and the response about non-citizen hiring, particularly the need for special language assistance in certain areas of the country like colonias, and your response about making sure that partnership specialists stay on message. If you could clarify what you meant by that. And then also, I wanted to better understand what is the role of regional offices in the recruitment and vetting and potential hiring decisions for those individuals.
What we have received is that we are hiring non-citizens who have a permit to work in the United States as interpreters.
And then again, what is the role of the regional offices in that process?
We try to disseminate the message. So I don't know exactly what you're trying to say, Andrea, but that is what we try to do at the regional level. From Vicky McIntyre and Kathy Lacey, who are my supervisors, they are making sure that the communication stays consistent, and that's what we do. In addition to that, we had just in Phoenix last week our summit with the Hispanic Latino X community, and we had nonprofit organizations represented, faith-based groups that came over to the summit, and in particular, there's one that's working right over there on the border, and our job is to make sure that they also know the message. And that way, that was one of the most, perhaps more enjoyable topics in some of those organizations, because the promotoras can start, they can start also strengthening the message that we can hire non-citizens.
So
This is Tim Olson. If I could just jump in for a moment.
I was going to turn to Tim anyway.
So I think everybody knows, but I just want to kind of lay the foundation in case anybody is not aware. You know, we are required to hire citizens as federal employees. It's in the appropriations law. And we also have within that appropriations law the flexibility or the option when needed, if there are no citizens available and there's a language requirement, where we can hire a non-citizen who's legally entitled to work in the U.S. So as our recruiting effort is going on right now, you know, actively recruiting people, we encourage all people to apply for these jobs. And when we actually start the hiring process for the local census takers, our system is set up so certainly we will first be selecting citizens for a local neighborhood level. And if there's a language requirement in that neighborhood, then we are able to then go on to the non-citizens that are legally entitled to work that are within the applicant pool. So we are just rolling this out at the Bureau. I think it's fairly, you know, I think I announced it approximately 2 weeks ago in a national press briefing that we had in Phoenix, and so we're fleshing that out further in terms of the operational side of that. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, our final question will be from Carol. Yes.
Thank you for your presentations. Carol Hafford from NORC. And I was wondering, both from the national partnership perspective and then also from developing partnerships through the partnership specialists, to what extent are home visiting programs targeted to serve as trusted voices? Because they work very closely at the community level, work in the home with children in vulnerable families, and they also, work in the context of complex households. So I was just wondering where that particular kind of partnership group might fit into your strategy.
One of the highlights for those programs that work at home is Promotoras de Salud. We have already trained those organizations that have that program in their organization. We have done it throughout the regions, I imagine Maryland and everywhere throughout the U.S. But to give you some touch up on the home, in New Mexico and Utah, we have done it. Just last week, we finished a direct training with the actual promotoras because we created a complete count committee with Comunidades Unidas, who is one of the organizations that has this program. And we created that CCC, and now we train the actual promotoras, the ones that are in the house, because the other thing that partnership specialists do, we are myth busters. And by this, At the beginning, everyone was saying, well, there's some miscommunication, misunderstandings over there. Believe me, it's not coming from CPEP. It's not coming from us. What we are doing is we're doing myth busting, because there are rumors, there's information over there that's viral, and our job is to make sure that they have the correct information. And the promotoras are the ones that become the ambassadors of the census.
Robin, I think you wanted to say a couple of things, right?
No, that's a great question. And so I'm with the National Partnership Program. And so one of our areas of focus is on the undercount of young children, and also just the children's portfolio in general. So we are reaching out through the Kids Coalition that we have in place. So we have some wonderful partnerships with, like, Partnerships for America's Children, the National Association for Education of Young Children. But I know that there's a number of other programs that we would love to get connected to, because your point is a strong one, that it is a trusted voice for folks who are going into the homes to do that work, and it's a great way to do that conversation. So if there's some national associations or national organizations that you'd recommend to make sure that National Partnership should connect with, please, we'd love to hear about them.
Okay, I think this ends our questions, and then we're ready for our next presentation.
I just want to say thank you to the committee. Thank you for allowing us to present today.
Yes, thank you all. Now we're ready for our next presentation by Gina Walechko and Monica Vines, who will talk about the evaluation plans for the 2020 Census Integrated Communications Campaign, and that will be followed by discussant Megan Mowry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Monica Vines, and I'm here with my colleague, Gina Walechko. Once again, we're excited to come and talk to you guys, and today we're going to cover the 2020 Census Communications Campaign evaluations. So starting with a look back at 2010, there was an independent evaluation of the 2010 Census Integrated Communications Program that was conducted by the NORC from the University of Chicago. NORC's principal data sources were a set of 3 nationally representative household surveys. They were conducted between October...
Can you speak a little closer to the mic? Put it closer to you?
Sure,
Thanks.
sorry. They were conducted between October 2009 and August 2010, and they were designed to capture knowledge of, attitudes toward the census, and exposure to the campaign. There were 2 major limitations of this independent evaluation. The first is that without a control group, the evaluation was unable to provide an estimate of the total effect of the 2010 Census ICP. And secondly, the evaluation was unable to disentangle the impact of individual components. For 2020, several Census Bureau cross-directorate teams are already working on a series of evaluation efforts for different components of the program. In total, there are 7 communications-related research projects that are currently planned, and all are in various states of planning or execution. We're going to start with the first evaluation effort, the 2020 Census Tracking Survey. The research questions for this include, does decennial census awareness increase over time? How do measures related to intention to participate and actual participation change over time? And how do attitudes and knowledge about the census change over time? Of course, for all of these, we'll analyze overall and by demographic subgroups. Our primary goal is to track public sentiment concerning matters that may impact 2020 census participation. Namely, we'll monitor changes in attitude. We'll explore important topics such as data confidentiality, and we'll also be able to assess attitudes on topics that may emerge during the campaign itself by adding questions. So ultimately, learnings will be beneficial for our 2030 census planning, but in real time, I wanted to mention these results also have a very important role. They're going to be aggregated with many other data streams to inform campaign optimization, which we've talked about previously. And just simply put, campaign optimization is continually tweaking resource allocation to meet real-time demands of the communications program. There's both a probability and a non-probability component to this survey. So Team Y&R and Census Bureau subject matter experts planned all aspects of the tracking survey. Team Y&R subcontractors are fielding the survey, and there will be an ongoing cooperative effort to analyze the data throughout the next several months. Data collection consists of a random digit dial telephone interviews with a probability sample of U.S. adult residents in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. For September through December, each month we'll have 1,400 completed cases, and that increases in January to 1,400 completed cases weekly. So the non-probability supplement is designed to collect data on populations that may not be representative in high enough numbers in the RDD survey. Specifically of concern to Team Y&R were Asians and Spanish speakers. There will be quota samples for certain groups, including age and gender, race, Hispanic origin, census region, education, and language. In 2019, 1 week per month will yield 21 completed cases, and just like the probability component, this increases in January to 2,100 completed cases per week. The sample will be approximately 15% Hispanic, 12% Black or African American, 11% Asian, and 62% white. The questionnaire contains approximately 50 questions covering a range of topics, including awareness, intention to participate in the census, and once data collection opens, that'll be self-reported response. Message awareness, there's a question, have you heard Shape Your Future Start Here, which is our campaign platform. There will be a series of attitudinal questions related to confidentiality, trust in federal statistics, and also civic engagement. Additionally, we're asking about the use of federal statistics. That's been found to be a correlate to many of the other areas, and we're including a series of 4 benchmark questions from other national surveys. Finally, the survey concludes with a demographic battery. And currently, we're in the 3rd month of data collection. We literally just started. And we just received our October data, so we're excited to dig into that. As for high-level findings from September, what I can say about those at this time is that they are in line with the 2020 CBAM survey findings and also findings from the 2010 census tracking survey around the same time prior to the campaign. So before I talk about the next effort, I just want to quickly mention campaign mindsets that we have discussed before that influence creative development for the campaign. As you may recall, these were based on the 2020 CBAM survey results, and they differentiate the population according to common motivators, beliefs, barriers, attitudes, etc. So this evaluation effort is going to look at shifts in those mindsets from before the launch of the communication campaign and then later on in the campaign, and we're expecting to do that second wave at the end of self-response prior to non-response follow-up. It's important to mention that Nancy Bates and Mary Mulway did this in a little bit more of a limited capacity using the NORC surveys from the 2010 evaluation. But also, this was recommended to us during the 2019 spring CSAC meeting as an appropriate way to evaluate the campaign. So our evaluation will administer the CBAM survey twice again, like I said, before and after the campaign, to a fresh panel of respondents, so nobody from the original C-bands will be re-interviewed. Respondents will be classified after each wave, allowing us to answer these questions. Did the public's mindsets toward the census shift over the course of the 2020 communications campaign? If yes, how did each of the mindsets migrate over the course? Did the mindsets at Wave 2 align with predicted self-response behavior to the 2020 census? And also, to what degree did Wave 2 panel respondents experience conditioning effects? We're answering that question by including some fresh sample in Wave 2 that were not part of the first wave. As a reminder, these are our 6 mindsets: eager engagers, fence sitters, confidentiality minded, head nodders, wary skeptics, and disconnected doubters. Eager engagers is our group with the highest intent to respond at 82%. They consist of 90% of the population. And then at the low end is disconnected doubters, which consist of 10% of the population and an intent to respond at 51%. So the assumption here is that a successful campaign will decrease the proportion of the population in those mindsets less inclined to participate, while increasing the proportion of the population in mindsets more inclined to participate and who have more favorable attitudes and opinions toward the census. For this project, approvals are already in place, and we're actually ready to launch our pre-campaign data collection via web survey very soon. Turning it over to Gina.
Thank you. So a third research project that we'll talk about today focuses really on methodological research. So the goal here is to add a new methodological tool to the Census Bureau's evaluation toolbox for 2030. So as you guys know, we did a host of focus groups to evaluate creative content for 2020. This study is designed it will use an experiment to test the ability of our advertisements to increase different quantitative outcome measures. For example, willingness to participate in the census. So for that, we'll test a Census Bureau ad relative to a non-Census Bureau or control ad. We're going to test 8 radio and TV advertisements that are aimed at diverse mass audiences. And this research project is going to allow us to do 2 things. One, see whether quantitative experiment gives us good information on these advertisements' efficacy. And the second is to really provide us insight into whether or not quantitative research helps us evaluate which parts of the advertisements aren't working. So again, the goal of this is really to add a new methodological tool to what we're already doing. Thank you. So we are currently, with this project, finalizing the data collection instrument for the experiment, and we're awaiting the receipt of the final ads. That should come at the end of the year. Fourth research project that we have is going to evaluate our digital ad targeting. So as you guys may or may not recall, in 2015 we did a census test in Savannah that tested advertising. And in that test we were able to measure which URLs brought people online to respond. We're going to be able to do that in 2022. So we're going to be able to track the URLs that brought people to the ISR instrument, and then we're going to be able to see whether or not they responded, what response information they provided to us. So we can tell if someone came to the online instrument via an advertisement, paid search, by clicking on a census tweet, et cetera. And we do plan to provide descriptive statistics for how people were coming to the census website. We're also going to be able to tie the information, as I said, to respondent characteristics. So we're going to be able to measure how well our digital ad targeting actually worked. So for example, what percentage of the time a person clicked on an ad targeted at Blacks or African Americans, did the person who fill out the form, were they actually Black and African American? And we can do that across languages that the ISR instrument supports and other characteristics. We are currently verifying that all the data we need to do this is working correctly, and we're finalizing our analysis plan, actually next week, hopefully. As Monica said, one of the ideas she mentioned the mindset shift analysis that was proposed by CSAC in the spring. This one actually was too. So here we're going to match the 2020 CBAM sample, so that actually happened in 2018, to the 2020 decennial response data. And we're going to try to understand how well a public opinion survey like CBAM's does at predicting actual census response behaviors. So for example, we're going to be able to tell what percentage of households in CBAM's who reported they were extremely likely to fill out the census actually self-responded, and what percentage of households who didn't respond to the census actually self-responded. As a reminder, the CBAMs also included a question on people's preference to fill out forms online or by paper. So we're going to look at the overlap between this response in CBAMs and then their actual mode of census response. We are, with this one, just putting the final touches on the study plans. We've really already received approval. A sixth project we have going on, the goal here is to estimate the effect of the census environment. So the census environment is all partnership activities, communication activities, advertising, the word of mouth that, having your neighbor also receiving the census generates. So we want to estimate the effect of this census environment at increasing self-response. We only really get this census environment during the census. We don't have a full-on census environment during our census tests. We're going to do this by comparing the self-response rates and mode of response between the 2019 census test and the 2020 census, because the 2019 census test was a survey and didn't have this census environment associated with it. We also plan on looking at how self-response and the proportion of internet self-response differs across the tract level audience segments. So while Monica presented on the 6 mindsets developed from the CBAM's data, audience segments are 8 tract level segments that we developed using with Y&R, using response behaviors, demographic information, mindsets, and media use data. And I know we have briefed some of you on those audience segments, but for those who want to see the report that we have about those segments, we encourage you to Google census audience segments, and there you'll find a description of each of the 8 segments and a link to the Roam where you can actually download the tract level assignments. And where we are with this study plan is we're really putting just final editorial touches on the study plan. In a similar vein to the previous study, the 7th study's goal is to estimate the effect of the census environment on the American Community Survey. So this study will compare previous year's ACS self-response rates to the self-response rates in 2020 during the census. A similar study was done in 2010. This time we're also going to look at whether the census environment might push ACS respondents to respond more by internet than by mail. And we're also going to look at how the mode and the self-response rates might differ across tract level audience segments. Again, we've really obtained the approval, but we're just putting the finishing editorial touches on this study plan. And then finally, we plan on producing 4 operational assessments to gather metrics and different measures on certain components of the IPC. These include 1 on all the IPC operations, a 2nd on the integrated communications contract, a 3rd on research to support the ICC, and then a 4th on the mobile response program. And we're also going to collect lessons learned from each of the IPC subteams. And we should also note that we planned on producing a synthesis report of findings from all of the projects that we just presented. Thank you all for your time and attention.
applause first. That was great. Megan Maury will be our discussant for the new members. Sometimes we have a discussant after one of these, and then the Q&A will follow. And so she'll present us some thoughts, and you can go ahead and leave your tag up, and then we'll proceed in order with the questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you all so much. That you are doing so much work to assess this program, and I'm so excited about it. I feel like for new folks on the NAC, I ran a working group here on the Integrated Partnerships and Communications program, and one of the most valuable things to that working group was the assessments from 2010. Wow, a clicker of my very own. So exciting. So the 2010 assessments really helped guide us in our input and feedback to the Bureau on the 2020 communications plan. So I really feel like what you've set up here will give the folks for 2030 a real leg up in their ability to see what worked, what didn't work, and how they can do even better in 2030. And I really, I put some thoughts here to help guide our discussion, but you answered some of the questions I had here in your presentation, so I'm going to go super fast. And also, I will say, especially to the new folks, I have zero experience in communications and marketing. So if you have better understanding of how to assess an evaluation of a communications plan, you should really talk, because why am I talking? But some of the things that jumped out to me is I had curiosity around how the use of an internal evaluation process versus an external evaluation process like you had in 2010, how you're accounting for that in your evaluation design, thinking about things like are respondents going to be as open with you as they were with an external evaluator? Are they going to be as likely to respond to you as they were with an external evaluator? And how do you account for our just own unintentional bias that we have in assessing our own work, sort of. And I think about when you were presenting, one of the things that that really jumped out to me on that line was with the CBAMS match. I would imagine that participation in CBAMS would impact your intention to participate in the census, right? Like your knowledge of how the census really works will impact your participation in census. So how are you accounting for that in your evaluation? Other things I thought about are how are you bringing in contextual differences in the time in the moment that we're in. This is a politically charged moment. It is a year with an election in it. There are a lot of other things happening in the world. How are we making sure that the evaluation takes that context into account so that what we learn from the evaluation is then useful for 2030? And then, of course, as we always want to know here, how are you making sure that we're digging down into the intersectional identities that really drive a lot of the undercount? So when you're thinking about your demographic analysis, how are you making sure that you're focusing not just on racial and ethnic groups in silos, but people of color who are also low income, queer and trans folks that are also undocumented? How are you thinking about those intersections as drivers in your evaluation, like whether messages are really resonating with those folks? And then there were a few other things that just jumped out at me, is the difference between digital and traditional media, which I think you totally covered, and how you're doing some of the assessment of the optimization strategy in the comms campaign. But those are all just things that jumped out at me. I think the questions that you all have are likely to be even more valuable than these questions. So Julie, facilitate us.
Do you want us to answer a few of those?
Yeah, let's let them go ahead and respond to Megan's questions and comments, and then we'll kind of move down the list with the other questions.
Yeah, so the benefits and drawbacks of having us do it versus a contractor, we wanted to say that the tracking survey, again, is being done by a contractor. So we are somewhat going to evaluate how well we did using a contractor. But I think when we do data collections, we get higher self-responses at the Census Bureau. That is, I don't think anybody would argue that. Whether or not people are as candid, especially about sensitive questions, we don't necessarily know. And, you know, we talked to Pew, who just did a data collection recently. We do talk to other organizations who are asking questions about the census, and we value when other organizations do ask some of those questions or re-ask some of the questions we already had. But we do get people in CBAM saying, like, I don't trust the government, but still filling out our surveys. We do get people in CBAM saying, I'm extremely concerned that you will share my data with other government agencies. So I think also we have a history of evaluating ourselves, and I like to think, and I consider myself a very serious researcher, and I do really care about making sure that I'm being honest when I'm doing these types of evaluations. And I know that there are a lot of people here who feel the same way, and we have a lot of expertise doing these types of evaluations and doing research here. So there's that.
Okay, and then on your next slide, you asked, what are you using from 2010 evaluations that we know was helpful for 2020 planning? And again, because of those major limitations, we were a little bit hamstrung on things, but what's more important is that looking at everything we did holistically, the assessments, the results of the evaluations, and the robust set of lessons learned, they did yield a lot of learnings that have since been put into place. For example, we learned that we needed to start hiring the partnership specialist much earlier. That's been done. We learned about the power of complete count committees. And then also, very importantly, we learned that Census in Schools was useful to be an evergreen program, which it was switched to as Statistics in Schools, and you've seen today what wonderful work they're doing. So those are a few things. You asked if there are evaluation items that are deeply impacted by the current political climate. That, of course, is a sensitive question, but as always, we are a nonpartisan agency. And I think, Gina, did you want to mention the citizenship?
Yeah, sure. So we actually are adding a question to the tracking survey. We're asking whether or not people misperceive that we're asking a citizenship question of them and their household. And then we do know that some people, regardless of what they've heard on the news, will just say, yeah, of course you're asking that. So we're going to look at that question and see if it correlates to people's intention to respond, see if it correlates to people's concerns and attitudinal concerns that they have, and also look at that question and see how it differentiates across answers to that question, which are misperceptions, and see how it differentiates across different demographic groups.
The next question was, what can we learn for the 2030 census?
Oh yeah, I wrote down a whole list of things that I think that we're learning. I think we're going to be able to understand how public opinion towards the census tracked over time using the tracking survey. We're going to be able to measure whether there was a shift in mindsets pre-campaign and post-campaign, which is very important, and we're going to be able to do this in a really robust way, I think. We're excited about that project. We're going to have a better understanding of how we might use quantitative experimental methods to test advertisements. We're going to have a better understanding with what web pages and advertisements actually drove people to respond to the census. We're going to have a better estimate of how the census environment overall increases self-response, and the same for the ACS. And then we're going to have a better understanding of how people's self-reported likelihood to respond aligns with actual response behaviors. So if we do a CBAMS again in the future, we'll have a little bit better understanding of how that should gauge with the 2030 census. And then I think maybe your last question, it's a good question. It's a hard question. We're going to possibly be able to look at some of these subpopulations as they shift in their shift in mindsets. For example, LGB. But certain groups, like you said, like the undocumented people and who are same-sex couples, they're just extremely hard to evaluate, especially the effectiveness on the campaign of those very small groups. But as you heard, we are open to suggestions. We loved the fact that the CSAC discussant put in so much thought about how we could do this, and we really did take it to heart. So again, we're open to suggestions.
And just to close out on these additional topics, so for the first one, for evaluating digital versus traditional media, of course, traditional media is much harder, and that's where we're going to get a lot of answers from the projects we're doing. But digital media is actually much easier to look at in real time with A/B testing. That'll be a huge part of campaign optimization. So there will be this report on all of those actions and learnings from during the campaign coming out as well. For the campaign optimization itself, this is the first time we're doing that, so as Gina mentioned, that'll be included this time around as an operational assessment. I'm sure we'll learn a lot either way, because there are a lot of moving pieces to that. And social media targeting analysis, that's something we haven't talked about, but again, if you have specific questions or ideas, we can take those back to our group.
Okay, great. I have a couple of questions, and then I'll move on to our list here. One was, you put up sort of the groupings, you know, the eager people, the wary folks, et cetera, and I think in part because of some of the research that I'm doing right now, which is about how different groups trust or don't trust the government, right? I think about, well, the people might be wary for different reasons, right? And a lot of that depends on race, gender, these other kinds of things. And so I'm just wondering trying to figure out how to word this, like, do you have specific breakdowns by any of these other categories, like social identity categories, by what makes people wary, and then how that sort of plays into, or is there ways in which you are addressing that with your research and looking at these attitudes about the specifics for specific racial or language or other minority groups? And the second part to this also, I'll just throw both, I'll be like before, I'll throw both my questions in and let you respond. You know, when you're looking at then someone had an attitude about the census and then something changed and then they did or didn't fill it out, right? And you look at what might have mattered there. Are there ways in which you're going to be able to assess how much of that might have been, say they then filled it out, was due to sort of census outreach versus community outreach from MALDEF or NALEO or some other organization? Like, are there ways you can parse out where if they swayed or changed in terms of their attitude, where that might have come from?
Okay, so to answer the first question, in addition to the mindsets, we did have very clear and robust learnings for each demographic subgroup. And I personally represented that research on the creative review team that was by Team Y&R's side from day one, from creative platform concepts all the way to what ads will eventually go into production. And those learnings were incorporated very heavily, and you're right that there were some drastic differences by what groups we were talking about. The mindset groupings will actually, I think, play a more important role as they were used to profile the segments, and that'll help when we're looking at media placement or even campaign optimization. If we're looking at specific areas, we can see in those areas what mindsets are most pervasive, and then make sure that perhaps the media were putting out an edition or engaging the partners to address specific topics really does focus on those concerns that we identified are specific to those groups. And unfortunately, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Monica was going to say, unfortunately, I think the second part of your question, the study we've designed isn't really set up to do that. It's very hard to pinpoint what elements contributed to somebody to respond. We are going to try to match back these people's addresses to a MAF ID, so we'll be able to see if they responded or not. We'll see how well that matching process goes. But we would have to know, how many partnership activities they came across, how much media they were served, and all of those things. I mean, it's just very hard to evaluate that way.
And one other thought on that from my 2010 experience was that so much material is put out there from the partners. I can remember a few examples where those materials really gained traction. And I know that the NORC survey was unable to even disentangle if you did see advertisements, we weren't able to know specifically, did that advertisement come from the Census Bureau or from some other source?
Okay, our next question is Seth.
Thank you. So I asked this question about evaluation this morning, and I was told that I should wait for this afternoon. And I can report that it was worth the wait. This is really, really excellent and very, very encouraging, I have to say. I also want to applaud you for not just looking at these intent data, but actually taking the effort to match to what actually happened, because ultimately that's what we want to know is, do these campaigns change the way people answer the census? Does it cut down on proxy interviews? Does it change early filling out of the census through internet? And so that's really great. What I would do is, one thing I didn't understand, didn't quite get because it was quick, can you collect enough identifying information so you can match the RDD sample to that's kind of too bad.
Yeah, no, we can't. Unfortunately, because we're contracting this out.
You can't collect address for
Yeah, what they're giving back to us, they can't give us identifying information back.
The other thing I was going to ask is whether, this can't be done in the long run, which is the more important question, but I was wondering if since you control part of the advertising, could you use spatial variation in the advertising to at least look at sort of high frequency data so that you can time the RDD or to time some of your surveying to the implementation of the advertising?
Sure. So at a higher level, I think it's important to note that the same situation that faced us in 2010 with the external evaluation is something that would still face us today. It's the evaluation conundrum of the census environment. Simply put, in order to do something like that, we'd really have to set it up as an experiment, and that experiment would entail either withholding certain aspects of the campaign for subgroups or certain geographic areas, or even delaying them, alternating the mix of that. And as we're sure you'd probably agree, this does pose a risk that those areas may have lower self-response as a result. So as a whole, manipulating the campaign in that manner is not something that we've been approved to do, but that is essentially why we really worked hard to brainstorm all of these other ideas so that we still will be able to get indirect measures on specific components of the campaign.
I guess I don't quite understand why you can't just use the natural variation in when the campaigns are rolled out. So if you roll out the campaign at the 6 o'clock news on the West Coast, if you take 6 o'clock on the East Coast, it's not going to have been rolled out on the West Coast. And so there must be some natural variation without doing explicit manipulation that could be used. Or just natural media markets, whenever they,
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be, I think the natural variation is there, but it's kind of hard because the natural variation is planned, right? So certain areas that have higher predicted self-response are not going to be receiving as much GRPs. And I mean, we tried to do that in the partnership evaluation. I think in 2010 they tried to look, but that's really difficult too, because we try to hire partners in areas that have lower predicted self-response, and then we end up seeing that we have more partners in areas that have lower self-response, and we can't really tell how much those low areas, how much lower they would have been if we hadn't had the partners there. So I get afraid that we would end up with the same situation if we just looked at the natural variation across the different media markets. I mean, I could think about it some more, like your idea of like across time zones is interesting and looking at internet response. But I think we might see certain correlations because of the way we've planned.
right, so we'll move on to our next person, which is Teku.
Thank you. I really appreciated the opportunity to geek out with you about all the different kinds of interesting research that we could do to try to evaluate the comms programs. I had a few, I guess mostly unrelated questions and points to raise. First, I just wanted to reinforce a point that Julie made, and I'm sure it's not intended to be taken that way, but just in slide 94, I think the caution is if you label people into groups, that the labels can take on a reality of their own and obscure the diversity of different reasons why somebody might be confidentiality-minded or disconnected doubter. And along those lines, although I think it's not intended to be taken this way, but I hope in addition to tracking over time intent to respond, that you'll also be looking at concerns about confidentiality and trust in the census and so on. So that's more of a comment. On slide 92, I guess this is also a comment. I found that it was hard to let go of the line, September 29th, in line with the 2020 CBAM survey, without wanting to know more, because my recall of the CBAM survey, which was in the spring of 2018, was that there was all sorts of worries about a census undercount based on the results of those surveys. And so if in a year and a half, at the high level, at the level of aggregate findings, nothing much had changed, that would really raise red flags and fire alarms. So I would just invite you to say just a little bit more about what's in line and what's not in line. And then the last thing is maybe not so much a question to the two of you, but maybe to this side of the table of the Census Bureau, is just in general in terms of evaluating the 2020 decennial census. I think that was a really important road not taken, which is, after many years of, good research and good science about how the 2020 census might re-ask the race ethnicity question, the recommendations that were at one point adopted were effectively jettisoned, and I'm wondering if the Census Bureau is planning any kind of evaluation to get a sense of what the consequences of not taking that road are, just in terms of planned research for 2020.
So I think we can answer the first part of your question. So it's important to separate the findings of the 2020 CBAM survey from the focus group. So the survey was already in the field when the announcement of the citizenship question addition happened. So we couldn't add any questions onto it. What we already had on it was what we could measure. And we did still see relatively high intent to participate. But in the focus groups, we did add a battery of questions to the focus groups that particularly got at how people felt about the addition of the citizenship question that is no longer going to be on the census. And so when we're saying that it's in line, we're really thinking about that intention to respond, that high-level top-line number from the 2020 CBAM survey, and not the kind of richer findings that we found in the focus groups, because we can't do that with the tracking survey. It's just a survey and not the richness of the focus groups.
But just real quickly, I mean, if I recall, the 2020 CBAM's intention to respond was significantly lower than the 2010 CBAM's intention to respond. And so I think there's still, if that needle hasn't moved in a year and a half, and you're 6-7 months out from the actual rollout, then isn't that a concern?
One of the issues about the 2010 survey, or I guess it was 2008 survey, the 2018 survey, and then the data that we just collected, is they're all different modes. And the questions from 2008 was asked slightly differently from the question that we asked in 2018 and the question that we're asking now, which those two are similar, but 2008 asked it in a little bit different way. But there's still a mode difference where the tracking survey is RDD, and then what we did was paper. the RDD surveys receive much, much lower response rates. Plus, CBAMS was done and sent to you from the Census Bureau. The tracking survey is a third party. I mean, all these things contribute to differences. The differences between 2008 and 2018, it's kind of hard to tell given that 2008 was mixed mode, right? Door to door and phone. Then all of a sudden in 2018, we're doing a paper-only survey. Much larger sample with an incentive, although in 2008 they had incentive, but only for door-to-door, I believe. So it's just really hard. We didn't design 2018 to be compared to 2008. It's hard not to do it, but we didn't design it for that purpose.
And yes, the CBAMs did have differences between 2008 and 2018, but what we were looking at in this one is not the 2008 CBAMs, but the 2010 tracking survey, which was much more in line with what we found in the 2020 CBAMs and now subsequently in our new tracking survey.
All right, next is Interdeep.
Excellent presentation that really clarified a lot of my earlier questions that came to me during the evaluation conversation. So I'm just curious that as you design and frame these studies, and is there a hypothesis here? Is there an underlying hypothesis that would allow you to either have a strategy, or you could evaluate the value of some of these studies? Obviously, there must be some thinking that went into as you plan these research studies. Do you expect something? Is there a hypothesis in terms of this is how it'll go, and if this is how it'll go, then this is what it'll mean, but also this is how it'll add value to the larger census initiative? Or is it, let's just do it and we'll see where we are?
I mean, we do literally have like hypotheses so that we can perform like the sample size calculations for every single one of these. But we're usually doing like a two-tailed hypothesis where we don't know if we'll come out with something higher or lower. I guess some of these are actually just descriptive. The experimental ones, we did have to do sample size calculations, so we didn't have what you're saying. But I think I'm kind of hearing what you're saying as like, what are we expecting to find and how is it going to contribute to 2030? And I mean, I honestly kind of try to go into some of these with an open mind and just be a researcher and measure things, and then afterwards, when we're producing our findings, say, this is what we found. And I think, I hope that the synthesis report that I said we're going to add does answer your question, that we kind of take that next step and say, like, overall, from everything we heard, this is what we're thinking the direction we should be going in 2030. And I think we don't want to end up with a report that's just like, we need more research. You know, we actually want to end up with something that brings us closer to changes in 2030. But I mean, I guess as a researcher, I kind of try to go in really with an open mind so that I can see surprises, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. And your term, when you said descriptive, that explains some of my question as well. Thank you.
Okay, Carla's next.
Hi, Carla Kelly. Thank you very much. Very interesting and really robust plan. I had two questions. One was around the creative testing that's being done. Is that primarily being survey? Is that going to be executed via survey? Or are you using any advanced techniques like biometrics or things to really understand how consumers are responding to the creative?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. We actually have been working with a scholar from the Advertising Research Foundation, and he talked about the biometric analyses. No, which is something that's becoming more and more common in marketing and advertising research. No, for this, we're going to use, I guess you'd call it a survey instrument, but it's a questionnaire, 2 different panels, but it's really an experiment where half of the people will be seen in a census ad, asked questions, half of the people won't be won't see a census ad, they'll see something else, but be asked the same series of questions. And then at the end, they'll both be shown the census ad, and we'll ask them kind of evaluative measures about how it made them feel. Did anything offend them? You know, how clear were things that we hope can tweak ads? And we're really just doing this, again, not to evaluate the 2020 ads, but to see, like, can we do this type of research, which is something that advertisers and marketers do in 2030. The biometric stuff, we aren't there yet, but we are talking to this person about it.
And that's for the evaluation, but for the actual testing that was conducted, there were online discussion groups, and in those, certain techniques were used. For example, you were able to see the ad and click with either a thumbs up or thumbs down at which words or sentences resonated with you, which ultimately gave us heat maps per ad on, you know, what was really working well for us and what wasn't. So some of those were tied in. We've had a little bit of that research done previously when we were working on ACS message testing as well, but as Gina said, it isn't part of the evaluation effort.
My second question was on the digital ad testing that you're doing. I know you're going to track sort of where people are coming from and the actions that are taken. Are you also going to be able to track what happens after they leave the site to understand, is there a need for more information, or where potentially they go specifically by different groups to understand, did we satisfy their needs?
That's not something we're able to do. There is technology that, of course, allows any business to follow people along the internet, and that also enables other advertising agencies to look at multiple touch point analyses. So what ads led up to the ad that finally brought you there to respond? Where did you go on the website afterwards, et cetera? But our permissions as far as tracking are a bit more limited, so it will not cover that breadth.
Okay, our next person is John.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I had 4 questions. The first is around the non-probability supplement overlay. And then I noticed in one of the questionnaires there was a language within 3. Just curious to see, are you getting into questions around acculturation? So for example, with Hispanic population, with bicultural Hispanics versus unacculturated Hispanics. Second question is on the mindsets on slide 94. Just to clarify something that Julie had brought up, do you also have an understanding of maybe the over-indice or under-indice of the subpopulations across those mindsets? Third question is, for the quantitative creative testing for the diverse mass audiences, I know there's a ton of creative being produced. Will you also be able to test creative that is in non-English language and have a good way to get to more than you would not be able to? And then last one, any thoughts or plans for market mix modeling to get to ROIs, the different kind of touch points and channels you're using? I know for some touch points it's easier, like digital, to kind of prove that effect, with others maybe not. So those are my 4 questions. Thank you.
Sure, can you repeat the first one?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Acculturation?
Yeah, no, I don't think we are going to be able to get at that. There is a both of those panels do have, I believe, Spanish speakers in it, but I don't think that the questions that are being asked, we aren't going to be able to kind of really piece apart those different types of groups.
Got it.
Okay, so for the second question about the mindsets, so first of all, I encourage everybody to go take a look at what we've posted online for the 2020 communications research. You'll find our full report on the mindsets, and included in that are descriptions for each of the mindsets, which really dig down a lot deeper and show what these groups over-index and under-index on as far as their concerns, attitudes, knowledge, and then also what the demographic composition is of the group. So there's a lot of information available online for that. You can dig into it, but that is possible.
Yeah, and then you can also look at the 8 audience segments and look at how the distribution of mindsets and in each of those 8 segments and how that compares to the national average. And then the third question was again?
The non-English language for the quantitative creative
Oh, yeah,
testing?
so we aren't going to be testing non-English language advertisements for this because we're using a web panel that we didn't think would have a good Spanish. Well, I mean, it might have a good, at least Spanish speakers. I think it has Spanish and English speakers. But because we're really just kind of testing to see how, if we can do this, what we learn, we decided to do it first with diverse mass English speakers.
Okay.
But it is kind of a limitation of doing this because we're usually using web panels when we're doing this, so we could maybe do it with English speakers and Spanish speakers, but once we start talking about the other languages, we would be limited with this type of quantitative technique.
Got it.
Oh, yeah, the ROI. Can you repeat that? That was a good one. I don't know if I have a good
Yeah.
answer for it, yeah.
Just if you had plans to do either media mix modeling or market mix modeling, comparing the investments by channel to see ROI?
I mean, we're still working out with Y&R what data, both like spend data and other types of GRP data, other
Right.
things like that, we're going to be getting from them, in what format we're going to be getting it from them, at what, like, if we're going to be getting it from them by audience, by DMA. We're still working through that. I mean, it would be very cool for us to do. I think we would rely on our ARF membership probably to get some help to do that, but it really does depend on what data we have access
Right.
to.
Great, thank you.
All right, Carol?
Hi. As a cross-directorate effort, is there a conceptual framework or map that's guiding this work so that you can, in an integrated fashion?
Carol, can you talk in, like, move the
Sorry.
mic closer, because I can't hear you.
Okay. As a cross-directorate effort, is there a conceptual map that's guiding the integration of the 7 projects and then the ultimate synthesis? So that's the first question. And then the second one, as you're doing your work, will you be able to share interim findings with the NAC?
Okay, so as far as the first question, yes, all teams, and a lot of these teams were born out of the 2020 Census Communications Research and Analysis team that Gina and I co-led. So we're used to working together as cross-directorate teams. But overall, all of the projects are guided by the project management guidelines set out by the Decennial Directorate. So formally, they're all following the same plans for study plans, analysis plans, et cetera. There's a lot of overlap on who's on the team, so I would say we're all very aware of what each other is doing as we move through it. The DROM is overseeing the work we're doing. They're the head researchers of Decennial that really keep tabs on all the different projects going on. And by the time it gets to the synthesis report, I think it'll be quite easy to pull everything together, given the process we followed along the way.
Yeah, and I think it's the power, we didn't say this, but they're all being integrated into what we're calling the CPEX program. And the CPEX program does have like guiding principles for what each study was supposed to follow. One of them being like 2030, how are we going to apply this to 2030? How do we push to get more online response, things like that. So being in that CPEX program is helping that effort. What was the second question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, second question again?
Was about sharing interim findings?
Oh.
I don't know.
Honestly, at this point, I'm unsure, and of course, we would follow the guidance. If we have topics that are available to share and are told we can share them, we'd be more than happy to come talk to you guys as we're able.
Okay, Lily?
This is Lily Welty to my. I just had a question. This is on slide 90. Yes, 91, 90, slide 90. The one at the bottom about looking at particular samples, the non-probability supplement overview, that particular slide. And so I was just wondering, perhaps I could see that maybe this breakdown, 15% Hispanic, 12% Black, African American, 11% Asian, 62% white. I just was noticing that I didn't know if Pacific Islander was lumped in with Asian, because AAPI gets lumped in together, or just because there are no Pacific Islanders on here, or Native Hawaiians. Also no Native American or Alaska Native, and then no mixed race, and so I was a little bit confused about that, so.
Okay, I'd rather not answer that right now and look back into what our screeners are for those, and be able to provide accurate
Okay,
information.
yeah, because at the top it says Asian and Spanish speakers,
Yes.
but then at the bottom it has this other number, and so it was just, if you could clarify that, thank you. I mean, that's over here.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yes. So it's time for a break. We will come back together at 3:55.
Okay, we're going to try to reconvene here to start talking recommendations. So if the NAC members would see if you can take your seats. Are we still missing Jim? Let's see, who else are we missing? Megan, Andrea, Megan, folks? I know, I'm totally calling you out on like webcast here, but like, so we can get going.
That is so cold.
I know I'm terrible. I'm awful. I'm an awful bad chair. So we're going to we're going to get into our recommendations here in just a second. I'm going to explain that process. Before, Morad had a question that he wanted to pose, and while we have some of our census subject matter experts here in the room, he'd asked if he could ask a quick question. So we're going to do that first, and then we're going to move into talking about how to generate our recommendations. Okay, so Morad, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Julie, and folks who are here to listen to my question. So we're part of a coalition of Iranian American organizations that's trying to launch a campaign to encourage our community members to participate in the 2020 census. Part of this campaign is to instruct them on how they should answer the question on race. The most important thing for our coalition is to have Iranian Americans mark down their Iranian origin in the write-in box. But similar to other communities, Iranian Americans have very diverse backgrounds. Some come from mixed race families. Others have different opinions on what race they are or they are not. So from our perspective, we wanted to make sure that no matter what race or races they identify, whether they are white, mixed race, or some other race, if they mark down their Iranian origin, will that be tabulated by the census?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rachel Marks in the Population Division. So for 2020, as you know, we are for the first time adding new write-in lines for the white and black categories. And we know some Iranians might identify as white or black or in some other race category. And so they should self-identify as whichever race group that they identify with or multiple race groups that they identify with. As far as tabulation goes for 2020, we've improved our code list, adding a lot of new Middle Eastern, North African groups to our code list. So for the first time ever, a lot of these groups will receive unique codes, including Iranian. And this gives us the ability to tabulate these groups for the first time ever. Previously, in 2010 census, a lot of these groups would be coded as other white or other Arab. But for 2020, we're really excited that we'd be able to tabulate these for the first time ever. As far as if these groups will be included in our tabulations, we're still working on our data products plan for the 2020 census. We're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow. We're not going to talk about the details of some of these detailed race and ethnic groups because, to be honest, we're still working a lot of that out because of the new differential privacy. But we are committed to producing as much data for the detailed race and ethnic groups as we can.
Okay, so just to be clear, no matter what race category, they will be tabulated as
Yes, no
Iranian.
matter what race category that they mark, if they mark that they check the white box and write in Iranian, they'd be counted as Iranian. If they check the Asian box and wrote in Iranian, they would be counted as both Asian and Iranian.
Okay. And if you guys don't release that information, there could be a special tabulation to acquire
Yeah,
that.
as in previous censuses, we would develop some kind of custom tabulation program, but that's still also in development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Okay, all right, great. So what we'd like to do is start with our recommendation process. And what I think right now, so throughout the meetings, you're able to, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday at the orientation for the new members, although typically this is kind of how it ends up going anyway, is that towards the end, everyone sends their stuff, basically. But there's an email address, chairnac@gmail.com. And basically, you all send your recommendations to that email, And then what we do is we kind of try to bucket them by topic, right? And then kind of put people in groups to work on wordsmithing them and getting them ready so that we can go ahead and sort of go over them as a group and vote on them. Right now, the only recommendations we have in the Chair NAC box are from my man Jim, who sent about like 10 of them already, because he's just like an extra person who's like overachieving. So just to give you an example, I mean, most of you, the new folks, and we have like 8 new people here, you received our recommendations from the last SNAC with our responses, so you've been able to look at those. But just to give you an example, so Jim here has also been writing up some of the ones for other folks that you have been mentioning. So the NAC recommends that the LA region prioritize hiring at least one bilingual partnership specialist who is fluent in an Alaska Native language. That came from him and also from Nicole. The NAC recommends that the LA region prioritize hiring bilingual partnership specialists who are fluent in one or more AAPI languages, especially Japanese and Korean, with a secondary priority of Khmer and Thai. That was from Chiling. When you were giving your, he kind of moved it in there, right? The NAC recommends the LA region prioritize a bilingual partnership specialist who's fluent in the Persian language. So this was something that Murad mentioned. He's already put a couple of them in there as he's listening to people, basically, but you have lots of other ones that you've been suggesting and saying to them, like, why don't you think about this? Or information requests, the ones that you asked them for questions. I'm trying to remember which ones they were, but when we had Willette, when we had Willette here, and some of you had questions for her, and she said, I'll get back to you on that. Those requests for information can also be a part of what we put into our recommendations. We would like to hear more from the partnership specialist on XYZ topic. We would like for them to examine this issue. And so basically what I'd like for you all to do is we're going to take 10 minutes between now and 4:15. And you're going to send recommendations in. For some of you, one has already been sent in for Chiling, right? Have you sent one in? Let's see. John has sent one in, another overachiever, excellent. I do not have one from Lily yet, it hasn't popped in yet. Basically, you can send these from the Gmail account here on your iPad. You can send them from a regular computer too. If you brought a laptop in, you can type it in and send it to chairnac@gmail.com. So chairnac. And so take 10 minutes to 4:15 and type up recommendations, requests for information, recommendations, requests for clarity, whatever you've got, and send those in. Please put your name either at the bottom of it or in the subject thing so we know who it's coming from, because it's not attached to you if it's coming from the iPad, right? So that we have that information. And then what we'll do is we'll try to bucket these by topic and see if we can work on getting some of the recommendations going now. And then tomorrow, and then this evening, you will go home, and even though we're also having dinner, you will also think about more recommendations, and you will send those in. And then during the day tomorrow, during all the presentations, if you can just do them as we go here, I have a recommendation, and send that in, that will help facilitate our last 2 hours tomorrow when we do the recommendations. Okay, so take 10 minutes to 4:15 and type up a recommendation or two. Doesn't have to be, and again, the wording doesn't have to be perfect either, because we can workshop that together, but type up some recommendations, okay? So Megan, are you seeing these pop up or, okay, great. So are you bucketing them into topics? Yep, okay. Okay. So just take another couple minutes if you need them while we bucket these in, and then we'll start kind of, if we can divide them into topics, we might put you in groups to wordsmith them a bit. Or if there's not that many of them, we might try to just take them on. There's that many? There's that many. Okay, so we'll probably bucket them into groups, put you in groups to workshop them just a bit, and then if we have time, start going through some of them now. If not, get them at least ready for us to vote on tomorrow. Okay, everybody. So what we're going to do is try to do some of the wordsmithing right now and kind of vote on a few of these recommendations and get moving whatever we can get done in the next 30 minutes. And then I'm going to have you all continue to send recommendations this evening and tomorrow morning by a time to be determined by Enid. I'd say by 10 or 11 tomorrow, having everyone's recommendations in, and then we're going to have them bucketed into topics. Then when we have our 2 hours tomorrow, we're going to divide you by topic, have you kind of workshop them, because it gets a little bit tedious to do it all on the screen. And then we'll kind of be voting on these all tomorrow, the ones that we don't get through today. So just as I said that, the screen disappeared, and we don't have them anymore. I don't know what happened. Power? We're out of power? They're trying to fix it. So one moment for technical difficulties. So then tomorrow, everything that you get in by 10 a.m. tomorrow, so if you can send additional, go home tonight, send additional recommendations that you think of tomorrow morning while we're in our sessions, send additional ones into the chair NAC, and then everything that Enid receives by 10 a.m., she'll be able to put into a printed document that we can hand out to people at the noon part so that we can start working on them together. And then we will need some people to kind of wordsmith them on their laptops, but a lot of you will have laptops tomorrow. I'm guessing I will have mine with me. There should be at least a handful of you with that, so we can be able to work through that tomorrow. Okay, are we up yet? We are not.
I'd recommend.
Shall we just read them off of
I'd recommend ceasing.
And we're on. Okay, so what is our first grouping here? You have these bucketed, Megan. What's our first grouping we could start with?
The first grouping is recommendation number 1. They're not bucketed yet because I'm still bringing them in from the online. So if we want to start just going through them, that's fine. They're not in
Okay, that's
buckets,
fine.
just-
So our first one, the NAC recommends that a differential privacy working group be established. Take off the jointly there at the end. A differential privacy working group be established. Basically, we would like to have, for those of you who are new, we usually have working groups. We've had a working group on integrated partnerships and communications. We've had a working group on the undercount of young children, and various other groupings that we've had over the years, administrative records, et cetera. And so we would like to have a working group on differential privacy to sort of examine these sort of data issues. We would then take some volunteers from the committee who would like to be on that committee to be able to start looking into this. And so we'll make that a recommendation right now, but we're also hoping to have an answer on that before we leave, potentially tomorrow. Is that something that maybe Enid could look into for us? Enid, is it something you could look into for us in terms of the differential privacy working groups? We could have an answer tomorrow to have people sign up? Yes? Okay, because we've been asking for that, and that can be a recommendation formally, but hopefully we won't even need to submit it tomorrow if we already have an answer on that. So let's see if we can get an answer on that tomorrow. But so the way we do it here as we go through recommendations, we can vote on it, and then if we need to, we can submit it tomorrow, but if we already have an answer, then we won't need to. All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, so approved. So, all right, so our next one is the NAC recommends that a special emphasis be placed in bilingual staffing and language accessibility for the mobile QACs. And when we get to individual people's recommendations, we often ask them if they'd like to provide any additional information on that. So Jim, this is yours.
This is primarily because the concern we have is we don't, given the fact that the hardest to count population groups include people who are limited English proficient, we want to make sure that if there will be establishment of the mobile QACs, that priority be given to those who have bilingual capabilities to make sure that it doesn't do a lot of good to send out 2 monolingual English speakers to predominantly Spanish-speaking neighborhoods. It's just not going to be very effective.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Yes.
This is Jerry. On that, recommends that a special emphasis be placed on bilingual staffing, and if you go back to Jim's accessibility for the mobile QACs, I would like it to say in Spanish-speaking communities. I mean, that everybody isn't bilingual, and of course, there are concerns that maybe, so do you need to specify in Spanish-speaking communities, or what?
No, I would broaden it because it also applies to Asians, American Indians, even some European languages. So I would just say in areas with high limited English proficiency rates.
Sounds like a good friendly amendment. In areas with high LEP, limited English proficiency rates, okay? Everybody says aye with this amendment. Yes, aye. Any nays? Any abstentions?
Aye.
All right, aye from Huberto too. Thank you, Huberto. Good to have you on board. All right, the next one. The NAC recommends that the mobile QACs work in partnership with CBOs and census partners to use the translations prepared by those partners of census resources, examples, questionnaire, glossary, instructions, that have not been translated by census, examples, a language or dialect outside of the 59 languages for which some translations are being provided by the Census Bureau. Jim, would you like to comment on yours?
So the Census Bureau is going to provide some level of language assistance in 59 languages, 12 languages in their entirety, 2 languages, Spanish and English, with the actual bilingual questionnaire. This deals with the situation where we have a lot of languages and dialects not being covered at all by census, where outside community-based organizations, civil rights groups are actually preparing the translations. And so it stands to reason if we're going to have QACs, that if they're going to be in areas with high limited English proficiency rates in those languages, that they should use the translations that have been prepared by the CBOs in partnership with the CBOs.
I might just simplify the language in this so that they get what you're saying. Because I just think it's a little bit confused, like I'm confused reading it and I know what you're trying to say. So what if we just say, the NAC recommends that mobile QACs use translations prepared by census partners for languages not covered by the census?
That's why we hired you to be our scribe, Megan.
Yeah, Megan's really good with the wordsmithing.
Jim, can I ask a question about that? What happens in the cases where we're working with CBOs in different locations and they might translate differently?
I would recommend
same language.
Yeah, I would recommend using whatever the primary CBO is in that area, because one of the issues I know that comes up very frequently is that it may be the same language, but it may be a different dialect, or it may be used slightly differently. And so I would probably depend more on the CBO in that community to be in the best position to determine what's going to be most dialectically appropriate for that community. But I understand the problem with this is we're trying to put a kind of a one-size-fits-all recommendation. So it may be possible, there may be perhaps another recommendation you want to make, or if there's a way that we can say that maybe a little more clearly. Because I understand the point you're trying to make, that there could be, I will tell you that working with the civil rights groups, we're trying to minimize the duplication of translation. So at least in Indian country, we don't expect that we're going to have multiple translations. We're going to be very fortunate to have one translation in the languages.
Right. So I don't want this to be too cumbersome, and I fully support the recommendation. My only worry is sometimes the issue might not be differences in dialect, but it might be differences in resources that local CBOs can dedicate towards the translation. So I don't know if it would make it too cumbersome to add some language to try to at least have one intermediary step of trying to coordinate between CBOs if we are dealing with the same language.
How about, why don't we just say this? Why don't we add, as after the NAC recommends that wherever appropriate, comma, the mobile QACs, because there may be instances, I think you're right, where it may not be appropriate to actually use the translations. They could be really bad translations, for example.
Okay, Carla.
I just had a question for clarification. So I was going back to the notes, and there was, in what was published last time, there was a note about using, NAC recommends the Bureau utilize community-based organizations to conduct community review as part of its translation process. I just want to understand, this is distinct because it's because of the mobile QVCs, or is it the same request being redrafted?
Yeah, I think last time we were focused more on trying to actually work with the CBOs to be the QACs to kind of fulfill that role. This one was just to clarify that if they're going to use the mobile QACs, that they actually use the resources that may be available through CBOs.
Jim, I think we were also talking last time about trying to get CBOs to be part of the Bureau's translation process so that they were culturally competent translations, whereas this is for languages that are outside the Census Bureau's, like, community of translation.
I think that's right, and the other problem is the ship has sailed because the Bureau already has its translators in place, and if they're not working with them, they're not going to work with them now. But this is really meant to be a gap filler so that languages beyond the 59, not just languages but dialects, they can still be covered, but they may be covered through materials and translations prepared by CBOs.
Okay, do we have it kind of redone here? The NAC recommends that where appropriate, the mobile QACs use translations prepared by Census Bureau partners, questionnaire, glossary instructions for languages that will not be translated by census. Okay, good. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, so that one passes. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide greater transparency to the process the Census Bureau is using to use administrative records to produce a citizenship data file pursuant to the executive order. Suggestions? Oh, Jerry, sorry. I was still looking at it like absorbing. Okay, so how do we want to wordsmith this? Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, just a quick question. This is Jerry Erdlich. So are we talking about, because there's a broader administrative records issue that kind of goes beyond the CBAP or that data file, the citizenship data file. Is this the only administrative record issue? Because, you know, the broader concern is that enumerators will be directed or otherwise quickly go to administrative records, especially if it means closing out a case, as opposed to having a number of visits to a household. So my question is there a broader administrative record recommendation that we want to make relative to when the Census Bureau decides to forego knocking on doors and maybe go to an administrative record or a proxy to get information? So those communities that typically wait until an enumerator comes out may not be enumerated because, you know, the Bureau might quickly go to administrative records versus trying to make a good effort to get that information from a person. So I'm just asking, is this enough? Does this go far enough, this administrative records?
No,
I would
this was
say
actually.
I have like 6 more AdRex ones that I just didn't sort them, so that's my bad.
Okay, yeah, and just to clarify, this was actually Andrea's, because one of the issues you raised was about the CBAP reconstruction through administrative files. This was probably my poor attempt to capture what you said, but this is basically referring to the executive order that was issued saying that there's going to be a supplemental CBAP file that will be issued in connection with, or citizenship data file issued in connection with the PL 94171 redistricting files.
And that is necessary. I'm just asking, somewhere down, as we go down this list, I know I've put in a sort of quasi-administrative records, but is that the only, do we as a group feel that we need more transparency on administrative records, that whole process and how it affects our community? Andrea?
I would agree that it's not, so yes, the executive order is a key part of that. I would definitely agree that I think greater transparency of the use of administrative records in its entirety for the census is also an important, including this. And so I think that, so yes, I wholeheartedly agree because I don't think there is a lot of clarity even about how administrative records are going to be used in count imputation. Which relates to the decennial census operations itself and not necessarily to the executive order. Obviously, they're connected, but they're it's larger than just the EO, right? This is about count imputation for everybody, so, or everybody, I should say, who isn't responsive to the non-response follow-up. So yes, I agree.
Okay, so a little wordsmithing might be needed.
Okay, Seth has his card up. Did you have a suggestion on this? And
Yeah, so first of all, I think Jerry's question points out the need for transparency, because I think we don't understand exactly when they use administrative records. I think that the administrative records are used after the data collection. So the enumerator would never have access to administrative records to fill
it's
in that
used to see what houses are vacant or not and stuff, so it's used during the process,
But
not
for
just after.
example, we wouldn't use marriage records, that on the ACS to fill in marriage by the enumerator. We would use it after the collection if we're missing to impute it. So the enumerator wouldn't have, I don't think the enumerator would have access to those records. It would be people here at Central that would have access to the records. But the point is, it's not clear.
Well, I think, thank you, Seth. I think that the power of the enumerator is when they decide, we're not going to this door anymore, and we're putting it in the administrative records universe. I don't know, somebody help me on that, but.
I did not. I think Julie, I don't know which one, it was two of them over there.
Can I add something to this conversation? I agree with what you're saying, and it's why I put in like 4 other recommendations on administrative records. I think we need data. I think we need more information on all that stuff. But given how we get responses from the Bureau, that are as broad as the question allows them to be, I'd rather us have 4 or 5 separate recommendations so that we get all the information we need instead of like a generic answer that goes to everything smooshed together. That's how I feel.
Okay,
We've
so.
seen smooching, so I agree with.
So we have a number of them here on administrative records. Do we want to maybe spend some time tomorrow kind of wordsmithing those? I think that might be useful. Maybe we can put those all in one bucket, maybe. And then when we divvy up into groups, kind of tinker with them a little bit. It seems like this might need some tinkering, basically. I think that this might need some tinkering before we vote. I think we've got one larger issue of like not wanting them to give up on a household, too soon and rely on administrative records when we already know those undercount populations that are hard to count, particularly communities of color and low-income people and et cetera, who are less likely to be in administrative records. And so we want to sort of say that. And then I think Jim's point is, in addition to that, how is administrative records and other data, perhaps, going to be used to try to create the all the acronyms. Citizen, CVAP, that's what I was going for. How is that going to be used to create the CVAP, right? How are they going to be some transparency in that? So I think we have 2 different ones here, maybe, and maybe seeing if we can wordsmith those a little bit. I would say maybe tomorrow, so I don't know how to do that with you, Meg. If you can put the admin records and also Jim's on the CVAP, and put them all, kind of bucket those together, and we'll put those in tomorrow. Does that sound good?
Right.
We'll fiddle around with those a little bit.
Can I just raise one issue? I mean, I think we have to be a little bit careful because once you start using administrative records, there are additional privacy concerns because the records are out there, and so whether it's a good idea to release the algorithm, for example, that produces the flags, I think it's a scientific question, as to what it's revealing. So I just think we need to be careful.
Definitely. Okay. See if we can't roll past, is there something easy and not complicated? Nothing is easy and not complicated here. Let's just move on here. So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide better outreach and education to Alaska Native communities on how to identify, it's moving here, their tribal and Native corporation affiliations in response, you keep moving it, Megan, I'm trying to read it, in response to the race and ethnicity question on the decennial census. So some better outreach and education in terms of response to these. This gets to something Nicole was saying about in Alaska, these being corporations, right, and different ways in which people label themselves who are native in Alaska. And so providing some outreach and education. I think that they had a meeting recently, I heard about this from Carol Gore as well, where there was some confusion as to how are they to indicate their origins on here. And so I think, Nicole, it sounds like you're asking for some more clarification and outreach in those communities to help explain how you can indicate your background on here. Is that, do you want to add some more to that, Nicole?
Yeah, just, I'd like to add a specifically retool the radio PSA. I just listened to it, and it's missing the mark in terms of tribal affiliations. It has the racial ethnic groups like Athabascan, Tlingit, Inupiaq, et cetera, and that's not how we're federally recognized up there because we're classified into villages. So for example, even though I am Athabascan, I'm enrolled to the native village of McGrath. So I wouldn't put Athabascan, and that PSA is prompting me to put Athabascan. So it's going to be very confusing. So that one just needs to be completely redone. I don't even recommend releasing it. And we do need to find some budget money somewhere to do a video campaign. I'm not asking for, full production, but short little Facebook posts that are targeted to the different regions as well would be helpful. 30 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it is.
Are those things that you think that the community would want to come up with on their own to reach those communities, like partnership folks, or you think, because they would probably have the know-how to be able to, the nuances, right? Or are those things that you are thinking that you want the Bureau to try to
So this is kind of tricky. We definitely don't want to be asked to completely foot the bill because quite often our tribes and tribal organizations are asked to do our civic duty, which means pay for federal and state responsibilities. But we do want input in how the messages go out. And I'm not saying that funding from us is completely off the table, but when the federal government and state government comes and says, hey, why don't you do this for yourself? It's sort of a non-starter for a lot of our regions.
It's like, why don't you pay for it and fund it and do it yourself when you don't really have the resources
Exactly.
and time to do that?
Yep.
That makes sense. Okay,
Yep.
so it looks like Megan has done a little bit of wordsmithing, so Carla has something she wants to say first.
Sorry, just a clarification question, because I think it raises an issue. I mean, you had the opportunity to review specifically the communication that was going up to the Alaska community. For the PSA, I mean, is that an anomaly that you were able to review it and found sort of an issue that needed to be corrected immediately? Is that type of review is that taking place with the other audiences that are going to be receiving the PSA? So for example, for the Latino community, who's reviewing the PSA and doing the QA on the Latino? Who's doing it for, Chinese Mandarin? How is that happening? Because those things are actually live now. And luckily, it was, we're able to catch it now, but I think we want to make sure that we can have visibility to that so that it's not going to be, more of a misstep versus the original intent of being positive communication.
The disclaimer, of course, is that I do not speak on behalf of the Census Bureau, but what I can say is that they've conducted tribal consultations for the last 3 or 4 years with Indian country, and I know they've done the same thing with other population groups. They've done it with Spanish speakers, with the Asian American population. And I think what they've done is they've taken the feedback from that, they've passed it on to Y&R or their subcontractors, which in this case I think is G&G, and they've prepared the PSAs, but they're not running it past the groups in question. I will also tell you that the fact that they're not doing that actually violates a best practice the Department of Justice actually talks about for language accessibility. One of the regulations under, it's in 55 CFR, actually talks about the need for jurisdictions when they're coming up with language materials to consult with the affected language minority community before they actually use those materials. So I think that Nicole's point's dead on. The other thing I would mention is that the state of Alaska, mainly through the tribes, the native corporations, and through private funders, have already footed the bill for over $750,000 for complete count efforts there. So it's a sore issue in Indian country because there's constantly this issue of having to engage in self-help to do something the federal government should be doing.
Okay, so does that answer? Basically, they've done some specific tribal consultations there where this has been shown that Nicole and Jim have been a part of through their work that they do in the American Indian community and Alaska Native community.
Right, I understand, and I think that even with that consultation, I guess there wasn't the QA that was put in place because those things were supposed to be going live. So I think this recommendation addresses specifically that issue on behalf of the effort that was taken on the upfront to do the consultation. However, the QA wasn't completed, and therefore, now it needs to be done. It's coming forth in a recommendation. I'm just asking, is it a broader concern across other audiences where the PSAs are going out now, and has that QA been done? I know the initial consultation has been done, but has the QA been done on the back end to ensure that all of the communication is reflective of the input that had gone into it? So is anybody for African, not really African American, for Latinos, is somebody reviewing the radio PSA and making sure that it is absolutely communicating as intended?
So my recommendation is, I actually think you should raise that point tomorrow with census staff, but the other piece of this that adds a sense of urgency for Alaska that doesn't exist anywhere else is that the census starts in 11 and a half weeks in Alaska. And so I think it probably makes sense to have a separate recommendation just for Alaska, just given the sense of urgency. But I think you should absolutely raise that, Carla. You should
Okay,
ask
Teku
tomorrow.
had his card up, so we're going to go with Teku, and then we'll come back over here. And then Yolanda, I think, was next. And then we got to wrap up, basically. Go ahead.
Well, the only thing I wanted to raise was what has already been discussed, which is my worry that if we just vote on the recommendation as currently worded, we're presuming that the Census Bureau knows how to provide better outreach and education, and leaving it up to them as opposed to giving some guidance on how they should do that.
Nicole, you
I
wanna
have a
respond?
simple suggestion. Just put in there somewhere that the Census Bureau will work with the Alaska representative to NAC.
They can't work directly with you and have you advise them. That was the FACA rules we went over yesterday. So basically, everything has to come as a
What?
recommendation from the committee.
Oh, can they work with the Alaska Federation of Natives?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're on that. And that's good, see? But in your capacity as a NAC member, you can't advise only in the capacity that we're doing here publicly. Yes, Yolanda.
That in Alaska it's not tribes, so why do we even have the language of tribes if your reference is to corporations?
Nicole.
Instead of the term like indigenous or whatever.
We should get coffee tomorrow.
I think it's a long
I'm not trying to
yeah.
be cheeky, that's a long
It's a long conversation,
answer.
I think,
Yeah.
right? So, yeah, okay. Then we probably don't have time to do that in the 1 minute we have left. You want to vote on this as it is, the NAC recommends, or do you want to table it for tomorrow? Yes.
I would just suggest to underscore the points made by Nicole and Jim to add the words to prioritize and expedite, given the
Prioritize and expedite. Can Megan stick those in there? Let's prioritize and expedite things. So the NAC recommends the Census Bureau work with the Alaska Federation of Natives to provide better outreach and education to Alaska Native communities on how to identify their tribal and Native corporation affiliations in response to the race ethnicity question on the Centennials questionnaire. In particular, the Bureau should rewrite the PSA text directed at the Alaska Native communities to more accurately reflect how Alaska Natives self-identify. The NAC further recommends that this recommendation be prioritized and expedited due to the shortened timeline before the census begins in Alaska in like 11 weeks. Or something to that effect. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. So even though it's not fully, yes, it is up there. Megan has it. Okay, so we are out of time for today. What I would like for you all to do, we have a dinner tonight, which is at 6:30? 6:30, Enid? 6:30, Tony? Okay, the dinner tonight is at 6:30, so we will meet down in the lobby, whoever's going, at like 6:20 and walk across the street because it's like right there. Then after dinner tonight, use the brains, work on this, think about recommendations, send them to chairnac@gmail. Also through the morning, you may do that as we're having our presentations. And then at 10 o'clock, by 10 o'clock, everything will be compiled, and then we're going to work on wordsmithing them in groups after the noon hour. Karen?
I would have them CC you too. So we can
Okay.
actually get them tonight.
But they don't all know my email.
We can just send an email to
Okay, I'm going to send an email out to all of you with my email. So the ones that you do tonight, send them to Chair Knack, but also CC me. How about that? And I'm going to send you all that when I get back to the hotel, so you're sure that you all have my email, okay? So send it to Chair Knack, and then I'm dowlingj@illinois.edu, but I will also send you that email, dowlingj. That way, because I can take a look at them and start bucketing them this evening, as opposed to them all going to Enid, because I can't check the Chair Knack when I'm not here in front of this iPad, okay? Karen?
All right, so thank you all for great committee discussion today. The only thing I wanted to mention is just a reminder that tomorrow morning, the bus will pick you up at 7:30 a.m. at the hotel, and we are going to start promptly here at 8:30. And the bus today is departing in 15 minutes. Day one is now adjourned.